Please make sure you're seeking shelter. There's Crafton, again, still at risk of this area of rotation moving in that area. If we look a little bit farther northeast, there's Park Springs in northwestern Wise County. And we'll kind of look into Montague County as well. So these areas in northeastern Jack, you need to be on alert if you live in this area in southwestern Montague County, Sunset, Park Springs, Fruitland as well included in this. Tornado warning until 7:15. Make sure you're seeking shelter. Again, storm spotters in the area seeing earlier funnel. Then we saw a report of a tornado east of Jacksboro. We saw a little bit of weakening in the rotation, a little bit as it moved kind of farther northeast into Jack County. Now we're getting confirmation that another tornado is potentially touched down here, just kind of on the east side of 59. So again, along 59, moving to the northeast into Montague County. That's where the area of concern is at this time. There's Crafton. There's Cundiff, there's the rotation. We can put reflectivity back on. You see this area right here. If you watch how it matches up to where the hook echo is, see these bright right there. See these bright colors and velocities showing up. You see it. We were talking about a hook echo just moments ago. Right there's that area of concern, and that's where we're seeing that rotation right now. Perhaps some very large hail up to the size of 2 inches in diameter, which is an egg. You know, just grocery store eggs, so 2 inch in diameter, so from golf ball, maybe a little bit larger there as well in Jack County. That tornado warning till 7:15, there's the area of rotation. If we could do a wide view, actually let's do that here. There's the hail size. Right now, that's promising. Let's hope it stays that low, maybe up to quarter size showing up here on our hail size tool, so we'll keep an eye on that, but it could be a little bit higher at times depending on where the thunderstorm is in its cycle. We'll keep an eye on that. If we can do a wider view, I'd like to show kind of the other warnings that are in place. It's no tornado warnings. Dallas-Fort Worth area, this is just rain, now a couple rumbles of thunder in Denton County. That's the tornado warning for Jack moving into Montague County. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Young County. That has been removed. And this is an area of thunderstorms I'm watching for later this evening. This area of robust thunderstorms likely to stay northwest of the Metroplex. So here's the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There's Denton County. There's Tarrant County. The stuff that's popping up here, just to assure you, if you're watching the game tonight here in WFAA, know that this is not severe stuff. I will be monitoring it all night. Okay, so I'll be watching these thunderstorms all night tonight. We kind of have low instability here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That's good news. That kind of keeps the thunderstorm intensity down. That comes after the morning rain, the early afternoon rain. We had clouds most of the day, had a couple peaks of sunshine, which is why we're kind of pulsing up a couple little thunderstorms here from Tarrant to Denton County. Dallas and Collin are completely dry right now. The more intense thunderstorms are certainly to the northwest of the Metroplex. That again is that tornado warning in effect for Jack, Wise, Montague until 7:15, and then severe thunderstorm warnings even farther west than that to the southwest of Breckenridge and to the east of Abilene. And that's it. The wider view shows you these thunderstorms continue to develop farther to the west, and eventually all of this activity will move to the east into more of North Texas and the Dallas-Fort Worth area overnight tonight. However, it will be on a weakening trend as it gets into the Metroplex. And when I say overnight, I'm talking after 3 o'clock in the morning, closer to sunrise services that you might be going to early tomorrow morning. DFW sunrise, 6:51 a.m. By the time the thunderstorms get into the Metroplex, rumbles of thunder, maybe some periods of heavy rain, but the severe threat by that time has diminished. Okay, so when the thunderstorms are taking shape, they're severe out here toward Abilene and San Angelo and farther to the west. Those are severe now. As they start to eventually make their progression farther east, they will start to weaken. So that is at least some good news if you have Sunday morning plans for Easter tomorrow morning. Just know there will be rain around in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and much of North Texas, but the severe threat extremely, extremely low tomorrow morning. All right, so we've kind of shown you the broad view here of what's going on in North Texas. Another little thunderstorm popping up there in Hood County, which I'll keep a close eye on as it lifts to the north into parts of Parker County and maybe clips parts of Tarrant. Again, right now it's just a little shower thunderstorm, nothing big there. Our big thunderstorm, our big area of concern to the northwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, there's just a little thunderstorm there in Granbury. But we'll keep an eye on these just because they're by themselves. When you see these isolated cells, they can tap into the instability a little bit better. There's not a lot there, but we'll keep an eye on that one. This is the one we're most concerned about, and kind of seeing I hate to say this, but a bit of a stronger signature now. That notch becoming a little bit more clear, what we call the hook echo, a little bit more evident right here. Just the northeastern corner of Jack County, about to clip parts of Wise County and then move into Montague County. So Sunset, Texas, please make sure you're in your safe space. Crafton, Park Springs, Sunset, Fruitland just to the northwest of Sunset, and then even up to Bowie. If you live in Bowie, at the very least, you should be expecting some large hail potential. There's the hail core right there, that area of purple. That could be up to the size of golf balls as it lifts to the northeast. As we look at our velocity tool there in northeastern Jack County, you'll see, so I'm getting reports that the sirens are sounding in that area where that tornado warning is. So, obviously that's, people might have outdoor plans at this time. It's Saturday evening, it's Easter weekend, people might be out and about. So please make sure you're finding a sturdy structure to be in. Outside of the risk of a tornado here, when we look at these bright signatures, and I think we can query this, Jason, you're looking at very intense winds. So basically the thunderstorm says, okay, well, the raindrops are moving this speed, and we can kind of see how fast those raindrops are moving. And when you get the greens, the oranges, and the reds very close together like this, that indicates rotation. So if we query that area right here, this bright orange, that's velocity of about 77 miles an hour. Okay, that's a radar estimate. It does a good job. It does a really good job of estimating these winds. So, northeastern Jack into Montague should at the very least plan for winds of 70 plus miles per hour. Another kind of shows you there the velocity of 75 in the northeastern portion of Jack County. That lifting toward Sunset, that lifting toward Bowie, kind of showing you there. Again, the rotation still fairly strong. There's 59 right there. This is now east of 59. Again, we had a couple of reports of a touchdown there in Jack County, and we're going to continue to watch that as it moves into Montague, as well as the northwestern portion of Wise County. So we'll go back to reflectivity here just to show you. We're seeing that the rotation now just to the northwest of Cundiff. It is east of Highway 59. And here's the deal. We're going to have and we'll show you this here in just a second. A new tornado watch is going to be issued soon for areas northwest and north of the Metroplex. So, Jason as well is running. We have meteorologist Cassie Hyder here. Thanks for showing up and hanging out with me here on this Saturday night.
Jesse, I just wanted to make a quick mention while you guys reset. We do have a couple of pictures that have come in on social media. We're still clearing them to make sure that they are accurate. But I will tell you the damage that we're seeing outside of Jacksboro seems to be on the minor end as far as these pictures show us. Some trampolines turned over, some playground equipment and that type of thing. Does look like maybe a warehouse building with some roof damage, but as of right now, we're not seeing massive widespread damage or anything like that. But there's definitely the potential, as you mentioned, that there were confirmed touchdowns from people in the area. Definitely the potential that we have seen a bit of damage. This would be in the Jacksboro area. Still, like I said, working to make sure that this is accurate before we show these images. But it does appear that there could be the potential of some minor damage from these storms.
And we're working to get permission to show those as well. And we'll show those once we get that. But so again, some confirmation of some damage in Jack County, very intense thunderstorm. And I will tell you, just looking at this signature here, I wish I could just be here and say, oh, the thunderstorm's dissipating, not a big deal. The unfortunate truth is you look at this right here, it's a bad sign. You have a very strong, pronounced hail core here in the southwestern corner of Montague County. See this area of pinkish purple, magenta, I suppose you want to call this here. Then you go just to the south of that hail core. You see this empty notch. Okay, this is what we call a bounded weak echo region of a supercell. Let's get a little sciencey here. This is where that rotation would be. That's where the potential tornado is going to be, right here in this area. Just kind of, you see where this hook echo is that we talked about earlier. They're right, kind of on the border of Jack and Wise counties right now. That's lifting to the northeast. I tell you, if you live in Sunset, you really need to get in your safe place. We've had reports of this touching down a couple of times in Jack County. That tornado warning for the next 30 minutes. There's the area of rotation. There's the hail core south of Bowie. Jacksboro, if you tuned in earlier, about 30, 40 minutes ago, you are fine. The tornado warning is now well to your northeast. I know I keep saying Jack County. Jacksboro, this is to your northeast now. We had confirmed touchdown east of Jacksboro. We're seeing some reports of some minor damage in Jack County. and we're still working on that here, but right now this is the latest. Yeah, Jason, this is great. If you go back a few scans here, I want to show you kind of the progression of this and how this is kind of tightening up a little bit. So if we go back several scans, and let's go to 6:30. So there's 6:30. Yeah, fairly pronounced hook echo right here. Then over the last couple of scans, it got a little bit more muddy. These cycle. These thunderstorms will kind of uptick, and then go back down, then back up. And right now it's kind of in this more organizational phase. If you look here, this clearing right here would indicate the rotation getting a little bit stronger there in the northeastern portion of Jack County. There's the hail core. Remember, up to golf ball size hail on the other side of that, and then very strong winds moving northeast into Montague County, that until 7:15 p.m. Okay, so I'll tell you what we're going to do is I'm going to work on getting a couple of tower cams pulled up here, because I think if we look at our Denton tower cam to the west, we should be able to see at least some of this structure. Now, we're going to work on that. And then meteorologist Cassie Hyder is here. She's taking care of our social media and our WFAA.com for the latest on that as well, including what's happening the rest of tonight into early tomorrow morning. So as we take a look, we're going to put our, just looking at some of these tower cams in the area. So, Denton County right now, we're looking at UNT. We're going to try to shift that camera if we can. No rush on that. We'll do that here in just a second. But let's go back to, Jason, if you don't mind. I know I'm kind of jumping all over the place here. Thanks for hanging with me. Our weather producer, Jason Joseph. All right, going back to radar here. Let's at least do kind of a reset on what's happening across all of North Texas. Then we'll jump back in to where that tornado warned storm is. So Dallas-Fort Worth, if you're watching, Metroplex, these are nothing more than showers. A couple lightning strikes in Denton County. We pulled up our Denton tower cam. You can see it, some rain on the north side of Denton moving to the north. That is not severe weather. This is just rain. Just thunderstorms. We are capped. We're pretty stable here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The more uncapped, more unstable environment, certainly well to the northwest of the Metroplex. So if you're hearing thunder in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, not severe. Just rain, just some thunder, nothing more than that. Now, different story farther to the northwest. You get into Jack County, Montague County, and northwestern parts of Wise County. That's where the dangerous storms are right now. Bowie, plan for some large hail. Same thing as Sunset. Those are the two communities that are certainly in the track of this. And then right there, and we're going to zoom into that area where that rotation is, that hook echo there, moving into Wise County and the southern portion of Montague County. That's the serious area of concern right here for potential for a tornado. North of Crafton, west of Park Springs. So you see that intense hail core there. There's Fruitland right there. There's Sunset. This again moving to the northeast. So here's the area of rotation right here, lifting to the northeast toward Fruitland and Sunset. We mentioned earlier this would be approaching 287, and it's doing so right now. Certainly it's going to start off with some large hail. Then that area of rotation is going to be right behind it. So if you live in those areas that we're mentioning, please make sure you're seeking shelter immediately, as we do have very strong signs of rotation in that area. In fact, that rotation, Jason, if you don't mind putting on velocity, we're looking here at reflectivity. You see healthy signs of the supercell. It actually, this rotation looks even stronger than it did earlier. There's truce. There's our area of rotation moving into Montague County, clipping that northwestern portion of Wise County. So there's 287. There's 59. This is kind of, if we were to put where this rotation is currently and where it's running, this is going to be running kind of parallel to 59. Okay, so here it is here. There's 59 going up into Bowie. This rotation right here is going to kind of run parallel, likely just on the south end of 59. So kind of just to the south of 59. If you live near 59 and you live south of it, this is where that rotation is traveling. So Bowie, Fruitland as well, Sunset, this is the area I'm most concerned with, is this southwestern portion of Montague County, northwestern Wise County. Right now, if you live, you live in that. And when I say the far northwestern corner, I'm talking north of Crafton. Park Springs, perhaps, you still need to be in your safe place for sure. There's no question about that. But if you live west of Park Springs and you live north of Park Springs, that is some really strong rotation showing up on radar. Certainly the most impressive area of rotation I've seen all night tonight. So, Teresa, we were watching it near Jacksboro earlier. We had very strong signs of rotation. We had a couple of reports from spotters in the field, funnels, a touchdown, then perhaps an additional touchdown farther in northeastern Jack County. Now we're getting reports certainly through radar here, that the intensity is going up on this thunderstorm.
So I do want to bring folks up to speed on kind of what's going to happen. I know a lot of you may be tuning in and thinking, oh no, I'm tuning in to see NBA. Okay, here is our plan. At the top of the hour, we will begin to take the NBA coverage. However, you can watch us on WFAA Plus. That is, of course, our streaming app. This is a good moment right now. If you don't have that, go and download it on your TV. That's where you can watch us starting at the top of the hour going forward, as long as it takes to keep everybody out there safe. So let's just sort of reset. It was about 40 minutes ago or so when this first tornado warning came out for Jack County. We knew that there was some rotation that was south of Jacksboro. Jacksboro, now you're in the clear, and as you can see, that area in the red is the spot where really everyone needs to be focused and getting into your safe space, because it's headed your way. We have had a few posts that we've seen on social media confirming what looks to be some relatively minor damage outside or near Jacksboro. I'm talking the kind of damage that's, trampolines turned over and some people's playground equipment may be turned over. It looks like maybe a warehouse building that maybe has some roof damage. So as of right now, we don't have anything major that is showing on social media. We continue to comb through social media posts. We are looking at emergency management pages and sheriff's department pages and police department pages to see if any of them are reporting anything major. Again, as we've been talking about, we know it's a holiday weekend, and so people may be trying to enjoy some time with the family, maybe even have some outdoor activities. We told you all week that this had the potential, that this might happen, and of course now it has happened. So again, just to bring you up to speed on our plan as we move forward, we know a lot of you want to watch the Lakers and Luka tonight in the NBA playoffs. We will take that at the top of the hour, so at 7 o'clock that will be on WFAA. Our coverage will continue on our streaming app, WFAA Plus. If you haven't figured out how to download that yet, go to your app store on your TV. You can download it. It's free, and that's where we will be having continuing coverage as long as it takes tonight until Jesse gives us the clear that everybody's going to be okay. Jesse, that's the latest.
Yeah, so WFAA Plus.
Absolutely.
Right after that, we're eventually going to go over to the game.
You got it.
A lot of people are going to want to see that. Now, listen, that does not mean we're going away. If you live in Montague County, you live in that northwestern portion of Wise County, we're not disappearing. That's not the case. We're just going to move over to WFAA Plus. Teresa was telling you about that. Download it, and we're going to start right there immediately, continuing to cover this. But we're still going to stick here for now, and we're going to stay around here. This thunderstorm, again, very strong rotation, very pronounced hail core here. The hail south of Bowie, north of Sunset, this is moving toward Bowie. So I will tell you, particularly if you live anywhere between Bowie and Sunset, you really need to seek shelter. Strong rotation in that area. There's the hook echo right here on the southwestern portion now of Montague County, lifting to the northeast. This tornado warning till 7:15 for Montague County. I will tell you, Jack County, you're still under the tornado warning, still treated as if you're still right there under the area of rotation, but that is starting to wrap up for you. Northwestern Wise County, Alvord, you're not included in this. That far northwestern corner of Wise County, that rotation is just to your north. So what we're going to do, if we could zoom in a little bit, Jason, if you don't mind here, we're going to zoom in, look at the latest velocity scans, look at where rotation is, and kind of walk through where this area of rotation is. We're going to put a track on it for you so you know where the strongest part of the thunderstorm, where the rotating part of this thunderstorm is moving. Very clearly, we have an area of rotation. Maybe even this is interesting. Now, I just saw reports of this as well, and this makes sense. Maybe a new area of rotation developing here, kind of a two-mode here. So you've got, see this weak area here? This is interesting. We may have two areas of rotation. We're going to watch this carefully. Maybe kind of either a newer one or an ongoing one. So here was the old one moving in through northeastern portions of Jack County. Kind of have that singular area of rotation very clearly right here. Now, if you look here east of the old rotation, we're getting maybe a new rotation starting to pop up and certainly some intense winds. There's Sunset right here. This is 101, okay, where it kind of crosses right through 287 before it continues back up to Bowie. That area here, look at that, velocity estimate of 85 miles per hour, just where this is. So there could be, and here's the problem here, and this is why you just need to seek shelter. You have an area of rotation here just to the west of Sunset. Then you have the old area of rotation here moving through that southwestern corner of Montague County, where we're seeing radar estimating winds, the velocity 85 miles per hour. So a couple areas of rotation, the areas of concern, the reason for the tornado warning for Montague County, those right there. I will tell you again before we go, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the Metroplex, you are fine. There's no severe weather in the Metroplex. Rain, if you're hearing thunder, that's not going to be severe. Our better chance for thunderstorms will be overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, and that severe risk is certainly much lower than what we're seeing in parts of Montague, Wise, and Jack County tonight. So there's the tornado watch now until midnight. So what we'll do is we'll get that pulled up here in just a second. In fact, we can go ahead and do that. There are those two areas of rotation. Tornado watch till midnight. This does not include the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but it does include the areas that we're talking about here. I believe Wise County is included in this. We're going to get that map up here in just a second. But again, new tornado watch has been issued. Not for the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but meteorologist Cassie Hyder saying until midnight. Okay, it does include Denton County. So Denton County until midnight. Parker County is included in this, Wise County, Montague and Cook County, as well as Grayson counties. So you can see Jack County is also included in this. So there's the tornado watch until midnight, not for Dallas, not for Fort Worth, not for Collin County, but for parts of Denton County, certainly Parker and Wise, farther to the west and then up along the Red River. That is until midnight. That tornado watch just issued till midnight. We will keep you updated as we go through the rest of tonight. Remember, we're not going anywhere. We're going to stick with this. We're going to continue to cover this dangerous thunderstorm as it moves through Montague County over on WFAA+. Download it on your TV right now. It's crucial. We're going to continue to cover this for you. Teresa, any parting words for our audience here?
Just know we will continue to have coverage for you all evening long as it takes on WFAA+. For those of you who are tuning in, don't worry, we're going to NBA coverage right now, but if it warrants and we have to protect people in our area, we will do so. We hope that you will join us on WFAA+ for continuing coverage all night long. Again, here on WFAA, we're going away for now. We will let you know if you need to know anything else as this develops all night. We appreciate you being with us. Join us on WFAA+ right now.
All right. I believe we are, Masaki confirmed we are here live on WFAA+. Just trying to get confirmation here that we're live. I believe we are. We're going to start with that tornado watch that's in effect until midnight for parts of North Texas. Includes Denton County, its areas to the west. Yeah,
I'm not 100% sure, but let's go ahead and, because I know it's important, so let's go ahead and go with it,
We're
Jesse.
going to do that, yep. So tornado watch in effect west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. However, Denton County is included in this. Cook, Montague also included until midnight. Let's get back to radar. We were telling you just on WFAA, we're going to continue the coverage here on WFAA+. Now take a look. We have the scattered thunderstorms that are not severe in Tarrant and Denton counties, but the tornado warning continues in Montague County. Right now, Jack County, you're really in the clear here. The concern is the southwestern corner of Montague County. Big hail falling in Bowie right now, very likely with that signature showing up on radar. The purples, the pinks there, perhaps up to golf ball size hail. If we could put velocity on, we'll kind of show you the very latest on these areas of rotation. We left WFAA showing you a couple areas of rotation, two of them. We have this old one here, southwest of Bowie, kind of on the weaker end where these greens and reds come together. A stronger area of rotation closer to Sunset. That's the area of most concern, kind of between Bowie and Sunset, right along 287. That's where we've been watching that area of rotation. This left Jack's, it was on just moments, I guess it's almost been an hour now. The rotation was south of Jacksboro. It was getting stronger. We saw it kind of pulse up east of Jacksboro, drop a funnel cloud, produce a funnel cloud, drop a tornado, then on the northeastern corner of Jack County, another tornado produced, and then as we look into Montague County now, Bowie to Sunset, there's where that area of rotation is. That's where our biggest concern lies at this point. So we've got the area of radar here showing you the very heavy rain, the thunder, the lightning, the dangerous hail certainly falling near Bowie right now. There's Sunset, this thunderstorm still lifting to the northeast. And it's headed toward Montague. Now Montague, you're right there on the edge of where this tornado warning is until 7:15. So certainly keep an eye on this. And why not go to your safe place now? I don't see there any reason not to. So you see this thunderstorm, it's going to start dropping some hail here very soon in Montague as this thunderstorm lifts northeast. Sunset, Bowie, that's the area right now of most immediate concern between the two towns and the two towns themselves. That's where the area of rotation is the strongest. That tornado warning until 7:15. We'll put a track on where that rotation is for you. Again, that area of rotation right now, really kind of approaching Bowie to Sunset. So we're going to mark where that is. And what we're doing here is we're putting an area, a rotation marker there between the two. And then we're going to track where it's going as it moves to the northeast. Moves into Montague. Again, Jason Joseph, thank you so much. Salona, it'll be there at 7:04. Montague, we just talked about Montague being in the path of this. 7:15. Bonita, 7:29. As it moves farther to the northeast. That again for Montague County. So right now, Wise County, I feel you're fine. Okay, this northwestern corner is fine. Jack County, this thunderstorm, the area of rotation now lifting into Montague County. We have seen several reports of rotation in that area. We've seen reports of funnels. We've seen a couple of reports of touchdown as well in Jack County. With some damage as well, and I believe we're still working on. Do we have some pictures? I see some pictures queued up here. Teresa Woodard here. Teresa, some interesting photos.
Yeah, so I want you to also take a look at this, Jesse. This was by someone in the Jacksboro area, and you know we always try to be very, very careful before we put anything on because we all know that not everything you see on social media can be trusted. But what do you think about when you see this? This is he says it's southeast of Jacksboro, and this was probably, like you said, we're approaching about an hour ago.
This makes sense. The timing of it makes sense.
Okay.
The location that he's mentioning also makes sense.
Okay.
This was the area where the rotation was at that time.
Okay.
And we also saw reports from trusted spotters in the area that we know of, that we were speaking with via the National Weather Service, report the same thing. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we have this.
And I know we have a few more photos as well. Let's see, that seems to be the same. Okay, this is the one. I was looking at this earlier when I was mentioning that we were seeing maybe some warehouse damage out there. This also tracks, I believe, because this is kind of some minor damage. You saw the warehouse look like maybe some roof peeled away. This looks like, it's kind of hard for me to tell, but I believe this is like a trampoline that's now up against a fence. Again, this also in Jacksboro. And I saw a clip of video that someone had posted as well that looked like it was all in the same area, that warehouse and this trampoline. And there may be another photo or two in there. But yeah, Jesse, this is the kind of thing that we're seeing. Doesn't mean that there's not something worse out there. And of course, if this is happening on your property, this is very scary whenever something like this is going to come through. So fingers crossed that this is the worst of it. We're still, combing through images and seeing if we can find anything else out there. Here's a view, Jesse, I think that you can certainly take a look at and see. What do you see from those clouds about 6:20 p.m. Outside of Jacksboro? This is the kind of thing I know you know exactly what you're looking at, and maybe the viewers at home don't.
Now this may not be possible. If it is, great. If it's not, that's okay. Is it possible to chroma key that picture for me to appear? If it's not, don't worry about it.
Is it? Do you think you could put that behind Jesse?
If not, it's okay.
They're going to try.
That area of lower, that does appear to be a funnel cloud, perhaps a tornado. There's that tree line in the distance kind of blocking the ground. So, can't confirm that it was actually on the ground, but certainly a funnel showing up there. And that makes sense. There's an area of rotation here. There's likely a tornado ongoing right now between Sunset and Bowie. So if you live in Bowie, if you live in Sunset, make sure you're in your safe place here. This is lifting toward Montague, lifting through kind of the heart of Montague County. Look at these velocities. I mean, Teresa, too, see this here, 95 miles an hour.
Wow.
This is just radar estimated here, and it does a good job of estimating the speed, too. So 95 mile per hour velocity being picked up here, that would be what we call the outbound winds. If you look here on the other side, you have this area of green, so very strong rotation showing up from Bowie down to Sunset. Now, Sunset The rotation, the strongest portion of it right here to your north. Bowie, you are certainly in the path of this, and I really need you to be in a safe place as we've had confirmation. Fruitland as well, Salona, you are right underneath where this rotation is. I highly, highly encourage you to get into a safe place. Make sure you have a safe shelter here. There's 287. There's 101 that runs through Fruitland, kind of connects here just on the south side of Bowie. There's 287, and there's 59 right there. That area of rotation, right? I mean, it is right there near Fruitland. I'm certainly concerned with what I'm seeing here. So again, we've had confirmation that we just showed the picture. We have a really good signature. There's McDonald on the south side of Bowie there. There's 81. There's the area of rotation. So I would imagine that this area is getting hit very hard right now by, at the very least, some damaging winds. If it's not a tornado, then over to Salona, some very strong winds moving your direction as well. These brighter colors, these peach shaded colors, that's where we're showing you that velocity of 80, 90, 95 miles an hour. There's the velocity showing 92 right now to the northeast of Fruitland. So very strong thunderstorm, certainly moving northeast. Bowie, you're right now, you are under the gun. Fruitland, Salona, this we'll call it a triangle here from Fruitland, Bowie to Salona. That is exactly where the tornado would be, right near 81, 287, and then farther to the northeast. We were saying this earlier, just to the south of 59. Okay, that's where this is it's running parallel to that. So if you live along 59 or south of it, make sure you're seeking shelter immediately, as this thunderstorm showing very strong signs of rotation, what is likely a tornado in this area. So I want to show you this picture, a couple of pictures that we had earlier, some damage in Jacksboro. It looks like maybe a trampoline flipped around there in Jacksboro, that from Stephen. So we did get confirmation of not only the strong winds, but earlier we saw storm spotters in the area report a funnel cloud, and there's one right there. This is from Jim Tang. He said lowering viewed northeast of Jacksboro. And this, I will tell you, we were looking at radar. This all matches. Jim says lowering viewed from northeast of Jacksboro, 620. By 620, that rotation was again really close to Jacksboro, and this actually lines up very well with what we've been talking about. So that whether it's making contact with the ground, it's impossible to say with this tree line here. And of course, we'll get surveys if the National Weather Service does them on what exactly touched down there. But certainly a funnel at the very least there on the horizon from Jim Tang. And so we've had confirmation of the funnel. We've had confirmation of a tornado in the area. We've seen some damage. This thunderstorm still intense. A very ominous view from Matthew Gaylor, the tornado southeast of Jacksboro. There it is. Wow. Pretty impressive there. So this all matches. The timestamps, we're going through these, the timestamps match. It all makes sense that this is likely what was touching down near that area. We saw, again, reports of damage from Jacksboro and then northeast of Jacksboro, northeastern portions of Jack County. Now the thunderstorm in Montague County, Salona, Bowie, Fruitland. There's the area of rotation right there along 287. Sunset, I want you to stay in your safe place here, because as we were watching this thunderstorm march northeast, it's quite, I can't tell you exactly where it's going to go. That's why we give you that track, and which we're going to do again here in just a second. We give you that track, and if you are in that track, you are in that potential for where that tornado is going to go. So right now, if you look at Sunset, that area of rotation just to the north, we had been marking and we've been mentioning Bowie, Sunset. In between is the area of biggest concern, and that's really where we're seeing that rotation take shape now, moving to the north toward Montague as well. Meteorologist Cassie Hyder is here, and she came in. Now, you're supposed to be here very early in the morning, and here she is at night. Are you seeing anything in your neck of the woods over there?
I was just looking at some of the latest reports, and it was showing that the tornado was reported approaching Highway 287 near Fruitland, and that was just a couple minutes ago, and that's going to be also 3 miles southeast of Bowie. But that's the latest that I've seen. Another spotter says they've got extremely strong winds at his location southwest of Fruitland, unable to measure as he was seeking shelter, and this was just a few minutes ago. And a new tornado warning will be issued for the rest of Montague County here soon.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, so we're seeing, there's a new scan actually that just popped in here. If we can Jason, if you don't mind, we'll take that rotation marker out. Well, this is Cassie, I know you worked in Oklahoma City for many years. You've gone through your fair share of tornado warnings like we've gone through here in North Texas. A very clear signature that we have. Strong rotation and what is likely at this point, at the very least, damaging winds, but perhaps a tornado here. How do you feel about that, Cassie?
Right, absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt. We've already seen confirmation of a tornado on the ground, and looking at radar, looking at that velocity, there's really no reason for me to think that that was actually not on the ground right now. Looking at that rotation, it is very apparent. It's very strong. It continues to lift to the north and east, and I mean, we've already seen confirmation of it, and there's just no indication right now of that weakening by any means. So I think the safest thing, especially, I mean, if you're in Bowie and not in your safe place, you're doing it wrong, but around Montague and then just areas anywhere north and east of there, until this crosses the Red River, we're going to be in it.
All right, thank you, Cassie. So again, strong rotation there in Montague County. Right now, that strongest area of rotation to the southeast of Bowie. It looks like the strongest rotation there just east of 287, moving to the northeast, kind of running parallel to 59, and that's what we've been talking about as we've been tracking the storm since it really started taking shape. We posted earlier before it was actually severe thunderstorm warn. We posted on social media. We're keeping a really close eye on this thunderstorm. It's in a more unstable environment, and eventually it became severe thunderstorm warn. And then fairly quickly, right near Jacksboro, it became a tornado warn thunderstorm. And then shortly after that, we were getting reports of funnels, getting reports of a tornado. So it just shows you how quickly this stuff can evolve. And it changes, it evolves very quickly. These are very, very dynamic thunderstorms. These are supercell thunderstorms, the most intense thunderstorms on Earth. They produce this very large hail. They produce these tornadoes. We were showing, querying 90 mile per hour, 95 mile an hour wind gusts potentially. Very dangerous situation there. There's Bowie. There's that area of rotation again, crossing 81, 287, lifting northeast right there by 59. So if you live there, up to Montague, I'm telling you now, if you live in Montague, just seek shelter. Now's your chance. There's no reason to wait for it to get closer and closer. Now's your time to do that. You can actually see, Jason, thank you for doing that. Jason, reading in my mind here, if you go a few scans back and then forward, you can actually see this area of rotation right here. All right, so I put my left hand where you have the green, the peachy color. That's where the strongest winds are. This is lifting northeast. So if you go through the last couple of scans, lifting north-northeast, right toward Montague, right near 59 as well. That's where that area of rotation has really tightened up near Bowie. So we're keeping an eye out in that area. We've had confirmation of a touchdown in Jack County. We've seen damage reports as well, Teresa. It's certainly been busy to the west of the Metroplex.
Yeah, and I'm just keeping an eye on I'm keeping an eye on everything on, this is not clearly a densely populated area. We all know that, but there are businesses and there are homes that are in that area right now that you're talking about that's sort of under the gun. So anyone who is, outside of Bowie, if you are at the Ford dealership, if you are at the feed store, that you are hopefully taking shelter right now. And as Jesse's been talking about, this is moving towards Montague, and you need to be taking shelter. And then, of course, this is going to keep heading up towards the Red River, so I'm sure Oklahoma is going to be under the gun tonight as well. So to reset, we are coming to you on WFAA Plus for our continuing coverage of this situation. We were on WFAA until the NBA took over at 7 p.m. If we need to go back there, we certainly will. We have meteorologist Jesse Hawila. We have Cassie Hyder. I know Jason Joseph, our weather producer, is also working tonight. And so we are, as a team, just trying to keep you updated, keep you aware of what's going on. Again, the latest information right there, that area you see between Bowie and Montague, that's the area of concern as we speak right now. Jesse.
Yeah, it's a strong area of rotation, Teresa. We've seen a couple of times where this rotation kind of builds up, gets pretty intense, may dial down a little bit. This is one of the times I would say it's been its most intense all night tonight. So if we look here right near Bowie, in fact, if we could zoom in a little, I'm glad that happened. We have our latest scan. This is very strong rotation. Let's zoom in if we can toward Bowie. There's 81. Okay, this area of rotation kind of right between Bowie and Salona. This is lifting northeast right by 59. So if you live, if you live in Salona, still if you live in Bowie or you live east of Bowie, you live along 59, you live east of 287 here, kind of the northeast of 287, I should say. You really need to make sure you're in a safe place as this area of rotation just continues to show signs of strengthening. So as we take a look there, there's our velocity. You can see the motion of this as well. Looking at a different product behind the scenes here. Trying to see if we see any confirmation of debris. I'm not seeing any clear tornado debris signatures at this time. The other problem that we run into, Jason, if we could zoom out, I want to show folks one of the things that we run into, the problems we run into is these thunderstorms get really far away from the radar. And the farther away from radar, it gets a little bit messier, the beam shoots a little bit higher into the thunderstorm. So the radar sits here in Fort Worth, shooting the beam out here. We have another one just north of Wichita Falls in Oklahoma. So that's, you're looking 70, 80 miles to the northwest of where the radar site is. So that beam gets a little bit higher into the thunderstorm. You can see the beam scanning right now back over that thunderstorm, still showing signs of strong rotation. This is certainly not what I would call a dead zone in radar, but you see this ring of purple. It kind of gets into that fuzzy area, so some of the signatures can look a little off. Can't be maybe as clear as we would like them to see, but I will tell you, with that being said, as we go back in, there's a very strong sign that the thunderstorm is very healthy, it's rotating, and there is very likely a tornado being produced with this one. You see those big, bright, orangey, peach colors here, that area of green, that right there is the center of rotation. This is maybe the most organized the rotation has looked all night. Again, there's Bowie. This is a kind of a different view of that. This actually looks much cleaner. The bright blues, the red, that right there shows you where the tornado is, and we just got a new scan in. This is from, I believe, the radar. This is north of Wichita Falls in Oklahoma. Cassie, is it Frederick, Oklahoma?
Frederick in southwest Oklahoma.
Southwest Oklahoma,
Yes.
That's where that radar is. Frederick, Oklahoma. So I believe we're on that radar site now. There's Bowie. Northeast of that, there's Montague. That's where the strongest rotation is. That's pretty impressive. Cassie, are you seeing any extra reports in chat or anything on social media? I know this, again, a kind of a rural area, so I'm just curious if you're seeing any reports.
I know. I was trying to look for any other reports, and there's really not a lot of new reports coming in. I'm going to look up here real quick, and not really. Around 7:11, it was the Weather Service was talking about the radar being messy because of the location of where it's at. But it appears the tornado may be on the far southeast side of Bowie, near Highway 81 and the 101 intersection. And I mean, looking at radar, it's definitely going to be just east of Bowie. If you live in Bowie, you have to be in your safe spot at this point, and it's moving right to Montague. It's moving there at about 35 miles an hour, so it's not a slow mover by any means. So you also, if you are in Montague, you need to be in your safe spot. But as far as any other reports, I'm not seeing that right now. We've already seen several reports of, earlier this particular tornado warning of there actually being a confirmation of the tornado on the ground. We've seen pictures, we've seen damage of not only the tornado, we've seen pictures of the damage, but also the tornado itself. We've also seen video of the tornado, and that doesn't mean that it's been on the ground all this time. It certainly can lift, and it probably has, but at this point, we just can't say that it has lifted right now. Because we're still seeing that rotation very clearly on our velocity product. Again, it's continuing to move off to the north and east at about 35 miles an hour. But where it's at, like you've been saying, it's just kind of in a spot where it is a little bit messy. We're kind of in between radars, but velocity, it's right there, just east of Bowie, in between Bowie and Montague, and it's still strong rotation as it lifts northeast. Jesse? It
is, and I was just looking at, Jason, if we can pull up the correlation coefficient from Frederick's radar, I'd like to show folks kind of what I'm looking at here behind the scenes for a second. I wonder if this is from, is this the one, I don't know if it's a way to tell if this is from Fort Worth's radar or the Frederick radar, but a little bit clearer view. There it is right there. So see this shaded area of blue here? What we do is what we look for here in this product is we try to see what's not rain that's being picked up by radar. Okay, so when you start to, this is a kind of a weird look here, but all of these reds, yellows, this is essentially radar saying, all right, this is rain. This is rain, maybe some hail. And then when you see these shades of blue like this, radar's just basically telling me, I don't know what this is. So this, is it debris? it very possibly could be here, there to the south of Montague, and there was a bit more of a clear signature closer to Bowie. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. I just kind of wanted to look at what that looked like here on our product here. But again, this is where that strongest area of wind is. It's likely picking up some dust at the very least, which is why you're getting this bluish shaded color. So very strong winds. Outside of the fact that there could be a tornado here, where we have winds we've estimated them, radar estimating 80, 90 plus miles per hour in the strongest part of that thunderstorm. So we'll go back to reflectivity here to kind of reset and show you the latest on the tornado warning. Looks like we have a new polygon that's been issued. If we could zoom out there. Now this one now includes parts of Cook County. So this is the latest tornado warning. It includes Nocona. It includes Montague. Montague, you're really kind of in a bad spot here. It's a very strong wind potential, very large hail potential. Right there where all that hail is falling. You look to the northeast. Munster, you are included in this. This is 82. 82 runs right through Cook County. It continues farther east and it runs all the way through Montague and farther west. So it's about, it'll be crossing 82 here shortly. If we put a track on where that area of rotation is, kind of pull it to the east, northeast, include Munster and areas to the north. There's Gainesville, there's Thackerville, so obviously WinStar is right there. So that area is under the gun too. We're going to keep an eye on that as it moves east northeast. Excuse me. There's the latest track. So Munster is included in this very intense thunderstorm where there's the area of rotation. If we track that area of rotation, it'll be in St. Joe at 733, Capps Corner 742. Bolker 746, Leon 752, then Jimtown, and then into Oklahoma right around 754. So this is on the northern fringe of our viewing area here in Montague County, but certainly Montague, St. Joe, Munster, all of these areas need to seek shelter, and certainly along 82. That'll be crossing 82 here within the next 15 minutes or so. So if you live right along 82, the hail core is already approaching. All right, but the area of rotation, kind of on the backside of where this thunderstorm is here, this is where the area of rotation is. This is where the really intense winds are right now. Montague likely getting pelted with some large hail at this point. There's 59, going up to 82. So that's kind of our biggest area of concern. If you live in Montague or you live right by 59 or just to the south of 59, between Montague and St. Joe, you are certainly under the gun for some, not only the threat for a tornado, but damaging winds, certainly. Some very large hail potential as well, as that's lifting to the northeast. That tornado warning that was just issued, for that threat of a tornado. Now we look at the hail size here. We're seeing estimates on radar from maybe 1 inch to 1.25 inches, maybe up to 1.5 inches. So, most of the hailstones are very likely in the quarter to $half size. There could be a hailstone up to the size of a golf ball. And there's the hail core. This product here shows you exactly where the strongest part of that thunderstorm is in the hail core is. So there's Montague. There's the hail size of 1.2 to the south of Montague as it lifts to the northeast, closer to St. Joe.
Flood warning.
Okay, Cassie, you got something new?
Yeah, we actually have a new flash flood warning that was issued for Jack and Montague counties. I'm going to see for how long. Technically, it's until 10 o'clock. I'm sure we're not going to have storms that entire time by any means. I was looking at some of the estimated rainfall totals, and right now I'm going to have to query some of this and see what it's saying. But just right around Bowie, it's saying 2.3 inches just in the past few hours, and kind of the same amounts towards Jacksboro. And what we've noticed, or at least what I've noticed since I've gotten in here and, been continuing to watch this tornado warned storm, is earlier it was moving very quickly. It was moving around 45 miles an hour, and since then it's kind of slowed down. So when you would get these storms that slow down, you can see all of the rainfall, associated with this particular storm. You're going to have some areas of flash flooding because it has slowed down and you're getting a lot of rain in a pretty short period of time. I'm going to put level 2 radar back on, and again, it's still just showing that tornado warning. It continues for Cook and Montague counties until 8 o'clock. Eventually, it will be crossing the Red River. But for now, I'm going to stop our radar and I'm going to put it back in velocity mode. I guess Jason's running radar, so thank you, Jason. I'm glad you can hear me. I'm still looking at that rotation. That rotation, our velocity product, it is still Very impressive. And earlier we were talking about how the rotation was right in between Bowie and Montague. That's still the case. It is headed right towards Montague. The latest scan, I love this, what Jason did. The velocity product, it's looking a lot more broad.
Yeah,
the rotation is more broad.
That's great. That's a good thing. And that's wonderful too. The other thing, we haven't really heard any reports. I know there are storm spotters and storm chasers that are following this thunderstorm into Montague County. And we're certainly not seeing any reports of a tornado at this point, which is great. However, it doesn't mean there can't be one. Let me recap for you. And we were just talking, during the newscast when this tornado warning was issued. So it was just a severe thunderstorm warning at first that was issued while we were on the news. And then very quickly it became a tornado warning storm. And then shortly after that, we had what would be likely the production of the first tornado. Then it lifted. And then about 10 minutes later, what is likely the production of a second tornado. So while the rotation is looking more broad right now, and that's great news, and we like that, from between Montague and Bowie, that doesn't mean it's over. Unfortunately, these things can re-tighten as they lift to the northeast. It's not impossible for the rotation to get a little bit stronger. And it's certainly healthy rotation. This is still a very healthy supercell, but that end where the rotation takes shape, where the tornado would drop, the rotation is not as tight and not as strong. Great news. We like that. However, we just want you to stay updated on this because it is lifting closer to St. Joe at this time. There's a loop of the velocity, and this is and you don't even have, just as a meteorologist, maybe I'm just used to seeing this, so it's obvious to me. But if it's not obvious to you, let me show you what's going on. This area of red, this area of bright blue, where these come together, and you see how it's actually getting less bright. Good news. That's where the area of rotation is. So the rotating part of this thunderstorm is right here. Kind of draw with my hands. There it goes right there. Now moving into Montague, at the very least, Montague getting some very strong winds with this thunderstorm. It does look like maybe they're coming down a little bit, but certainly damaging winds will be possible as this lifts farther to the northeast. Teresa, what you got?
I just want to reset for everybody. This happened, like Jesse said, right around 6:10 or so, I believe it was, when the first tornado warning came out for Jack County, and that was in Jacksboro. And of course, we know that we've seen reports of what appears to be very minor damage in Jacksboro. You're in the clear now, Jack County, but again, it's Montague, St. Joe, Bowie that we really need folks to be paying attention right now. To reset, we started on WFAA because this happened during the newscast. The NBA game then began. We went over to WFAA Plus, so you are watching continuing coverage of this situation as it unfolds right here on WFAA Plus, and we're glad you're with us tonight. I know meteorologist Jesse Hawila, meteorologist Cassie Hyder, and our weather producer Jason Joseph, everybody jumping in to help. This is a holiday weekend, so I know a lot of folks have plans with family. They maybe aren't really, dialed into everything that's going on, but they need to be right now, particularly in this area, Montague, Bowie, Salona, and St. Joe.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Very much appreciated. So you've been watching that. We've been talking about, this is the same thunderstorm, Teresa, that we've been watching since Jacksboro.
It's just sort of made that northeast trek.
Yeah.
And really more north, I guess, but it's just really made that trek throughout. Would you say it was kind of 59, parallel to 59?
That's right. So this weekend, now we're here on WFAA Plus, and the rotation's a little bit more broad at this point. So, just to get into a little bit of the nerdum side of it. So you see there the winds at the very least 76 miles an hour if it's, still the potential for a tornado,
and that was like 95 earlier, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we're seeing it go down.
That's good.
Very good news.
Doesn't mean we're out of the woods, and that's why I just emphasize to everybody that's under the tornado warning, take every tornado warning seriously. If you hear me say things are getting better and you're still under the tornado warning, take that as a sign of encouragement. Don't take that as a sign of, oh, time to go. Time to go outside. Just know that until the tornado warning's over, you need to stay in a safe place. It's just good to see that things are maybe improving a little bit. I believe we have some new wall cloud photos that we can show from sunset. So you can see this is this again was, so sunset is southeast of Bowie. This would be looking into that thunderstorm between Bowie and Sunset. So you see a little bit of subtle lowering here of this supercell as it moves to the northeast. That from Spike Davis on X. Thank you for sending that in. Again, strong supercell, There's another image from Spike, maybe a little bit of a lowering there as this thunderstorm was moving to the northeast, kind of away from sunset, maybe a little more pronounced lowering with this picture here from Spike. You know, you kind of see what we would call scud right here. That's not a tornado or a funnel, but you do see this little bit of a lowering, what we call a raggedy wall cloud. So maybe not the most well-organized wall cloud, but here in the rain area here, that's what we call the forward flank downdraft. So you get a lot of heavy rain, some hail here. This is the rain-free base. Where those two meet, that's where the area of concern is the highest, where the rotation would be. So we likely have a rotating wall cloud there, but I don't see a funnel, I don't see a tornado. So again, thank you, Spike, for sending those in. I'd like to go back to radar, kind of a wide view if we can, and talk about why this area has been favored for the risk of severe thunderstorms in general and the risk of a tornado that we've been seeing. And just to bring back home the fact that the Dallas-Fort Worth area is in the clear. There's not even rain in the Metroplex. Maybe a sprinkle in the far northeastern corner of Denton County. That's it. Okay, so the boundary that has been stalled out to the west, that's been the area of highest concern as we went through earlier in the afternoon and certainly this evening. We were watching for any of these little discrete storms that could pop up in the more unstable, humid, warmer air, and that did do that in Jack County. And then as it lifted to the north, what happens is these boundaries that kind of stall out, they can introduce better low-level wind shear, and as these thunderstorms approach, they kind of latch into those boundaries, then they can start to spin, and then it starts to ride along the boundary, and that's literally what we're seeing here with this thunderstorm. That was in Jack County, started near Jacksboro, is nothing more than a little bit of rain. In fact, I posted this on my Facebook and X. I said, I'm watching this area of thunderstorm activity in Jack County. Right now, it's not severe, but we're keeping an eye on it. 30 minutes later, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Jack County, then a tornado warning, then a confirmed tornado. Then you get the idea here. That's exactly why we were kind of focused in on that area and why we've been saying the Dallas-Fort Worth area and a vast majority of North Texas, from Paris down through Athens, all the way west into the Metroplex, and even over toward Mineral Wells and Granbury, not really overly concerned with a severe threat as we go through the afternoon and evening, but later tonight that could change, and we'll run you through the timeline here in just a moment. But we at least want to go back and talk about the flash flood warning that's in effect and the tornado warning that's in effect for parts of Montague County and then farther to the southwest into Jack County where there's been very heavy rain. This is the tornado warning for the western section of Cook County, the heart of Montague County, Montague itself. Probably getting some hail at this point, maybe up to quarter-size hail at this point, looking at the latest returns on radar here. Not as well organized as it once was. That's excellent news as this is lifting farther north toward the Red River. About to of course, the thunderstorm itself is crossing 82, but the area of rotation near Montague, that is soon going to cross 82. If we get a little bit closer there into Montague, Jason, and take a look at velocity, we can kind of see how does it look now compared to earlier, because as it was near Bowie, and between Sunset and Bowie, it was looking pretty strong, pretty tight rotation. Now, there's certainly some rotation, but it's much weaker and broad. So that's good news. There again, Montague, Bonita, St. Joe, this area still needs to just be in a safe place. Nocona, as this area of rotation lifts to the northeast into the northern section of Montague County. That's where the rotation is certainly the strongest. And again, we've been tracking this thunderstorm since Jack County, and we've seen some reports. We've seen the wall cloud pictures. We've seen the tornado pictures. So thank you for submitting those. Right now, I will tell you, I just don't see there being a tornado on the ground with this at this time.
That's very good news.
Yeah.
Because as it was sort of following that path up 59, I was getting a little nervous when you were talking about Bowie. And again, as I've said earlier, this is not a densely populated area, but there are homes, there are businesses, all there between Montague and Fruitland and St. Joe. And so you worry when you're starting to see some of that tighter rotation that had you a little concerned earlier, maybe about 15, 20 minutes or so ago. I was looking and I was thinking, oh gosh, there's a Ford dealership, there's a feed store right outside of Bowie, and I thought, goodness, I hope they're all taking shelter. We continue to comb all of those social media pages for all of the emergency management departments and the sheriff's departments and the police departments there. We're not seeing any any reports of widespread problems, and that's really good news as of right now. We did have, and I don't know if we can bring it back, but some of the minor damage that we saw in Jacksboro, or right outside of Jacksboro potentially. Okay, it sounds like we can't get our hands on that right now, but you guys have seen it. We've showed it multiple times. Just sort of some of the minor things, like it looked like a warehouse area, storage area that had some roof damage to it, a trampoline blown over, a piece of playground equipment. So if that's the extent of it, then boy, we were lucky, because we were certainly tracking this for quite a while, have been tracking this for quite a while. I know a lot of the clouds out there that have been captured in images that people have shared with us certainly look scary, and I know that there's a lot of folks who probably have been watching this tonight, and they're a little concerned and thankful for you, Jesse, and meteorologist Cassie Hyder for keeping everybody up to date. I think we maybe now can pull up. Okay, this is that damage I was talking about. Again, if this is your property, I'm sure that it was scary and you're not very happy about what happened, but all in all, it's not massive, but you can tell a little bit of roof damage here to that area. That's what I was referencing earlier, a bit of a trampoline that looks like it's been blown over and into a fence. And then I believe there's a piece of playground equipment kind of there, maybe a little bit of roof damage to the homes there. But all in all, this was out of Jacksboro, and maybe we started seeing these about an hour or so ago, and it looks like we haven't had any major reports of anything since then. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but we're crossing our fingers that is the case. Jesse.
Thank you very much, Teresa. So go back to radar here. We'll show you the very latest on what's going on. There's our supercell that we've been tracking since Jack County, since southeast of Jacksboro. Still a very intense supercell here in Montague County. So there's Nocona, there's 82. If we zoom in a little bit tighter, we have a new area of rotation that's starting to develop right there in the hook. So you can see that, again, there's that hook echo. We've been talking about this all night, this area where, so you see this, what we call bounded weak echo region, where there's a kind of a void of precipitation. That's where we're going to keep a close eye on for the potential for tornadoes, certainly the rotation. There again, the tornado warning for Cook and Montague now till 8 p.m., so 24 more minutes, 23 more minutes at this point. The area of rotation, the area of concern, there's St. Joe right there. That area of rotation, northeast of Montague. So we're going to watch that as it moves kind of likely east of Bonita. But if you live in Bonita, that's certainly, you need to seek shelter. There's the area of rotation right now. As we if we could go back to that other one if possible. So there's the area of rotation down here. This may be, again, moving, it's east of Montague. This is the area of concern right here. There may be an older area of rotation kind of falling apart, a newer one developing, likely kind of moving to the northeast between Bonita and St. Joe. That's going to be the area of concern. So here's 59. We were saying, and Teresa was mentioning, it's kind of running parallel. And by what I mean by that is the area of rotation was kind of running parallel. Now it's kind of approaching 59, moving maybe just along it, maybe just to the northeast of it at this point. So that's why we're saying if you live along 59 and up to 82, that is certainly your cue to get into a safe place between St. Joe and Bonita. There's Highway 82. That was the area of rotation. We'll go back to reflectivity and show you the very heavy rain and certainly the hail potential too that's falling in this area. That's the other concern. We're talking all about the rotation, but you look here, you see these purples, magenta colors. That's quarter to golf ball size hail potential between St. Joe and Nocona. Montague, very heavy rain, certainly tons of lightning, a dangerous thunderstorm either way, and maybe some small hail at this point. The strongest hail core is now to the northeast of Montague between Nocona and to the southeast. We look here, 195 strikes of lightning. This is just one cell here producing all of these strikes of lightning. So again, very intense thunderstorm. St. Joe over to Nocona, that's the biggest area of concern at this time. The tornado warning until 8 p.m. So we're keeping a close eye on that. Cassie, I wonder if you got anything else going on over there? I know that there's the flash flood warning that's in effect for parts of Jack County. We don't want to discount that as well.
Yes, we definitely still have that flash flood warning. What I was actually looking at, Jason, if you want to show the Ville product, I really like looking at this product because it shows you the storm strength. And what we notice with this particular product over the last, let's see what Jason, he's adjusting the radar obviously, but just kind of taking it back and looking at the storm strength. it's actually starting to strengthen more. What we notice is the storm itself is strengthening, but that doesn't necessarily mean that tornado threat is strengthening. We noticed that the rotation in this particular storm, it was looking a little bit more broad. So that's good news. There is still rotation with this storm, but it is lifting to the north and east. But the storm itself is still very strong, and that really hasn't changed a whole lot here in the last hour or so. So if we want to go ahead and put the velocity product back on, I do want to see what the rotation's doing, because we were noticing that the rotation looked definitely more broad, but it was going to be more east of Montague now, and it's starting to, it looks like it's becoming a little bit more clear. It's still a little broad, but here in the last scan, it may have strengthened just a little bit as far as the rotation is concerned. And so just as it moves off to the north and east towards the Red River, there could still be a tornado. We do not have confirmation at this time that there is a tornado on the ground. I'm looking at some of the reports, and it's definitely showing that the rotation is persisting northeast towards Bonita, and they're also seeing large area of hail. I know we've got our hail product too, if we want to show that, but at least up to golf ball size hail in Montague County. So that's going to be from Bonita all the way towards Montague. So if you don't have a tornado, which most people will not, that would be very isolated. Most people will see the very heavy rain and the hail alone could do enough damage. We know what hail can do, and this is going to be a pretty large hail core as well. So this is going to stretch from just south of Montague all the way towards just south of Bonita as it lifts to the north and east. So again, we're looking at potentially up to at least golf ball size hail as it moves north and east. So we've got the hail, we've got the heavy rain, we've got flash flooding. Certainly, we know that it's not a big, a hugely densely populated area by any means, but this is certainly not where you would want to be out and about or on the road. I'm sure it's blinding rainfall and obviously could do a lot of damage to your cars as well, Jesse.
Cassie, thank you so much. So, it's a good point here. Outside of the tornado threat, we have to worry about the very large hail. And of course, here in North Texas, that is a big problem. Hail is very damaging. It can be very expensive, obviously. It can harm you as well. So make sure you're getting into a safe place, even if you're not under the area of rotation. It's certainly some very large hail. Like Cassie was just saying, up to golf ball size hail. That's the concern here with this thunderstorm. So the tornado warning, there it is. You see how it's flashing here, so it's been adjusted a little bit, and so we'll talk about that. This is still until 8 p.m., so for the next 18 minutes, and at that point, it's likely going to be moving into Oklahoma. So we're going to continue to watch this here for the next 20 minutes or so before the core of this moves into Oklahoma and out of the WFAA viewing area. We also have a flash flood warning in effect for Montague County. St. Joe right now doing all right, just had a little bit of rain pass by, certainly tons of lightning. Well, if you're looking west on 82, you're just seeing right into the heart of this supercell thunderstorm. There's the hail core just to the east of Nocona. There's where the area of rotation is to the northeast of Montague. If you kind of triangulate it here, Nocona, Montague, and then right there is where that area of rotation is. Soon to be crossing Highway 82. Let's put let's put the velocity tracker on, if you don't mind, Jason. We'll kind of take a look at how the velocity is looking. Still a little bit on the messy side, but again, and we talked about this earlier, this is so far away from the radar, from both the Frederick, Oklahoma radar and the Fort Worth radar. It gets a little bit muddy as you look into it. There's still enough there, and that other one actually looked certainly a little more impressive in terms of the rotation. So you see these bright blues here, that red, that's where the center of rotation is. That lines up very well with that area of reflectivity I showed you where that little hole is, all right, where we're missing the hook echo, right? That's where the hook echo is. That's where we're seeing the rotation the strongest to the southeast of Nocona, approaching Highway 82. So St. Joe, you're likely going to avoid the area of rotation, so good news for you. Nocona, it's just kind of on your southeast side, and it's going to be crossing, so I will tell you anywhere between the two, that's the area of highest concern, and then certainly to the northeast of that as it lifts farther and farther to the northeast of Montague, closer to the Red River. It does look like it might clip parts of Cook County. That's where the rotation is moving. We'll try to put a track on that for you as it lifts to the northeast. We've been watching these thunderstorms move about 35 miles per hour on average. Hail, quarter to golf ball size. The rotation certainly still strong and certainly a concern. So as we kind of take a look at where the rotation is. We'll put a track on that for you as it lifts to the northeast up.
While you're getting the track together, I just wanted to give you a report that this had just come in from the emergency management from the city of Bowie, and the police department there had to close Nelson Street at Mill Street and Nelson Street at the Railroad Bridge and Decatur Street due to flooding, severe hydroplaning at Y Street and Pelham Street as well. So a lot of rain.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that report. We really appreciate it. That's the other dangerous thing here that we're concerned about. There's actually a flood watch in effect and now a flash flood warning for that reason because these thunderstorms are training over the same areas and they are dumping tremendous amounts of rain in a short period of time. So flooding clearly a concern here. As Cassie just mentioned, there's the area of rotation and the track. Bonita 748, Caps Corner 759, Belleville 808, Leon 810. There's the center of rotation as it's lifting to the northeast toward the Red River, soon to be in Oklahoma in about 15 minutes. But right now, the center of rotation crossing over 82. We take a look at the estimated rainfall over the last few hours here, where that flash flooding is a problem at this point from Bowie into Montague County. So if you do the math there, you're averaging 1+ inches of rain per hour, and it's just sitting and dumping over the same area. So you've got anywhere from 2, 3, maybe close to 4 inches of rain that has fallen there in Montague County, and even parts of Jack County too. So thanks for putting that on there. Bowie picked up about 3 inches of rain in a really short period of time. Still getting a little bit, and you're going to get more as we go through the rest of tonight. This is not it. This is not the only bit of rain that's coming. We have a lot more rain coming in overnight tonight and through early tomorrow morning. So Easter sunrise service is likely to be impacted with rain, but not severe weather in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There's a wider view. You can see why flooding is such a big concern now and why we have that striped flash flood warning from Jack County into Montague County. That's where the heaviest rain has just been kind of train tracking over the same exact areas over and over. So from Jacksboro to Bowie, that stripe you see there, that's where that 2 to 4 inches of rain has fallen. So 1.9 in northern Jack County, 2.3 a little bit farther to the northeast, and then 2.5 right now, and it's just continuing to dump heavy rain. That's near Montague right now. That's where the heaviest rain continues to fall. That is so if we go back, if we do a DMA view, I want to show you kind of a reset on what's going on and who's seeing what and who's not seeing what. Dallas-Fort Worth area, fine. It's not even raining in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Most of North Texas is not seeing rain. Western portions of North Texas, it's a different story. I'll be keeping a close eye on these thunderstorms developing southwest of Fort Worth, Stephenville, Granbury, Eastland up to Mineral Wells. We will be watching these. The atmosphere has been worked over at this point where these thunderstorms have crossed from Jack County into the north. So maybe not as much to work with as there previously was, but still an unstable environment west of Fort Worth. We'll watch those. The only warnings in place in North Texas. This flash flood warning, the green polygon for Montague down to Jack County, and then this tornado warning for Montague and western Cook County. That's where we have the intense thunderstorms. Everywhere else, it's either not raining or you're just seeing a couple rumbles of thunder. That's it. So we're doing all right for most of North Texas. Tornado watch in effect until midnight. So, as these thunderstorms that we're looking at to the southwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area kind of pulse up and down, I was watching the thunderstorms out in this area from Stephenville, Eastland to the southwest of Fort Worth. The reason for that is this area shaded in yellow where the tornado watch is until midnight is a semi-favorable area for the potential to develop a tornado. That's why the watch is in place. That's why I'm keeping a close eye on those thunderstorms developing away from that main area of heavy rain and severe thunderstorm activity to the northwest. So there's the tornado watch. If we pop radar back up, you'll see what I'm talking about. So this is where that front is stalled out. And then as you look, there's still the area of concern is kind of near this front, and then all of this stuff that's popping up ahead of it. That's where I'm going to keep at least a close eye on. There's nothing concerning at this moment, but that's exactly what happened in Jack County. We were watching thunderstorms pop up in that area, and on Facebook and X, I said, going to watch this area, somewhat of a favorable environment for severe weather. Then we ended up with this supercell now moving into Montague and Cook County. So we'll zoom back in there to Montague County and show you the very latest on that tornado warning that's in effect for another 11 minutes. It does not include Bowie. It does not include Gainesville, but it does include the northeastern half of Cook County. It does include the very northwestern corner of Montague County, And yet again, this thunderstorm still very impressive, a very impressive hook echo right along 82, rotation lifting to the north of 82 at this point. St. Joe, the rotation is moving away from you. Nocona, the rotation is moving away from you. The very large hail is also doing that as it lifts to the northeast. It's kind of getting into the Red River territory at this point. There's the area of rotation, the area of concern. Again, the tornado warning till 8 p.m. This lifting to the northeast about 35 miles per hour. It's a very rural part of North Texas. So, as that's lifting to the northeast, there are certainly communities that need to be paying attention, and I really hope they are, because this area of rotation, even vineyards in this area here in northeastern portions of Montague County, northwestern corner of Cook County. So 8 p.m. and there may be people out there. It's it's Saturday night. It's Easter weekend. People might be celebrating out there. It's 8 p.m. Almost 8 o'clock. So hopefully those people are paying attention. Some very large hail certainly showing up here on radar with those bright purples, those pinks. So we've had that concern. We've had the damaging wind reports as well. Teresa, we were talking earlier, just a few years ago, Jacksboro had a strong tornado. Tonight, parts of Jack County saw a touchdown. Yeah. But just minor damage from what you've seen so far?
That's what it appears, Jesse, and I'm crossing my fingers that holds true. So just kind of to reset for everyone, it was about 6:10 or so, I believe, when we got our first whiff that we had a tornado warning in our area. That started in the Jacksboro area. Jesse immediately cut in and started warning folks that they needed to take cover. We do have some pictures of some of that relatively minor damage that we were talking about from the Jacksboro area. This is from a viewer named Steven. You can see it looks like there's some roof damage, potentially the door to that, I don't know if that's a warehouse or a storage facility or an office or something like that, but it looks like the roof and then a door there did receive some damage. I know we also had some pictures of, like a trampoline that looked like maybe it was turned on its side, maybe some playground equipment that looked like it too was toppled over. That's the extent of the damage we've seen so far. I know meteorologist Cassie Hyder, who is here, also spoke about some potential flooding in the Bowie area. That was an area we were kind of concerned about earlier because it looked like it was really under the gun, the area between Bowie and Montague and Fruitland. And I have seen a couple of people posting about flooding in their neighborhood in Bowie. These, as Jesse has alluded to, these are not highly populated areas, but there are people who live here. And so there's a lot of folks tonight who, maybe they're trying to enjoy an Easter weekend with their family. And unfortunately, they're having to take cover and maybe watch, several inches of rainfall and the wind and the hail as well right outside their doors. Again, maybe we can zoom out to the map and we can kind of show people where this is. You mentioned, Jesse, this is an area, it's very near the Red River. There are, like you said, some wineries up there. That Thackerville area is where the WinStar Casino is. And so a lot of folks maybe are thinking this, I never go up to that area. Well, these folks do watch WFAA. They depend on us for their weather coverage. And so that's why we're on WFAA Plus, continuing to keep people up to date.
Absolutely. So, folks, and again, being Saturday night, Teresa, you might imagine people are out and about.
Totally. Absolutely. The casino is probably busy. It's a holiday weekend.
I would imagine so. So, new tornado warning has been issued for parts of Montague County because, just kind of reading here, this is moving pretty slow at this point before it's crossing the Red River. So if we zoom in, we can kind of show you the latest. This is, there's the area of rotation. It's pretty clear at this point. This is the hook echo right here near Bonita. This tornado warning till 8 o'clock. I believe we actually have this new one till 8:30. I know it's kind of hard to see at this point. Everything's really messy. There it is. There's 8:30 for Cook and Montague. Here's the polygon right here. Does not include Nocona. It's kind of right along 82. Very difficult to see, I know, just because it's so messy at this point. This is the old tornado warning here. If you watch my finger here, there you go. Thank you so much, Jason. There's the new tornado warning right there. All right, this includes that northwestern corner of Cook, kind of that northeastern corner of Montague until 8:30. Nocona, you're not in this. Munster, you're not in this. If we zoom in, I believe St. Joe is in this, or at least right on the edge of it. If we go a little bit farther to the south, right along 82. Right on the edge of it, St. Joe, there's 82. So you're actually not technically included in this. The rotation kind of here near Bonita, lifting to the northeast toward Capps Corner, soon to be the Red River. That's the biggest area of concern. So if you live in this area that we're highlighting here for you in northeastern Montague, or that very far northwestern corner of Cook, That's the area that's most risk of seeing perhaps a tornado. Now, there's Thackerville. I know a lot of folks probably know people out at Windstar at this point. They should be okay. Certainly some heavy rain and some lightning, some strong winds, not out of the question, but that pronounced area of rotation that we've seen just spinning and spinning since Jack County continues tonight in northeastern portions of Montague County, western portions, and I mean far northwestern portions of Cook County. This again, the new tornado warning till 8:30. There's the area of rotation. That's impressive. I will tell you that yet again, as it's been doing all night tonight, we'll see an impressive radar signature of strong rotation. It broadens, it weakens, then it kind of comes back together, it tightens, it strengthens. Now we're at that point where I'm starting to see it tighten and strengthen yet again. This rotation now east of Nocona, the center of the rotation is now north of Highway 82. So again, St. Joe farther to the south, Nocona farther to the southeast, Nocona right there, it's between the two and it's north of 82. So this area here of Montague County, that's where the tornado warning certainly needs to be taken the most seriously at this point. Every tornado warning is serious, but that's the area of highest concern is east of Nocona, northwest of St. Joe, north of 82, getting much closer to the Red River at this point. Radar estimating winds, so if you look at negative, just you can ignore the negative there, but we're looking at winds anywhere from 60 to 70 miles an hour, which is severe in itself, so that can do some damage itself. But there's the area of rotation, the area of biggest concern as it lifts to the northeast. There's our latest scan. Again, it's kind of, this is very far away from both radars. It's kind of in a weird spot. It's very difficult to see clearly, but we're seeing good signs of rotation there east of Nocona. So certainly the tornado warning needs to be taken seriously. That until 8:30. It might get canceled a little bit earlier if this storm can pick up a little bit of speed and it lifts across the Red River, but it's not there yet. It's getting awfully close to the Red River at this point. And that is our only dangerous thunderstorm at this time. That's where the flash flood warning is in effect. That's where the tornado warning is in effect. There's another flash flood warning to the southwest. We're seeing a couple of thunderstorms near the Metroplex. Remember we were talking earlier. Let's go back to those. These thunderstorms right now, they're not severe, but certainly something that we're going to keep a really close eye on. Metroplex is quiet right now, but you see these thunderstorms near Stephenville. This is something that we need to keep a close eye on as it's lifting to the north. Closer to Weatherford, closer to Granbury, these thunderstorms might start rotating. They might turn severe. I'm not telling you right now that there's going to be a tornado warning. I'm just saying this is an extra encouragement to have folks that download WFAA Plus and watch, because if you live from Mineral Wells to Weatherford, Granbury, Stephenville, these thunderstorms, taking a little bit more of an organized look. Okay, they're not severe, they're not particularly strong, but remember what I said earlier, any of these thunderstorms that start to fire off ahead of that main area and then lift toward where that boundary is may start to rotate. That would be a concern, and that's something I'm really going to keep a close eye on. But right now, those thunderstorms not severe. A little, thunderstorm in Stephenville right now, moving toward Lipan, eventually Mineral Wells, parts of Parker County, and then farther to the north. Those again, not severe. The only tornado warned storm or even severe storm at this point is still just in Montague County, and that again until 8:30. So we're keeping an eye on everything here. Right now, Teresa, it's just been kind of a busy night with that one thunderstorm, but the concerns still lie here with these extra thunderstorms building to the southwest of the Metroplex. Yeah,
absolutely. And that's why we are with you here on WFAA Plus. I feel like I've kind of repeated myself a couple of times, but just to reset, it was, it was during our 6 o'clock newscast when the first warning popped up, and that was in Jacksboro. We've shown you a few of the pictures. It looked like there was pretty minor damage in Jacksboro, and the tornado warning was in Jack County. Then it moved over to Montague and just kind of clipped the side of Wise up through Cook. So anyway, we've tracked this the entire time as it's been happening. We've also heard of a lot of rain and some hail falling as well. We know that in Bowie, I've seen a couple of images on social media of some potential street flooding in some neighborhoods there in Bowie. The good news, I think, of all of this is that the only images we've seen of any potential damage seems to be pretty minor. It looks like some roof damage just outside of Jacksboro. Also, like, some trampolines blown over and all of that. And it certainly tracks with what we were watching earlier as this all happened. Again, if you're not familiar with the area, this is the northwest side, really, of the WFAA viewing area. We're almost up to the Red River. Now you can see the rainfall there on your screen. That's a lot of rain. I mean, 3.5 inches in 3 hours. That's quite a bit of rain that's fallen. 2.5 up in Bowie, where the images I was seeing were coming from of some of the flooded roads and neighborhoods there. But again, if you're not familiar with the area, we're getting close to the Red River now, so getting close to being inside Oklahoma. Just to the east of where the area is that we're watching right now is WinStar Casino. There's a lot of wineries in that area as well. So I can imagine that on a holiday weekend, there's a lot of folks who are in this area. Maybe they're visiting and they're not really familiar with the area, but anybody who is in that area and those red cones really does need to be on alert. Jesse's been watching this all night long because as it started, it was sort of that tight rotation that was concerning, then it sort of broadened out, then it's tightened back up several times. And Jesse, I would imagine that's something that you have to be aware of, and folks at home need to be aware too, that when you say, okay, this doesn't look quite as formed as it was earlier, it doesn't mean to let your guard down, because at any moment, this is the type of storm system that could change just really on a dime.
That's right. And in fact, now that you say that, we're just looking at another radar product behind the scene as Teresa was giving us an update, and the rotation is actually getting a little bit stronger in this thunderstorm. So, Teresa is making an excellent point here. These thunderstorms, the rotation will intensify. It'll get tighter, then it weakens, it'll get broad. Now we're starting to see it get a little bit tighter here northeast of Nakona. There's a very strong signature of strong winds northeast of Nakona. There's the Red River right here, so it's getting very close to the Red River at this point. So potentially a tornado. If we zoom, I don't know if we'll have street views at this level here. I don't know if we can zoom in and look at some of these here. But that area of blue, certainly, that's some very strong wind. Looks like we're not going to get the street here, but you see this area of rotation. Capps Corner is right here. So kind of on the western end of Capps Corner, then going north of 82. This is where that area of concern is at this point. So we're going to have to watch for the potential for a tornado. Certainly strong rotation. And several ranches, our producer Masaki telling me that there are several ranches in this area. So this is the area of most concern at this point. The latest scan looks a little bit better. Hopefully it stays that way as it continues to lift to the north. Again, this is getting a lot closer to the Red River. So we'll continue to watch this north of Nakona. What I'd like to do is if we can go reset to a DMA view, show kind of where all the thunderstorms are. Then I'm going to run through the forecast for the rest of tonight because we have more thunderstorms that are coming in later tonight. And those most likely are not going to be severe for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Maybe severe in western portions of North Texas. So you see we're still watching these scattered thunderstorms near Stephenville, near Granbury. They're not severe at this time, but we need to keep an eye on them because as they lift north closer to the boundary, the low-level rotation starts to increase a little bit. The wind shear gets a little bit higher, so we're going to watch that very closely. You look to the northwest of that, from Bowie down to Graham, Albany, and Abilene, there's a big cluster of very heavy rain where we've seen 2 to 4 plus inches of rainfall in a short amount of time. So as we kind of take a look ahead here, that's what the radar looks like now. I want to go and kind of look through the rest of tonight. This is 9 p.m., so this model doing a good job of showing where all the thunderstorms are at this time. There's 10 p.m. Metroplex, still okay. We go through the Dallas-Fort Worth area, still looking all right at this time. There's 10 p.m. from Gainesville, Decatur, and Bowie. Farther to the southwest toward Coleman and Eastland at 11 p.m. Metroplex, a little rain. Maybe a rumble of thunder. The severe threat really remains to the west of the Metroplex. That initial batch of rain starts lifting to the north. That's midnight. Then we focus our attention to the stuff that's blowing up farther to the west, out toward San Angelo, the Concho Valley area, farther into West Texas. That's 2 o'clock in the morning. This could have some gusty winds, maybe some small to quarter-size hail potential at 3 o'clock in the morning. Still the Dallas-Fort Worth area doing just fine. This is 5 a.m. That's when the rain starts to move in. This is likely to be not severe at this time, just rain, some thunder, some lightning, maybe some gusty winds or some pea-sized hail, but I really think the severe threat at this point has gone down tremendously. Then we start getting into sunrise service time. So a lot of Easter plans at 7 a.m. Sunrise services take place around 6:50 to 7, depending on where you are. There's a likelihood of scattered showers and storms. So we've upped the percentage now to 70. 63 degrees the temperature around sunrise. Tomorrow morning it's going to be cloudy. It's going to be breezy. We go back to Timecast and show you the scattered showers and storms continuing at 7 a.m. But here's good news. If you have plans for Easter, so there's 7. Let's go to, we'll hit to the next pause at 9. There are the scattered shower and storms. So if you have Easter egg hunt plans around 9, 10, the rain really starts wrapping up very quickly and the sun starts popping out in western portions of North Texas abruptly. There's noon. Sunshine for the Metroplex. So it's not a washout of a weekend. We were saying that there'll be a lot of dry hours. In fact, most of Sunday is just going to be dry. Once we get to the late morning and the afternoon, we're looking at lots of sunshine throughout the afternoon and into the early evening. We have clear skies and we get to enjoy a couple of quiet days after that. Monday and Tuesday look dry as well until late Tuesday night. Wednesday, we'll see another chance for scattered thunderstorms. That threat doesn't look as strong as what we're seeing tonight, but there may be a couple of quarter-size hailstones. I can't rule that out. It is April. Late April, almost May at this point. That's kind of the name of the game with these thunderstorms. So higher coverage, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll see scattered thunderstorms into Friday as well. We just kind of stay unsettled as we get into next weekend as well. And then beyond that, we may have more scattered showers and storms in the area. So, spring is here. Unfortunately, we have this weather pattern in place. We need rain. The unfortunate truth is when we get rain this time of the year, it usually comes with thunderstorms, and when the thunderstorms come this time of the year, they're typically strong, like we're seeing tonight. So it's unfortunate that we're seeing that, but pretty unsettled pattern. Teresa, what's up?
Yes, so Jesse, we appreciate all the coverage tonight, and folks certainly need to be aware that this is what happens this time of year. If you're new to North Texas and you've never been through this before, this is sort of our typical patterns for March and April and May. You can see there on the 14-day forecast, there's a lot of chances for rain, which we need, but as Jesse said, unfortunately, this time of year, it often comes with those strong storms. So we have been on the air for about 2 hours now, tracking these storms as they move from Jack County through Montague County. We've talked about Jacksboro and Bowie and Montague and Fruitland and many areas that were sort of under the gun. This is now heading up towards the Red River. We know that folks in Oklahoma are going to be on the receiving end of it now. You can see that wide image now. And Jesse did have his eyes on, some of those smaller storms that are popping up like in Granbury and out by Eastland and Stephenville. Nothing of concern right now, but he's just going to keep his eye on that all evening long for you. And if something develops that you need to be aware of, you can trust us. We will certainly let you know. Absolutely. And
earlier, Teresa, I was just talking to meteorologist Cassie Hyder over here. We're still watching those thunderstorms southwest of the Metroplex. Yeah. Cassie, in fact, Jason, if you want to zoom in there towards Stephenville and Heinco, that area there. Cassie, what you got for us over here?
Well, we were watching that area that's going to be in Erath County. And so that's going to be just to our south and west of the Metroplex. And there is an area of rotation, something we're going to continue to watch. It's lifting north, and it's going to be just west of Heinco. And it's moving towards Highway 281. So it's lifting due north. And at this point, I would say that it looks like it's lifting pretty quickly. It's not strong rotation by any means, but it's certainly there. And it's going to be just south of Highway 6, it looks like. So there's where it's actually moving right towards what I believe is Claret. And that rotation is actually starting to strengthen a little bit more. And I can tell that you are looking at, reflectivity there. Now you've got the velocity product on, but there's definitely some rotation. There's no warning on this right now, but we are watching it very closely because any one of these storms, especially out west, there would be the capability that they could become tornado warned, as we've seen this evening, but there is definitely some rotation within that storm right now, Jesse.
And I'm just here pointing it out. So, Cassie, thank you so much. That's the area that Cassie's been keeping an eye on behind the scenes here. And there's 281. So that area of rotation, we were saying earlier, as these thunderstorms lift north closer to that boundary, you get a bit of enhanced wind shear. So it gets a little bit more of a favorable environment for some rotation, and that's what we're seeing here. And like Cassie said, It's not tornado warned. It's not a severe thunderstorm right now, but I'm just letting you know that it is something that we're keeping a really close eye on as this lifts to the north. That rotation looking fairly decent, Cassie.
Yeah, it's still definitely there. And again, there's no official tornado warning, but you know, I'm telling you, if there are people, if you have friends, family, or if you live in Claret, I would be in my safe spot, because it doesn't, just because there's no tornado warning on it doesn't mean that there's not a tornado there necessarily. Because looking at this rotation, I would say that there's certainly a good possibility. There's definitely rotation. I'm going to look at our bill product and see what that's looking like. And as far as I can tell, it continues to strengthen as it moves just north of Hyco. So again, it's lifting due north. It's not moving towards Dallas. It's not moving towards the Metroplex, but it is moving due north. Looking at, let's look at level 2, Jason. Okay, yeah. So you've got our velocity product back on, and what you notice is there is a little bit of a hook echo. It doesn't look like a classic hook echo by any means right now. It doesn't look strong, and yeah, the velocity product is definitely there. This is a rotating supercell. It's moving due north. There's Highway 281. There's Hyco. So if at this point, if you live in Hyco, I think you're fine, because this is actually going to be to your west, and it's lifting north away from you. But in Claret, I would be in your safe spot. There's no need to risk it just because there's not a tornado warning. Again, that does not necessarily mean that there's not a tornado, because looking at radar, just with all of the tornado warnings that I've seen in my time, this is certainly a possibility there. If you live in Alexander, go ahead and get in your safe spot. Looks like it would this would stay off to your east, but it's certainly there. I can see that Jason's doing, he's querying the data. So gate to gate shear 85 miles an hour, velocity product showing 65. There's definitely a rotation. I'm looking back at the chat to see what the latest is, and they're still continuing that tornado warning that's closer to the Red River that should be in Oklahoma fairly soon. But I'm not seeing any new information on the storm that we've been watching. The latest scan, it almost looks, I mean, it's definitely there. It's not terribly strong. It's not the strongest rotation I've ever seen, but it's very evident. It's very clear, Jesse. What are you thinking?
Yeah, totally. I'm actually pretty concerned with it, to be honest. Like you said, it's not the strongest rotation we've ever seen, but there's certainly a clear signature there that it's rotating. So concerned nonetheless, and we're going to keep an eye on these as they lift farther to the north, closer to the boundary, not toward the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but closer to the boundary. It may start to increase its rotation a little bit more. So it's not currently tornado warned. The only tornado warning we have right now is from the same thunderstorm we've been tracking all night. It is in Montague County, and it's about to cross into Oklahoma. So if we can zoom in there, I will show you the very last section of this tornado warning. So it's now for Jefferson and Love County, which is Oklahoma. There's the northeastern portion of Montague. There's northwestern Cook. That rotation starting to cross the Red River into Oklahoma. We have some new video I'd like to show. I believe it's ready for us. So we've been watching this thunderstorm all night tonight. This is some video from James Forbes. Look at this tornado near Jacksboro earlier today. Again, we had confirmation from storm spotters in the area of this. Obviously, we're seeing video confirmation, and based on the time and location of this, it makes clear sense that, in fact, we are looking at certainly the wall cloud. And you actually, if we can let this play again.
Keep letting it play, Jess.
Yeah, if we keep.
It comes in.
Yeah, so if you look back, so you see here, there's the rotating wall cloud, and watch there, right there's the funnel. If you look very closely, he zoomed in. Perfect job on this video. Very clearly a tornado doing damage here. Excellent video here from James Forbes showing the rotation. So you can see, oh, there we go. As he should get into maybe a safer place here, is getting video there of that tornado there in Jack County. Excellent video. We'll probably come back to that here in just a second. That tornado formed from the same thunderstorm that we've been watching all night. It's the same exact tornado, or same exact thunderstorm that's responsible for producing the tornado warning in Cook and Montague County. We are so far away from the radar side at this point that it just gets into this messy ring here. There's the area of rotation crossing the Red River at this point. So again, you know, if you're still under that warning for the next 15 minutes in Montague, stay in your safe place for sure. There's no reason to just get out of it. Just give it 15 more minutes. However, the rotation is starting to cross. It's still broad across the Red River at this time. That's the latest on that. So as we take kind of a wider view of radar, we'll take a look back at those thunderstorms southwest of the Metroplex. Cassie, I know you're keeping an eye on those. And
yeah,
how are they looking now?
Honestly, I'm very surprised that there's no tornado warning on this storm right now. That's going to be just north of Hyco. The rotation,
Wow.
it's clear as day. It is moving, it's still moving north. I would say it's moving at about 35, 40 miles an hour, but the rotation continues to tighten. And the hook echo on the reflectivity that Jason was showing you there, it's also looking more and more stout. You can see that, yeah, if you're in Claret, if there is a tornado on the ground, that's where it's going to be, eastern sides of Claret. And so this is basically, if there are cars on 281, they're going to be in the path of this. This is going to, again, continue to lift north. Still not seeing an official tornado warning, but I'm telling you, if I had family and friends in this area, they would be in their safe spot. I would say that this should be a tornado warning. There's no official warning on it right now, but there's not been a clear indication on radar, as far as I'm concerned, where you see the velocity product and you have rotation there. It's in the last scan, I just saw it's starting to weaken. It's still there, but it did weaken a little bit. So that's some good news. If we could do a storm track on this, Jason, when you get a chance, just so that we can let people know, where exactly this storm is headed to. We know, Claret, you've, clearly been in the path of this for a while. It's going to be on the eastern sides of Claret. And it's basically moving right along Highway 281. And looking at the next towns it's going to be in place just north of that, it's going to be Selden. See what we can use our measurement product. And I'm going to see this is going to be 7 to 8 miles south of Selden, where the center of this rotation is. So looking at our storm track that Jason has done, 8:22. So it would be at Selden 8:22. Right now it's 8:15. So you've got about 7 minutes before where if we were to have a tornado on the ground, then it would be there. I'm looking at some of what they're saying on the weather chat. Okay. I'm still concerned about this particular storm. We're looking at Welcome Valley at 8:29, and then also 8:34. We're looking at Stephenville if the storm continues to lift to the north and continues to show this rotation. But even in the latest scan, now we've got the latest scan, and it continues to weaken. It's still there though, Jesse. So we're just going to continue to monitor it very closely.
It's got an interesting shape to it, I will tell you. It's something to certainly keep an eye on. So thank you for keeping an eye on that for us, Cassie. Again, not currently tornado warned, but fascinating thunderstorm. You got a bit of a hook echo there north of Hyco, between Stephenville and Hyco along 281. So we'll watch that as we go to a wider view. Remember we were saying these are the thunderstorms that are developing southwest of the Metroplex that we'll watch really closely. They're not severe, but they lift to the north. They're moving into a slightly more favorable environment, especially with wind shear. That boundary still stalled out right here. So as these approach that boundary, they start to tap into a little bit better low-level wind shear. That becomes the concern, and that's what we saw in Jack County. And right now, that thunderstorm, I'd like to go back to the tornado warning in Montague. This is starting to clear the WFAA viewing area. The core of this thunderstorm now in Oklahoma, the rotation right along the Red River. That's going to do it for this thunderstorm for us here in North Texas. We'll take a look at velocity one last time up here. Again, Nocona, you are now in the clear. That rotation is crossing, like we said earlier, crossing the Red River. We'll give it a second. There it is right there. It's now into Oklahoma, or right on the Red River. So again, those areas that if you happen to live right on the Red River or just to the north, in Oklahoma, you have friends or family in there. That thunderstorm now moving into Oklahoma, away from Windstar. So if you have any friends or family at Windstar, they're okay at this point. The rotation farther to the west, closer to Leon, north of Nocona, moving out of the WFAA viewing area. So thank you again, Jason Joseph, for running radar tonight. We'll take a wide view, show you the thunderstorms that came through earlier. Can we do if we could do like a 3-hour loop? I'd like to go back to Jack County if we can, Jason. And I'd like to also show this thunderstorm. And I see the video queued up. Guys, I'm going to take that video here in just a second. Not just yet, but I'd like to, if that's okay. Masaki, is that good? Cool. Okay. Cassie got it. Okay, so let's actually, before we do that, meteorologist Cassie Hyder, if you'd like to go ahead, you've been watching this thunderstorm. You know, seriously, everyone give Cassie credit here. She's been tracking this thunderstorm southwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, spotted the rotation, was calling it minutes and minutes before we were getting this warning. And what are you seeing, Cassie?
Jesse, I'm still just watching it, and we're still just seeing some really strong rotation. It's very isolated, and it's really not moving all that fast, because we've been talking about Claret now for quite a while. We've been talking about how it's basically on Highway 281. Now I would say that it's basically on to Highway 281 or just east of there. So it continues to lift north. I'm going to put this in play. The hook echo on this alone is very impressive. It's very classic supercell. It continues to lift to the north. We've got very heavy rainfall with this as far as the hail core is concerned, because we know that we've been seeing just quite a bit of hail. Really not seeing a lot of that with this particular storm, at least looking at radar. So that's great news. But again, if you're in Claret, I would be at this point, it's just going to be to your north and east. It's not a bad idea to be in your safe spot, but the two towns that I would be concerned with, Jesse, help me out with this particular city. The one starts with the D. I don't want to mess that one up.
You know, Defoe, I'm not actually, honestly, not 100% sure.
Okay.
And sometimes we run into that, these smaller communities of North Texas, and they have their very unique pronunciations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I would, in Defoe, I would definitely be in your safe spot. If you're there, if you know people there, you know how to say it, you know what I'm trying to say. We just want you to be safe. So Selden, Johnsonville, that is also where this particular storm is headed. And it could go right in between those two, and that would eventually lead it towards Highway 67. So if you happen to know people that might be traveling around this area, you want to call them and give them a heads up, because you definitely, don't want to be anywhere near where this storm currently is. It's so isolated, so it could be a little deceiving. You could be just seeing some clouds and maybe a storm in the distance. But what I'm going to do is put level 2 radar back on and just kind of zoom out. And even with this particular storm, there's maybe a couple of lightning strikes. So you see a storm in the distance, you see a couple of lightning strikes, but you may not actually see a tornado. But you do see that we've got now officially the tornado warning for Erath, Hood, and Somervell counties. So I'm going to see how long this is. Okay, it's going until 8:45. So it's 8:21 right now. So we've got basically another 25 minutes to go. And to see what the National Weather Service is saying, how quickly this storm is moving. So they're saying it's moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. That's kind of what we've been seeing here as of late, that these storms, they're not speeding by any means, but they're not slow movers either. So 35 miles an hour, that's not really going to give you a whole lot of time. I see Jason, he's doing a storm track on this tornado warned storm, and this has the tornado. If there were to be a tornado on the ground, we're looking at Selden at 8:20. Okay, well, it's 8:22 right now, so 8:20, it's already in Selden. Okay, Selden, it's there. Johnsonville, 8:24. So you've just got another couple minutes to go. Paluxy, we're looking at 8:43, and then Tolar at 8:54. So this storm, again, it's going to be tornado warned. Something else that we could be seeing with this storm that could cause a lot of issues is going to be the hail. Right now we're looking at maybe up to quarter-size hail with this storm. And let's see, it's also going to be, when the warning was issued, 13 miles southeast of Somervell. So putting this back into motion. Okay, so you're looking at our velocity product right now. Still seeing that rotation. It still looks pretty strong to me.
Wow.
Yeah. it just continues to lift north. It's so isolated. And the problem with when you get these isolated storms is it's got all this unstable, environment to work with. And it's just feeding off basically this air that's unused. And it's running into this unstable environment. So it's basically feeding itself. And it continues to lift north, and it's going to continue to be very strong. Right now you see that velocity at 76, gate to gate shear at 105. Again, lifting to the north. So if you know anyone in Erath, Hood, Somervell counties, make sure to tell them to take shelter. I'm going to put this in the latest scan, and it's looking stronger to me. Okay, just so I'm actually looking at our reflectivity product. Jason, I know you've got velocity on there. You can see the hook echo. It's clear as day. If we can actually, we can look at our CC product. I just want to see our correlation coefficient product, and I am very curious if we were seeing anything. Okay, so we're not really seeing anything on correlation coefficient, so that's good news. I'm not seeing anything that really stands out to me. And when you get in some of these areas, I know that there are people that live there, right? We've got our livelihoods out there. We've got homes and businesses, but it is not going to be as densely populated as if we were going to be maybe a little bit closer to the metroplex. But nonetheless, that could be why we're not seeing anything on correlation coefficient. So I'm looking at some of the reports, and it's showing strong rotation now in Erath County, northeast of Claret, as we've been saying, approaching Highway 235 just east of Highway 281. TDS now apparent in Erath County, confirmed tornado in progress. So there is a confirmed tornado in progress in Erath County, and this is going to be just east of Highway 281, and it's lifting to the northeast. So there's Johnsonville, there's Selden. Again, this is lifting off to the north and east at about 35 miles an hour. You can see where Chalk Mountain is. I think Chalk Mountain, you're going to be out of it. But to fall, again, this is going to be just to your north and west. The good news is it continues to lift due north. So if you're there, you're completely out of it. But if you're in Johnsonville or if you're in Selden, this is going to go right towards you. And this is also, again, lifting just due to the north. So Johnsonville, you're going to be a lot closer to where the center of this rotation is if we do have a tornado on the ground. And the latest report was showing that there was a tornado on the ground. You're going to be in this path. So thank you, Jason Joseph. Again, our producer, he is helping us out behind the scenes, and he is doing a track on this storm. Again, lifting to the north and east, and it's moving at about 35 miles an hour. And better news is there's not a whole lot of cities in this view. So we've got Johnsonville, 826. Okay, it's 826 right now. It's there. We know where it's at. You can see the center of that rotation. He's moving the radar around so we can kind of see if we can get any other cities to kind of populate on here, because so far what we've noticed is this rotation, it's not weakening. Okay, it's still very strong. Biloxi, eventually it could move towards Biloxi, but what we've been noticing is it's kind of been lifting just due north. So not necessarily north and east. When you get a chance, thank you, Jason. Okay, so we're going to try and do another track on this. So Bluffdale at 8:49. And again, it's 8:27 right now. So maybe another 15 minutes if I'm in Bluffdale, if I know anyone in Bluffdale, even just whoever, just let them know that there is this storm coming. And so far, we've actually had a tornado warning that this is a confirmed tornado, so on the ground, and that's going to continue to lift off to the north. So again, this is going to be Erath, Hood, and Somervell counties until 8:45. It's 8:27 right now. We've got another 20 minutes or so to go on this, but like we've been seeing with some of these storms that have been producing these tornadoes, they've kind of been longer track tornadoes. They're not on the ground the entire time. Sometimes they kind of lift a little while and they touch back down, but we have not seen this really weaken a whole lot in the last couple of scans or so. Usually when you see it weaken, that might mean that it's maybe lifted at least temporarily, but as of right now, I'm just kind of looking at this and it's still showing that it could potentially still be on the ground. That velocity product it's still definitely showing that rotation. Looking at some of the storm reports, and it said the tornado will move northward toward east of Highway 281 and approach Highway 67 in the next 20 minutes. And that was just a few minutes ago, Jesse.
Remarkable storm, Cassie, truly, and we're watching this closely. And as you said, the rotation very strong. We saw the debris signature as well on radar. In fact, Jason, let's put up correlation coefficient here. I'd like to show folks this because pretty clear debris signature here, a little bit larger than Cassie. So that's no one's fault. I just walked in without thinking about it. It's my fault. So here it is. This area of blue, and we've talked about this product before. What this is radar is able to tell us okay, well, I know all of this is rain, maybe some hail, so it paints it in this purple color, if you will. And then what it doesn't understand, what it doesn't know what it is, that's when it paints it in blue, and that's where you start running into debris. So there's very likely a tornado ongoing here. There's very likely tornado ongoing here southeast of Stephenville, and that's where Tarleton State University is for reference here. So if you've heard, Tarleton State University is in Stephenville. If you go down 281 or east on 67, that's where the debris signature is between the two. This is an impressive looking supercell. I wouldn't say this is one of the more classic looking ones that we see, but it's certainly impressive. You see very well defined bounded weak echo region, so good inflow coming in here. On the backside of this thunderstorm, that's where the rain cooled air is pushing out, so that's where the area of rotation is. What an impressive, that is absolutely stunning to see on radar. That is a very strong supercell, a very well organized one too. These last scans here from about 5 to 15 minutes ago, really just an impressive thunderstorm east of Stephenville at this hour. So that is, again, the tornado warning for Erath, Hood, Somerville until 8:45 tonight. Glen Rose, you are included in this tornado warning. The latest couple of scans here, if we go back like 5 scans or so, roughly, wow. So very intense. So these big bright colors that are so close together, that indicates the strong rotation. So there's 8:15. Very intense rotation here at 8:25. Notice how over the last couple of scans, those colors have gotten a little bit less bright. Let's keep that going. It's certainly very strong still. I'd like to see this continue to downtrend a couple more scans, but certainly strong rotation. And what is likely at this point, a tornado on the ground right near 67 between Stephenville. There's Johnsville. There's Selden. So Johnsville, you've got to seek shelter now. I know this area, we've been sending out these alerts. We're here live on WFAA Plus with continuous coverage of these tornado warned storms. The one that was in Montague County is now gone. The tornado warning is gone. The tornado warning now that we're really paying attention to, there's FM 2481 going through Johnsville. That's where the area of strong rotation is. That is certainly the area of concern right near 67 in the intersection of FM 2481. That's where the biggest concern is. So right there in Johnsville, strong rotation. We saw debris signature on radar confirming that there is likely a tornado doing damage on the ground there in Erath County. It does not include Stephenville. Okay, Stephenville, the more populated area of the county, that is not included. However, that is certainly the concern east of Stephenville. This tornado warning again for Hood County and Somerville counties as well. We'll be watching this as it lifts to the northeast, and a lot of folks likely wondering, let's zoom out a little bit to show kind of a track of this thunderstorm and where it's headed, even farther out toward the Metroplex. Will this thunderstorm, I will tell you, a thunderstorm, it's not impossible by any means, but if this thunderstorm lifts farther to the northeast, it would put it closer to the Parker-Tarrant County line. So we're going to be watching that carefully. But there's, let's put a track on this whole polygon, lift it to the northeast. If it holds together, it could clip parts of Parker and Tarrant. I would think that at this point, as it moves farther to the north and farther to the east at least, it may weaken a little bit as it gets into this area where it's been a little bit more stable. I will watch it very carefully. But yes, it is possible from Parker to western portions of Tarrant County. It's certainly not out of the question. There's the timeline from Glen Rose 8:39, Granbury 8:56, Lipan 9 o'clock, Center Mill 9:10, Baker 9:15, Brock Junction 9:23, Weatherford 9:30, Willow Park 9:38, Springtown 9:53. Now we're looking at almost 2 hours from now. That's an hour and a half as it gets closer to Azle, Pelican Bay, and Briar. What will the storm look like in an hour and a half? It's impossible to say. I will tell you that, this time it's 8:30. We lose the sun. We didn't have much instability in this area of North Texas. The instability kind of stayed farther to the west and down to the southwest and then closer to the front. So as that thunderstorm lifts northeast, I will absolutely, and meteorologist Cassie Hyder will absolutely keep an eagle eye on this. But to say, Tarrant County should just be on the lookout. Tornado warning, Erath, Hood, Somerville counties till 8:45 for that thunderstorm east of Stephenville. It's basically smack dab in the middle between Stephenville and Glen Rose. Again, getting confirmation, and I think our producers probably hear that as well, that there's been some damage in the area of Erath County. Getting at least at the reports of tornado debris signature in the area. Cassie, have you seen anything else since you've last joined us?
Actually, I was a little concerned with this other storm that's going to be just north and west of Morgan Mill. It's showing velocity that there's some rotation there. It's not as strong as the one that we've been watching in Erath County, but it is there nonetheless. It's going to be northwest of the storm that we've been tracking. Currently, there's no tornado warning on that one, but if I'm going to see what towns are going to be just north there. It's either Patillo or Portillo. But it's lifting north. If I'm in Patillo, I would be in my safe spot. This is going to be another area of rotation. I'm going to look at reflectivity, and I mean, it's definitely a supercell. There's definitely rotation there. As far as a hook echo, there is a little bit of one. It's not as classic looking as what we typically would be looking for, but it's rotating and it's lifting north. It's lifting at about 35 miles an hour, as most of these storms have been, but that's just another storm that we've been watching very closely. Also continuing to watch that tornado warned storm that we've been talking about, that is going to be just north of Johnsonville. So at Johnsonville, at this point, you're basically out of it. It's going to continue to lift north, and I'm trying to zoom in a little bit closer on radar to see where else this might be going. Luckily, there's not too many towns terribly close by that I'm seeing at least showing up on our radar. But the next town down the line would be Bluffdale. So that is the next area that we would be concerned with. So again, it's lifting north of Johnsonville. It's lifting north of Highway 67. It's basically on Highway 67, but then eventually it would be on Highway 377, but we probably have another 10 or 15 minutes to go before it does get there. But Bluffdale, if you have any friends or family in Bluffdale, call them, let them know they need to get in their safe spot. And I'm looking at some of the reports coming in, and the Weather Service is saying that Erath County tornado appears to be about to cross Highway 67 if it's still on the ground. So exactly what we've been saying, Jesse. This storm, it's crossing Highway 67. It's probably, at this point, it would be just north of the highway, but it continues to lift north. The tornado warning continues until at least 8:45. It's 8:36 right now, and so far we haven't seen a whole lot of indication that this particular storm is weakening a whole lot. What do you think?
No, you're totally right. If we saw that gate-to-gate velocity of over 100 miles an hour, just kind of showing the strength of the rotation there in Erath County. There's 67 right there. So Stephenville, you're fine. If you're watching from Stephenville, you are at a safe place. 67. It's lifting north, kind of northeast into parts of Hood County. So Bluffdale, 852, you got about 15 minutes to get into a safe place. That's where this area of rotation is moving toward. If we could do a wide view really quickly, I'd like to show folks kind of the wide view of radar and what's happening across the area if they've just joined us, so they know what to expect. So there's the wide view of radar. We did have, we had those tornado warnings from Jack County, and then they kind of lifted up through Montague County. That is now into Oklahoma, where it's still tornado warned. Flash flood warnings in effect for Jack County, and then as well as Montague County. That's where the heavy rain has been falling. And then we go farther to the south, that's our tornado warning. Everywhere else is fine. Dallas, Fort Worth, you're totally in the clear at this moment. And still, we're watching these thunderstorms to the southwest of the Metroplex, and we're going to watch them as they live farther to the north. But right now, those under the gun will be parts of Erath County, Hood County and the northwestern corner of Somerville County, kind of near Glen Rosen to the northwest of that. That's our area of concern at this time, our strongest thunderstorm that we have, and Cassie's been monitoring that as well. Jason Joseph, our producer, has been watching radar and moving it for us. Thank you so much for that. Flash flood warning continue northwest of Metroplex. Most of North Texas is fine. So if we're not mentioning your area, we're not mentioning your towns, it's just because you're okay. We're only focusing on the thunderstorms that are causing problems right now, and we'll zoom back into that. We'll zoom back into this thunderstorm down toward Hood County, and as we do that, and we'll get back to that in a second, I want to show you this video as we zoom back down. This is from earlier today. Again, Jack County had a confirmed tornado, and we'll show you that video of the tornado that we got earlier today. So here again, there's the area of concern. This video from James Forbes in Jacksboro. So if you look off into the distance there, and we'll play this video for you, you can actually see the area of rotation. There's a rotating wall cloud, and if you watch carefully, and he does a splendid job here of zooming in, just really amazing video here. So you see the rotating wall cloud, he was zoned in on it, and then you get the funnel, and then you get the dropping of that tornado right there. You can actually see it. You can see it violently spinning in the distance. Right now, there's, it makes connection with the ground before he zooms in. I believe we actually have it before it condenses. And then he zooms in, and you start to see the rotation. So there again, there's the wall cloud rotating. You see the funnel, and then it starts to drop very abruptly. Look how fast that happens. I think that's an important note. You see how quickly that happens. It goes from looking kind of ominous to very clearly dangerous in just a matter of seconds. Just a few seconds. There's the tornado whipping up lots of dirt and debris there in the distance in Jacksboro. Again, thank you for sending that video in.
I don't know if you can see it, but off in the distance, you could see parts of that roof just kind of flying around the debris in that video as well. And
Really?
I believe that is we have some pictures of that roof damage. That's what we've been showing earlier. But if you look really carefully, you can see a couple of pieces of debris flying around.
Let's go back to that.
Yeah,
let's go back to that.
It's hard to see. I'll kind
Come on over. Yeah.
No, well, I'm gonna talk you through it where I just noticed it when we played that video. If we could play the video one more time, and you can just see. Okay, again, you're gonna have to wait for it because, as you said, Jesse, it kind of is getting set up right now, and it's gonna be a few seconds before.
It's crazy how fast it happens, too.
And that's, I think, really educational for folks at home to watch this because
right
there you go. It starts. And then when he zooms in, just kind of look in the funnel and you will see just a couple of small pieces. You're starting to see that tree over there.
Right here.
Yeah. See that tree, that car is very lucky. They weren't right in the middle of it. Okay, now look and you can see a couple of pieces of roof debris that start flying around. There you go. There's a couple. See that right up there, right above where your hand is?
Totally. Yeah, so that's, and we had confirmation of that through pictures earlier as well.
Yes.
And we'll work on getting those up for you. But in the meantime, so thank you, Teresa, for that. That's sharp eye. Better eyes than I have.
Well, I was watching it for a while before we were able to put it on TV. We always want to vet everything and make sure that what we're showing is accurate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So now we take a look at the other tornado warned storm. So that one was earlier today in Jack County. That thunderstorm produced the tornado in Jack County, kind of lifted northeast, and now it's into Oklahoma. Now we're watching this tornado warned thunderstorm in Erath County. We'll zoom in a little bit and show rotation. So it's still a strong thunderstorm, still a dangerous thunderstorm. There's the back end, so this area right here is where the rotation is. It still looks good. And by good, I should say good as in for the thunderstorm. It looks healthy, like a thunderstorm is potentially producing a tornado. Obviously a bad situation here to the east of Stephenville, where we are watching very carefully. We did have a debris signature earlier. I'm not sure if there's anything new that's popped up, Cassie, or any reports in the area. I know there are storm spotters in the area and people relaying information, but that rotation still looks fairly strong.
Yeah, it's definitely still there. It looks like it might be occluding a little bit as it lifts to the north. We're going to watch it very closely, but I was looking at some of the reports coming into the weather chat, and spotter Chris Jackson sent a picture to emergency management Jamie Moore of the tornado north of Hico, and it's very clear that, there's a really big wall cloud and you can see the tornado that was likely on the ground. There's no indication that there is still a tornado on the ground. We still see that rotation. It's not terribly strong, but it's still there. I certainly wouldn't let my guard down anytime soon. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer to see what other towns might be around here, but The closest one still, we've been talking about Bluffdale. Bluffdale's still going to be down the road, and I see Jason's got a storm track, and it looks like it would be in Bluffdale about 8:56. So a little bit closer to about 9 o'clock. The storm continues to lift due north at about 35 miles an hour, and eventually it would be near Bluffdale, a little bit closer to 9. And that is also going to be right on Highway 377. And the Weather Service is actually going to go ahead and reissue that tornado warning because we knew that, originally it was going to expire at about 8:45. It's just too soon for that tornado warning to be expired because we're still seeing clearly that rotation as it lifts to the north. And eventually down the line, what I'm going to do is zoom out a little bit closer. We've been concerned about, maybe some of the bigger towns that this could impact eventually. If this storm were to hold together, we've been concerned about maybe, as far north as around Tarrant County. If it were to move in Tarrant County, it would probably be closer to about 9:20, 9:30-ish or so, but that's still ways down the line. There's a lot that can happen with this storm as it gets a little bit closer. What do you think, Jesse?
Oh yeah, totally. And that's, something to remember if you live in Tarrant County. Is this a reason to panic? No, not by any stretch of the imagination. It is something to watch though. And Cassie, you know, meteorologists, we've both done this for so long, but a supercell producing a tornado or rotation that long, that would be really impressive.
Yes.
So
yes.
That's not a common deal, I should say, for folks, to have a supercell drop a tornado and then, 60 to 90 miles later still be producing a tornado would be certainly not impossible. That is by no stretch of the imagination like unheard of, but it's certainly not as common given the setup we have right now. So like I said, if you live in Tarrant County, watch it. If you live in Parker County, watch this, please. We're going to continue to track this for you for the foreseeable future here. But again, that thunderstorm lifting to the north, there's the tornado warning. It looks like I believe it's been reissued. If we could, sorry, Jason, I apologize. There it is. Okay, it looks like it's been extended farther to the north. So new tornado warning now for Erath and Hood County till 9:30. Granbury, Lipan, both included in this. This is lifting to the north. Again, Parker County at this time is not included, but this thunderstorm as it lifts to the north, and we will now track it for you. The old tornado warning has been removed. This is the brand new tornado warning for the next 45 minutes as we track this for you. It's in eastern Erath County. It is now moving into Hood County. The rotation's still impressive. Here's the latest track on that. Bluffdale, that'll be in your area at 8:47. Toller around 8:53. Lipan 9:06. Oak Trail Shores 9:10. Dennis 9:20. Brock 9:26. Weatherford 9:40. Pumpkin Center 9:43. Hudson Oaks at 9:45. Again, that's a brand new tornado warning that's been issued for parts of Erath and Hood counties until 9:30. That tornado warning is for that supercell that Cassie has been watching. Again, Cassie was watching this thunderstorm, with credit to Cassie here, watching this thunderstorm before the tornado warning was issued. Then the tornado warning was issued, and again, these are life-saving minutes, folks. I mean, we were here on WFAA Plus tracking this thunderstorm before it was tornado warned. We were mentioning on air how that's the area of concern where these thunderstorms are popping up well ahead of this other area of showers and storms that they could start to rotate. And lo and behold, we have it, and we have a pretty strong supercell here. And as you take a look kind of into the thunderstorm, we're seeing the area of rotation on the south end of this supercell inside the thunderstorm. Right there is where the rotation is. This is moving directly toward Toller. So if you live in Toller, you know someone that lives in Toller, this is your heads up. You have about 10 minutes before this area of rotation moves through your area along 377. There's the area of concern, the area of rotation inside the thunderstorm right there. As we take a look, if we could, Jason, and I appreciate that. You could leave that up if you'd like, the rotation, and then we could track that again if you don't mind. For those that may just be joining us, I know we're sending alerts out as well, trying to show folks that we're here on WFAA Plus. If you just joined us, this is the only tornado warned storm. It's the only severe thunderstorm in all of North Texas. All right, so this is moving into Hood County at this point. It does not include the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but it does include, it does include It does include Hood County, and that's where this, in parts of Erath County, as it's moving to the northeast. So Bluff Oaks, 853, Toller 902, Oak Trail Shores 917. The other thunderstorms at this time are not severe or not dangerous. This is the one that we're most concerned with. We will be watching these two to the southwest of Stephenville. There are severe thunderstorm warnings popping up. This is just west of the WFAA viewing area, closer to Abilene. We are watching those as they start to approach farther to the east. But if you look to the north, that's just a flash flood warning in Jacksboro up to Bowie. So it's not a tornado warning. I shouldn't say just a flash flood warning. Those are still dangerous. I'm just saying that's not a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, but some very heavy rain and flooding is a concern here in Jack to Montague counties. Then you have this tornado warning for Erath and Hood County. It's the only storm, and we're going to be watching these two to the southwest of Stephenville. Those are a concern. Now, here's the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You see the tornado warning lifting. You see the tornado warning storm lifting to the north. Will it clip parts of Denton County? Will it clip parts of Tarrant County? It's what we're going to watch very closely. If you live in Parker and Wise, I'm telling you now, you just need to keep updated because this thunderstorm lifting your way. No, I mean, I don't see how you avoid it at this point. I mean, it's lifting due northeast, I should say. So it is moving in your direction. If you live in Tarrant and Denton County, certainly something to keep an eye on as well. That's our only tornado warned storm, and we will zoom back down to it. Thank you so much, Jason, for the wider view there and showing the heavier thunderstorms to the northwest. These isolated ones are the ones we have the highest concern with. From Granbury over to Lipan, if you live in these areas, you really do need to seek shelter as this thunderstorm has a history of showing a tornado debris signature, meaning there was a clear evidence on radar that there was debris being picked up. So with that being said, there was likely, can't confirm for sure, but very likely a tornado in that area. I believe my IFB battery just died. It started making a horrendous noise in my ear there. But there, again, east of Stephenville, going toward Granbury, that's where that tornado warned thunderstorm is. Cassie, I'm going to get this IFB battery changed real quick, if you don't mind, and give us an update.
I was just monitoring the velocity product from that tornado warned storm, and it continues to look like it's definitely there. I'm not going to say that it's gone. It's definitely there, but the last scan, it looked like it was weakening. But we've seen this before. These storms, they weaken, then they strengthen, and they weaken and they strengthen. They just kind of go back and forth, and they do that for quite some time before eventually they die or move outside of our area. But right now, we're still watching it. We still have this tornado warning that is going to be for Erath and Hood counties until 9:30. And one of the reports the Weather Service was saying this tornado, it would be moving northward into the Beacon Lake subdivision along Farm to Market 2481. So if you know that particular subdivision, just make sure that you are in your safe place. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer so I can see it's moving into what would be Bluffdale here shortly. But it's still there. We definitely still have rotation at this point. Looking at least on radar, it doesn't look like that this tornado would necessarily be on the ground. We might have a wall cloud, but I would definitely be in your safe spot if you do live in Bluffdale. And again, this is going to be basically eventually along Highway 377, I would say in less than 10 minutes or so. And Jason, he's got the tornado warning up on Erath and Hood counties. And again, this is going to go until 9:30. So this is 8:51. There's still a little bit of a hook echo. But it doesn't look as strong as what it did earlier, but it's still very much there. Looking at some of the other reports that we've been getting in, and still seeing a lot of delayed reports from the storms that we were watching earlier around Montague County from the flooding. There was reports of water coming into homes, water over roadways, and stranded cars in Nocona. And so with these storms, they've been producing some very heavy rainfall. There's been quite a bit of lightning. So that's why we, also had the flash flood warnings for some of those northern counties. But we've been definitely a little bit more concerned with the potential of a tornado that is going to be southeast of Morgan Mill. It's going to be well southwest of Granbury. I am going to stop our radar. I'm going to actually put this in reflectivity mode. And Jason, if you can, what I'm curious is using our measurement tool, How far away is this from Granbury? At least is Jason not here? Okay, no, he is here. Okay, maybe I think Jesse was probably on the phone with.
You're good.
Okay. Well, Jason, thank you so much. We're doing a lot here behind the scenes, but it's the center of rotation with this tornado-warned storm. It's going to be roughly about 20 miles southwest of Granbury, and it's also not heading towards Granbury. Granbury, you might be a little concerned because you definitely have rain. You've got some rain there. As far as lightning, you can see the lightning down to your south, so you're probably hearing some of that thunder. So it could be a little scary because this is a tornado-warned storm. And technically, Granbury, you're in this tornado warning. But looking at where this rotation is and where this rotation is headed, it would likely stay well west of Granbury. Jesse, what do you think?
Yes, totally agree with you. And Cassie, I want to show you this picture from earlier that we saw on X from Dr. Chris W. Jackson.
Yes, that's the picture that I saw coming in on the weather chat.
Pretty remarkable.
Yes.
And again, this was the thunderstorm Cassie was watching very closely before it was tornado warned. And I got to tell you, these are the life-saving minutes that matter, or seconds even. Teresa, we were talking earlier through that video. And how it's like, you see something going on, kind of, and then like that, there's the tornado.
All of a sudden you see debris.
It happens very fast, right?
Right.
That's why we say these seconds, the minutes actually really matter.
They do.
Meteorologist Cassie Hyder watching that thunderstorm before it was tornado warned by minutes.
Yeah.
We were talking about that here on WFAA Plus, and this is what it produced, and this is that tornado that was north of Hico. So look at this from Chris Jackson. This is a classic looking wall cloud. So this is your wall cloud right here. This is the area it's rotating. That's the area that we're spotting on radar. And when it gets really, really tight, you drop a tornado. So that's what we have here. So this is that rotating wall cloud right here near Hico, the north side of Hico. And that right there is the tornado. So we have confirmation here from this picture. That's very clearly a tornado. I have no question about that. And that right there is one of the better defined wall clouds that I've seen. So great picture there. We will continue to use that. And so thank you again for sending that. We appreciate it. Very interesting, very good ground truth to this tornado warned storm in Erath County. It was north of Hico. Now this thunderstorm still kind of moving to the northeast into Hood County. The tornado warning until 9:30. It includes Granbury, so it's moving to the northeast. We can also see the chance for some large hail as well. That is certainly not out of the question here. That tornado warned storm, as it lifts to the north, will be impacting Toller, Granbury, Oak Trail Shores. Lipan is technically included in this tornado warning. I suspect that the rotation will stay just to your east. However, these things can be erratic, so just make sure you're staying updated and stay in a safe place. And I'll just tell you right now, I'm bringing my phone on to TV. I'm not texting. I'm not emailing. I need this as a very important tool that I can keep track of a couple of things. So I know it may look odd for a second, but I am using my phone here for just a second as a tool to track a couple of things here. So again, that is where the area of rotation is. It is getting a little bit weaker, and Cassie mentioned that. Meteorologist Cassie Hyder showing how it has weakened a little bit. Good news. We want it to keep doing so. Cassie, thank you so much. Cassie, thank you so very much for all of your help. Toller over to Granbury. That's the area of rotation, the area of concern. We'll put a track on that. Glen Rose at this time, the rotation I feel is comfortably to your northwest, and Pecan Plantation I would still keep an eye out. But Glen Rose, this seems comfortably to your northwest because the storm is moving to the north. So you are doing okay in Somervell County. But if you live in this area, and this is Jason Joseph tracking this for us, I mentioned Toller, Oak Trail Shores, Thorpe Spring. So 901, 915. That is your timing for this as it moves north. Toller, you're certainly in the direct path of this area of rotation. There's Thorpe Spring to the north of Toller as that starts to lift to the northeast. If we widen out a little bit, I'd like to show where the Metroplex is relative to this thunderstorm, if that's okay. There's the Dallas-Fort Worth area right here. The rotation to the southwest. There's Fort Worth. There's Burleson. There's the area of rotation. It's lifting to the north-northeast. So this could impact parts of Parker County. Tarrant County, it's not out of the question, okay? So if you live in Parker or you live in Western Tarrant, I want you to at least be paying very close attention to this thunderstorm as it lifts to the north. So Springtown, Weatherford, Center Mill, Toller, all in the path of this thunderstorm. Hudson Oaks 948, Willow Park 955, Springtown 1007, Sanctuary 1013. Excuse me, that is the track of where the area of rotation is the strongest. Again, it's not impossible that it creeps a little bit toward Tarrant County, but right now it does look like Parker County would be next in line. And we have some good news again. It is at least showing some signs of weakening. And as I mentioned before, that does not mean, oh, Jesse said it's weakened, we can get out of our safe place. Stay in the safe place while you can. Another interesting thing, we have flash flooding to the north. So we've got this tornado warned storm, which again showing at least some signs of weakening. I still see a very strong rotation signature right on the Erath Hood County line. In fact, if we put on our velocity scan, I can maybe take a look at that. We've got so much going on here tonight. We've got the flash flood. So I'm seeing an area of this right here. This is where I'm concerned. So we had kind of this old area of rotation. We might be getting a new area of rotation. Behind it, there's Toller. So let's track this area here. This is the latest scan that just came in. So that's the area that I'm going to be more concerned with now. And this happens sometimes with these supercells. So we had this old area of rotation kind of jet to the east, and then maybe a new one starting to come together just to the west of the collapsing area of old rotation. That's going to be, again, the same areas are going to be impacted. You're going to see the same places from Bluffdale, Toller, Oak Trail Shores. That's going to be the area that has the highest chance to see the rotation pass by. So if you live in those areas, you're under a tornado warning. You need to seek shelter for sure as that lifts to the north. That's our only tornado warned storm. I do want to talk about, Jason, really quickly if we could, go up to Montague County. So we know that new area of rotation, but also seeing reports here that US 82 is closed in both directions in Montague County. So because of flooding. So you see we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for this area. But here's Highway 82. So near Nacona here in Montague County, highway, getting reports from the sheriff's office there that area of 82 is actually closed because of high water. So there's 3.9 inches of rain. Remember, this is just within 3 hours. To a Texan, that may not sound like a lot of rain. 3 hours, 4 inches of rain, that's serious rain, and that's going to cause flooding, and that's what we're seeing. And unfortunately, there's still very heavy rain falling in that area, so the numbers are only going to go up. So again, getting reports that US 82 closed in both directions because of flooding and water over the road. And we always remind folks, turn around, don't drown. There is no reason to attempt crossing a flooded road. It takes just several inches of water to move a car, so don't even risk it. We see those problems every year, and this is certainly one of those. Very heavy rain, hail even. Nacona, just being hit over and over. Not tornadic, but certainly a flash flood concern here along US 82. Very heavy rain, severe weather possible here with damaging wind gusts and up to quarter-size hail as that moves to the northeast. There's that flash flood warning that extends from Jacksboro through Bowie up to Nacona and much of Montague County. That is until 10 p.m. A wider view, if we go to the DMA view, shows you that the Dallas-Fort Worth area is still in the clear here. Nothing going on in the Metroplex. That's the thunderstorm I'm keeping a very close eye on in Granbury. In Hood County, that's the tornado warned thunderstorm that's causing concern. And we did see that picture earlier. In fact, if we have it up, or we can get it up in just a moment, I'd love to show that picture again of the wall cloud and the tornado in Hyco. To the north side of Hyco as I'm kind of looking through a couple things. Yeah, we'll pull that up if you don't mind. There's the thunderstorm that's tornado warned moving into Hood County. This is the same thunderstorm. This is what it produced earlier north of Hyco. This is from Chris Jackson. What an incredibly well-defined wall cloud right here. That's our wall cloud. This is the base of the supercell. This is where you get the very heavy rain, the hail falling right here. You've got the rain-free base, you have warm, moist air lifting into the thunderstorm, and then you have a tornado dropping right here. I mean, really incredible photo showing the structure of this supercell, the wall cloud, and the tornado it produced. This is north of Hyco earlier tonight. The same thunderstorm that we're going to go back to on radar is still tornado warned for parts of Erath and Hood counties until 9:30. So there it is right there between Granbury and Morgan Mill. There's some hail too, certainly falling in this area, kind of an elongated supercell, kind of an interesting formation here. You know, supercells typically a little bit more compact. This one's kind of stretched out a little bit. So there could be up to quarter size hail. There could be, even on the outside of where that rotation is, maybe some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds or hail size, estimating somewhere between 1.5 inches hail size. So that would be between quarter and ping pong ball. With this thunderstorm. So let's go ahead and zoom back in. We'll pause radar, show where the rotation is at this time. We're getting reports of rotation still on the stronger side of things. So we take a look. It's a very clear sign of rotation. This is very strong rotation. You know, Teresa, we've seen this multiple times tonight where, and you can speak to this based on the video you saw. Yep. So at some point I might say, well, the rotation weekend.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. It's not that I don't know what I'm talking about. These thunderstorms, they can do both. They'll weaken, then they'll re-strengthen and retighten. So seeing some really strong rotation near Toller. And
you have been talking about this all night in that separate track that we were covering earlier in that went from Jacksboro up through Montague and Bowie. How it was, you know, the rotation would tighten, and that was when you were quite concerned, and then it would kind of change a little bit as it moved north, and then it would kind of tighten back up, and when it tightens, that's when you have your highest level of concern. And you can see, as Jesse was saying, that's the situation he's been tracking here, as it was sort of near Stephenville and Hyco, and now we're talking about Bluffdale. This is the same system. It just kind of gets more strong, and then it gets a little bit weaker. And so that's why Jesse and meteorologist Cassie Hyder have both been in here all night long tracking this as it changes, because in a moment's notice, it could get to the point where, you know, this is serious, and so you could be under the gun. That's why they continue to tell you, if you are in this track, get to your safe place, know where you're going to go, be ready, because in a moment's notice, it could strengthen and do some damage.
And that's what we've seen tonight. And it's such a good point that you're making. It's what we've seen tonight. And you know, the unfortunate thing is we look at this area of rotation right there on the line of Hood County and Erath County. There's likely a tornado at this point. If we take a look here at the velocity signature, you're going to see this bright blue area, this bright red area, kind of just to the east of Bluffdale, moving toward Toller. If you live in Toller, you really need to get into a safe place. There is likely a tornado at this point with this thunderstorm. If we take off the track and take off the rotation marker, I want to show folks what I'm talking about here. So you see this bright blue area right here and this brighter red. This is very tight, what we call gate-to-gate rotation, gate-to-gate shear. Okay, there's very likely a tornado ongoing right now just to the south of 377, so just east of Bluffdale, just south of 377, just southwest of Toller. This is the area we'll track for you, if you don't mind, Jason. Thank you so much. This is the area right here that is likely where a tornado is, between Bluffdale and Toller, just to the south. That's lifting to the northeast. Again, these thunderstorms have been moving around 35, maybe at times 40 miles an hour. This is the latest track. So Toller, you have about 5 minutes to get into your safe space. This is very important that you do. Remember, you want to stay away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your home as possible. That sometimes is a closet. That is sometimes a bathroom, a bathtub. You just want to get as many walls between you and the outside and get away from windows and doors. That's the goal here. And again, there's likely a tornado ongoing southwest of Toller, that lifting to the northeast. Granbury, I'm watching very carefully for you, because that rotation southwest, although it's kind of moving in a more northerly direction, sometimes there's a couple things that happen here, and it might be happening now. I was going to mention, sometimes these thunderstorms will reproduce a new area of rotation outside of where it's already rotating, or they'll take a shift to the east when they get a little bit stronger. So I'm watching this area of rotation. This could be a new area of rotation developing near Toller. There's 377. That could be a brand new area of rotation. And we've seen that a couple of times tonight. In Jack County particularly, I'm thinking about how we did see Jack County have the supercell produce a tornado, and then a new area of rotation farther to the east of where the old area of rotation died off. So that could be doing the same thing here. as I kind of look at I'm looking at some stuff behind the scenes here. I'm looking at some of the other thunderstorms, kind of inspecting them near Mineral Wells, closer to Weatherford. I don't see anything terribly concerning at this time. The one that I'm really concerned with is this one near Toller. That's where the rotation is by far the strongest, by far the most concerning area of rotation. There could still be some hail. I would say at this point, hail is, while it is a concern, it's the least of my concerns. I'm really more concerned about this area of rotation and perhaps a new one trying to form. So I'm going to keep an eye on velocity here very carefully. That's why I say if you live in Toller, you really do need to seek shelter immediately or get into that safe place. I'm sure the tornado sirens are going off. 377, it's approaching 377 as we speak. That is our only tornado warned storm, our only severe thunderstorm warned in the area. I am seeing that there is a tornado being reported near Bluffdale. So that tornado warning has been radar indicated. Now that tornado warning is being confirmed. So we are getting confirmation there is an observed tornado in that area near Bluffdale. So from radar indicated, which again we were kind of teaching earlier, we were talking about earlier, you have a couple different types of warnings. You have radar indicated tornado warnings, which is no one has actually seen a tornado, but the velocity is strong enough that there could be one, so we indicate that we want you to get in your safe place. An observed tornado warning means someone has actually spotted, taken a picture, and shown that there is actually a tornado, and this one is confirmed. So we have observation. So we have an observed tornado warning in this area near Toller. Kind of a messy-looking velocity signature, but we'll put reflectivity back on to show you. This is the area of rotation right here. You see this hook? That's our hook echo right there. There's Toller. It's 9. There's 90. This is the scan. It's 909 right now, so this scan a little bit behind here, but this is where that area of rotation is, kind of lifting to the north. So kind of a lot of mess being pulled into this thunderstorm. So Toller, you still need to be in your safe place. The area of rotation very close by as it lifts to the north. We'll continue to watch it as it goes further into Hood County and out of Erath County at this time. So, Teresa, are you seeing anything else, any other reports?
So good news, we have not seen any damage reports from this particular storm in Erath, where the warning is in Erath and Hood County. We've not seen any reports of damage. I do, while we continue to want folks in Bluffdale to be on alert, and of course, Granbury are in that area as well, so just be alert. I do, while we're looking at the radar here, want to talk a little bit about Nocona, because Jesse has mentioned that there was a lot of rain up there, and we are seeing some images from the Bowie area and from Nocona that just have some flooding in some neighborhoods there. I know Jesse had mentioned earlier that according to the Weather Service, Highway 82 is flooded as well, and so really encouraging folks, if you are there, that is very far to the northwest of the immediate DFW area, but if you are in that area, just stay home. You certainly don't want to try to get out and get caught up in any of those flooded roads that we're hearing about. Again, the main focus of that would be Highway 82 outside of Nocona. But again, you are looking at the tornado warning that is currently in effect and is in effect until 9:30. So 19 more minutes that we're going to have to be watching this at least. And this is for Hood County. And you can see right there that area where Jesse was most concerned about was in Bluffdale. It had just moved north of Bluffdale. So if you are in that area, you definitely need to be alert. As Jesse was telling you, this can change at a moment's notice. And so get into your safe space. Hopefully you know exactly where to go. That would be a room that doesn't have any windows where you and your family can stay safe. And just keep it right here with WFAA on WFAA Plus. We know that the NBA game is on WFAA. As soon as we need to, if we need to jump in and be on WFAA, we will do that. And of course, as soon as the game ends, we will of course have coverage there as well. But again, right now, this tornado warning is in effect for Hood County until 9:30 tonight. You can see Toller right there. You can see Granbury definitely probably experiencing some heavy weather right now. But yeah, that's where we continue to kind of look through social media pages. We're on the phone calling some of the different sheriff's departments. And as of now, we don't have reports of major damage or really any reports of damage from Erath or Hood County that we know of at this moment. But Jesse, sometimes it takes a bit for somebody to let us know, and so fingers crossed that's the way that it remains.
Yeah, I'd love to keep that the case. I know that there's been some reports of seeing the tornado actually on the ground here west of Toller, so let's hope it's in the middle of a field. Let's hope it's not actually doing any damage. But we are seeing, again, a confirmed tornado near Toller right now. This is an interesting supercell. Now, I'd like to show you this, and we'll zoom in. You see this right here? This is what I would imagine at this point. This is likely a tornado debris signature. You see that ball? This is what we call a debris ball. This is near Toller. I know it doesn't look like much on radar. It kind of looks like a bizarre feature, but this makes sense. If we put velocity on, this is likely what we call a debris ball, meaning, that's exactly what it is. So if we take a look here at velocity, so this matches up. This is the area of rotation. This is where the observed tornado is. There's Toller. This is the area where we've seen reports of a tornado. Now let's put on reflectivity. If you look at that, you see that right there? I haven't moved my fingers. That is likely debris being picked up by radar. So this is the hook echo right here, coming back around. There's just not a lot of precipitation around it. So it's kind of in what I would say like a clearer spot. So, I don't even say it's going to be visible. I don't want anyone looking for it. I'm just saying it's likely not rain wrapped. It's just likely sitting kind of here on the edge of the supercell. So this again, debris signature near Toller. There's 377. This is lifting to the north through Hood County. So we're getting confirmation from folks that there's a tornado there, and we're also getting confirmation now, just looking at radar, Teresa, that is a debris signature showing up west of Toller.
When you say debris signature, can you explain what that might be? I
Sure.
mean, clearly I know what debris is. I always think of debris as like, a roof or something like that, but it could also just be tree damage or something, right?
Totally.
Fingers crossed.
Absolutely. So what we look at when we're looking at this signature, when I say signature, I just mean what it looks like, right? We know that this is the area of rotation. We are seeing this being picked up on radar. All radar does is send a beam through the air, and when there's a lot of dense spots and then it reflects back to the radar, you start to get these colors here, and that's where you're getting heavy rain and hail. When it's in the area of rotation, you're still going to get reflectivity, and this could be dust, it could be tree limbs, it sometimes can be siding, it could be shingles, it could be anything. Basically, this area right here is what we would call the debris signature or the debris ball, and it looks like a ball. See how it's circular here? So because we know this is in the area of strong rotation where a tornado was observed, and we're seeing this signature, that's a debris ball. There's no doubt about that right there. So this right here to the north side, you see how it got a little bit brighter, Teresa? So that's picking up more debris. So at this point, we know that this is picking up debris from northwest of Toller. So this is an area of real concern here. That tornado warning through 9:30 for Hood County, that latest scan. Let's actually, if there's a new velocity scan, Jason, match it up. So this is where I'm saying the rotation is based on the debris signature. This is the rotation on radar. So again, this is the area of circulation where the tornado is. This is the area where there's debris. So it matches up. That's why we're saying confirmed tornado here, just kind of near Toller, near 377. It's lifting to the northeast, 30 to 40 miles an hour. Let's put a track on that. We'll actually do a wider track if you don't mind, Jason, because again, that is a very alarming signature to see. It's a very clear-cut signature that we have debris being thrown around there in parts of Hood County. So this is the track of where that tornado is. We're putting it north-northeast. Weatherford, if it holds together, if this thunderstorm remains as intense as it is, it would be in your area around 9:57. Now, Parker County is not included in a tornado warning. However, this thunderstorm is lifting north into Parker County. And again, it may clip parts of Tarrant, but the area of rotation likely to stay into Parker County and Weatherford. That's 9:57, where that rotation will be moving toward the area of Weatherford. So this includes Dennis 9:37, Ten Top 9:40, Weatherford 9:57. So if it holds together, parts of Parker County very well may be included in the tornado warning. At this time, it is not. There again, for Granbury, you are just kind of, just on the edge of where the supercell is. Certainly some very large hail potential to the north of Granbury, in addition to where this debris signature is. We'll zoom back in there. Just kind of wanted to look off screen here at the rest. I'll grab my phone here, just look at a couple other things, just to look that there aren't any other concerning thunderstorms at this time, and I don't see any. We still have that flash flooding concern in parts of Montague and Jack County. All the other storms are not severe. Okay, so that's really good news. We have a lot of not severe thunderstorms. So here again is our only warned thunderstorm, tornado warned thunderstorm. There are no other severe thunderstorms in North Texas. We do have the flooding in Montague County and Jack County. There's going to be a new severe thunderstorm coming for Palo Pinto and Parker counties for the storm near Mineral Wells. So let's show you that. There it is right here. So this thunderstorm, it's not going to be tornado warned, but it is going to be severe thunderstorm warned for the potential for up to quarter-size hail, damaging winds up to 60 miles an hour as it lifts to the north. There's Mineral Wells. So Mineral Wells is going to get pelted with some hail here very shortly as that moves in. You're going to watch that warning be issued here in a second. We'll kind of keep that one, Jason, if you don't mind. Keep this one in frame and show the other thunderstorm as well that's tornado warned. Thanks for all of your help. I really appreciate it. So this one's about to be severe thunderstorm warned. This one is tornado warned. That's Granbury. The debris signature is right here near Toller, and it's moving to the north. So there it is, right? So what I'm pointing to right here is radar picking up on debris. That is not rain, that is debris. So there's a tornado here near Toller. That is lifting to the north-northeast. Kind of in the Weatherford area, Parker County, we're going to watch that. This thunderstorm also lifting northeast, and it's about to go under a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll keep it on this view until that warning is issued for folks. But that, again, a concern for large hail, damaging winds, so it could be up to quarter-size hail. The storm near Mineral Wells could be 60-mile-an-hour winds. The other thunderstorm, that is a tornado warning. That one obviously showing serious signs of rotation and serious signs that there's a tornado actually doing damage. Here's the latest scan. I'll tell you what, Jason, we'll go back in there if you don't mind. We're going to zoom a little bit tighter here. You know what? Here's the thing. I'm hoping every scan that comes in is a little bit better. But unfortunately, every time a scan comes in, it's still showing debris. So we're showing you there that little notch that's sticking out to the west of Granbury. That is a debris signature showing up on radar. That's where the velocity is the strongest. We'll put velocity on for you to show you that's the area of rotation. Man, you just, as a meteorologist, you look at this stuff and you hope every time a new scan comes in that hopefully it kind of dials down in its intensity a little bit. Unfortunately, this is still a very strong area of rotation and likely still a tornado doing damage in this area. So we'll take another look. I'm going to keep my fingers right here to show you. There's the area of rotation. Then we go to reflectivity. There's the debris signature. All right, this is in Hood County. We zoom in a little bit tighter to show you some of the areas that are getting this tornado right now. So this is just a clear debris signature here to the areas near Toller. So there it is right there. This is Lipan Highway. This is moving right toward Lipan Highway. So if you know anyone there, please make sure they're seeking shelter. This is Lipan Highway, kind of goes right toward Oak Trail Shore. It's a little bit south of there. This is where the hail core is. Farther to the south, if we go a little bit south, you'll see how it's lifting to the north. Sorry, Jason, I appreciate you. This is where that debris signature is. It's lifting to the northeast. There's Oak Trail Shore. Again, Toller down here, so it's kind of moving away from Toller at this point. But that's Hood County. This is 9:30 for the tornado warning. This is headed toward Parker County. This is a very clear signature of debris, a sign that a tornado is on the ground, a sign that a tornado is doing damage, or at the very least picking up a lot of dirt. And that very well, Teresa, that very well may be the case. This is not necessarily a densely populated area of North Texas. So when I say debris signature, and you and I were talking earlier,
yep,
it doesn't necessarily mean shingles and house pieces, but it very well, and I hope this is the case, could just be a lot of dirt, dust, grass.
Let's cross our fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not densely populated with subdivisions or neighborhoods. However, Granbury is, and you're starting to get closer and closer towards areas where there would be more of that. I did get a text from our colleague Cynthia Itzigeta, who is in Granbury, and she said that the sirens were going off there not long ago. They did turn them off, but they were going off for quite a while. Clearly that is to the southeast of the area of concern, but that area near Toller, I'm searching everywhere for information. I see a lot of people posting on social media, warning their neighbors and saying, hey, get out of the path here. But I haven't at this second found anyone posting anything about, any potential damage there. But you and meteorologist Cassie Hyder have been tracking that for quite a while. Is this a new tornado warning that just popped up, Jesse, or is this?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Thank you so much, Teresa. We really appreciate it. So a new tornado warning has been issued here, and I'm going to get that pulled up for you. This one does include Mineral Wells. It includes Pumpkin Center. It also includes Weatherford. Weatherford, this thunderstorm would be in your area around 9:48. So please make sure you're seeking shelter if you are under this tornado warning. Again, this is a brand new tornado warning for Palo Pinto and Parker County until 10 p.m. That thunderstorm showing signs of rotation, and initially the thought was, okay, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for the chance for some quarter-size hail and maybe 60-mile-an-hour winds. But then this came in right here, and I'm going to show you. And I'm going to get back on the chroma key here in just a second, but this area of rotation right there popped up. That became a concern, and that area of rotation became enough of a concern to, instead of have a severe thunderstorm warning, to go to a tornado warning. And this again is in Parker County. No part of the Metroplex is included in this at this time. However, there are parts of Parker County that are under this warning. So you need to make sure you seek shelter immediately if you're under this warning. So now we'll kind of zoom back out and show you the very latest on the two warnings that we have. Jason Joseph, thank you so much, our weather producer, doing an awesome job of driving radar here. We really appreciate you. The two areas that we have tornado warnings, again, the Metroplex is not included in this. Okay, so here's Fort Worth.
Okay. Hey, Jesse,
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm going to just keep talking for a second. You know what? We're on digital, so we can just kind of wing it here. You need to make a phone call to Jennifer.
I'll do that.
If you can do that, I will talk really quickly. Again, you need to see, if you are in Palo Pinto and Parker County, you need to see what's on your screen right now. You can see that area of rotation just south of Mineral Wells, just north of I-20, it looks like. You know what, I'm going to have to move a little closer to the screen. So that's the area, that's the newest tornado warning that was just issued. That's until 10 o'clock tonight. I know we've also been following the other tornado warning that's there south, and that one was north of Toller. So these are two different tornado warnings that have just popped up. The one to the south we've been following for a while, but this new one is near Mineral Wells. That's the area of rotation. You can see it there on your screen, right by 281, south of 180 and north of I-20. The other area of concern, this tornado warning where you see the rotation, that is, you can see to the east of Lipan now. That's the one that Jesse was talking about earlier that he was concerned about. It was north of Toller. These are not heavily populated areas down there, Toller and Lipan. Mineral Wells is, but he could see that debris cloud that was down at the one that's to the south in Hood County, and that was concerning. I've been looking really for the last 15 or 20 to 30 minutes in that area in Toller, trying to see if I could find any posts about damage or anything like that. Right now, I just see a lot of people who are warning their neighbors, take cover, get out of the line that this is taking. That's until 9:30, so we're still looking at 4 more minutes on this warning in Hood County. And now, Jesse, I'll let you take it away.
Teresa, great job, and thank you so much for that. I think I have my mic off. Sorry about that. Teresa, thank you so much. I really appreciate all the help here. So again, the thunderstorm that was in Erath County earlier, this is near Hico. I want to show you this picture from Chris Jackson, this very well-defined wall cloud and tornado. This would get confirmation of this, not only from radar, but we also had pictures here sent in, and that was the thunderstorm that we're watching now. So let's, if we might, here, this is the new area of rotation here. This is really close to Bennett and Millsap. There's Cool right there. There's 180. So we're watching this area of rotation southeast of Mineral Wells. There's Mineral Wells. A lot of people know that. There's the town called Fox. So this area of rotation, if you live in any of these towns I just mentioned, you really need to make sure you're in a safe place. Man, oh man, this is not a good sign. I keep seeing these signatures here. This is a very well-defined hook echo. This is likely another debris signature happening near Bennett. There's Millsap, there's Cool. So you see this very intense supercell moving to the northeast. There's the rotation. This is likely going to move to the north of Weatherford. So that is some good news. Again, this rotation likely moving to the north of Weatherford. I know, listen, Weatherford, you are included in the tornado warning, and there's the brand new tornado warning that was just issued. In fact, Jason, I know you put that track on. We'll get to that in just a second, I guess. Millsap, 9:30, and Cool a little bit after. So new tornado warning just issued. It encompasses the other cell, so this does include Weatherford as well. So as we take a look here, again, we take a look at the radar here. We have these two tornado-warned thunderstorms that are just west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And I believe we're going to jump into WFAA. Misaki, let me know when we're right there during the game. We're going to do this double box here. We have these two tornado-warned thunderstorms, one for Hood County, one for Palo Pinto and Parker County. Parker County technically under the gun for two tornado-warned thunderstorms. We have this one showing a clear debris signature southeast of Mineral Wells. We have this other one well west of Granbury, east of Lipan, that we saw do damage and a very clear debris signature near Toller. So those are our two tornado-warned thunderstorms at this time. We are, again, I know we're here on, we are here, we've been live on WFAA Plus. I know that we have just joined in. To the Minnesota and Lakers game. So guys, thank you so much. I just want to give an update here. We're doing this double box because we have a serious situation happening just west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area where we've had confirmed tornadoes. We've been live all evening on WFAA Plus. It's something you're going to want to download because we've been doing continuous streaming coverage of these tornado-warned storms that have done damage, confirmed damage in these areas west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a much closer look at the two tornado-warned storms west of Fort Worth. Let's go down first to the thunderstorm that we have a very clear debris signature on to the northwest of Granbury. What you're looking at here is radar picking up on debris. So we call this a debris ball. We had confirmation of a tornado in this area near Toller. It's moving to the northeast. This tornado warning is in effect until 10:15 for Hood and Parker County. Let's put on the velocity. Lipan is in the clear of this. This is east of Lipan. This is west of Oak Trail Shore. This is the very intense area of rotation where a tornado is very likely right now. Again, this is for parts of Hood and Parker counties for the next 45 minutes as this lifts to the north. Weatherford is included in this tornado warning. So if you live in Weatherford, I want to make sure that you're getting to a safe place as soon as possible. That's the area of rotation. We'll do a wider view to show you. We have this area of rotation here. We have another in the western portion of Parker County. So concerns for this thunderstorm, which could also be marching just to the north of Weatherford. This thunderstorm that has history of producing a tornado. In fact, Misaki, I'm going to pull up that tornado picture earlier near Hyco. This is moving to the north toward Weatherford. So these are the two areas of rotation, and we're seeing clear signs of debris being picked up on radar. So again, a dangerous situation taking shape west of Fort Worth. This is for Parker County. This is for parts of Palo Pinto County and Hood County. That's where our tornado... Cloudy. This tornado-warned area moving to the northeast. This will be in Dennis at 9:41, and it'll be in Weatherford right around 10 p.m. So Weatherford, you have about 30 minutes to get into a safe place here, and certainly keep an eye. Again, if you haven't already, download the WFAA Plus app. We have been doing streaming coverage on these tornado-warned thunderstorms since 6 p.m. We've been watching them. We've had warning after warning, report after report. Misaki, I don't know if John, if we have that picture ready, I'd like to show folks the picture of that tornado earlier near Hyco. They're working on that. Here's Millsap. This This is what we call a tornado debris signature here near Millsap, moving toward Cool as well. Mineral Wells, very heavy rain, some hail. Again, a dangerous situation. There's the area of rotation. Can we zoom in a little bit here to the south of Cool? I'd like to show folks, this is Millsap. All right, so if you live, so there's Plum Street and Fannin Street and Millsap. This is the area. What you're looking at right there is actually debris. I know it kind of looks like, if you're used to radar, it looks like rain, maybe a thunderstorm. That is actually what we call a debris signature, a tornado debris signature, just on the west side of Millsap. So this severe thunderstorm producing a tornado number 1, and it's obviously picking up debris. So if you live in Millsap, serious situation, get into a safe place. Cool as well, under the gun for that tornado warned storm. We'll zoom out a little bit more and put a track on that area of rotation. We have 2 overlapping tornado warnings, one near Weatherford, one near Mineral Wells. Okay, that Mineral Wells, you are certainly getting heavy rain. You are certainly getting some hail, especially to the east and northeast of Mineral Wells. The tornado concern right now is right here. All right, so this is going to be in Cool at 9:34, Garner 9:39, Adele 9:47, Poolville 10 o'clock, and Agnes at 10:04. That's the first tornado warned storm. We have another one to the south of Weatherford, which we'll put a track on. And this one has also had history of producing a tornado. It's done damage already. We've seen reports of debris near Hyco, to the north of Hyco. This is the other area of concern, now moving into Parker County as well. So these, both of these are kind of coming into Parker County. This is the area of rotation, lifting to the northeast. Now, Tarrant County is not included at this time in the tornado warning. However, it's not out of the question that it skirts the western portions or the northwestern portions of Tarrant County. So, if you live near Azle or you live a little bit farther east into that northwestern corner of Tarrant County, certainly pay close attention to this thunderstorm. Here's the track on that, where the area of rotation is. 9:58 in Weatherford, 10:02 in Pumpkin Center, Wampler, 10:03. That's when that area of rotation will be in your area. Let's zoom in a little bit tighter to that area of rotation and show folks what we're looking at on radar and why we have those big concerns as this approaches I-20 near Weatherford. So right now it's south of I-20, the area of rotation lifting toward I-20. That's what we call a hook echo. And on the backside here, this is the area of rotation, the area of concern. So if we look here, you see these greens and reds close together. What this is showing an area of rotation. Raindrops moving very fast in opposite directions. So we have, again, radar indicated and at one point an observed tornado warning here in Hood County moving into Parker County. So that's one area of rotation. Let's go to the other one that is in the western corner or the western side of Parker County. This one a little bit tighter, a little bit stronger. This one more concerning by far. This is moving toward Cool. It's moving toward Millsap. So if you live in these areas here, or so if you look very closely, this is 180. If you live along 180 or just to the northeast of Cool, you really need to get in a safe place just because we've had radar confirm that there's debris in the area. There's what we call a tornado debris signature. Radar was picking up on that debris there in western parts of Parker County as it starts to, again, that rotation starts to pull a little bit to the east and northeast right now. So again, those are our 2 tornado warnings. We'll get a wider view and show both on radar. Again, we're double boxing here for the NBA playoff game. I know a lot of folks are going to watch that, and I apologize. I know a lot of you are going to want to watch that game, and we're going to keep it up for you. It's going to be in that other box, but we've got these. We don't break in just for fun, I promise. These are very serious situations going on to the west of Fort Worth where we've had confirmed tornadoes throughout the night. So again, there's that one area of rotation. There's the other east of Mineral Wells. This one most concerning right now for Weatherford. So if you live in Weatherford, you have about a 30-minute time frame, maybe a little bit less at this point. Heads up that this is moving in your direction, moving toward I-20. Then we have this area of rotation. If we can, if you don't mind, Jason, we'll play this loop here to show folks kind of how things have been moving. So you have this area of rotation here, lifting toward the Weatherford area. You have this area of rotation here, lifting toward the Millsap and Cool area off to the northeast of Mineral Wells. So that's going to be moving into the northwestern portion of Parker County. This one moving through the southern portion of Parker County and eventually could clip Weatherford. So if you live in Weatherford or you live in any portion of Parker County, just know that you have a tornado warning in effect, and we are certainly concerned as we have had confirmation of tornadoes in these areas. So this rotation starting to exit Hood counties, we have the tornado warning in effect. It includes that northern portion of Hood County. This is now lifting into Parker County. That tornado warning until 10:15. There's the hail core, there's the very heavy rain, there's the hook echo right there. So that area of rotation, Weatherford, you are under the gun. I really want you to seek shelter if you live in Weatherford or any central part of Parker County. Annetta South, you're included in this as well. I'm telling you, this thunderstorm has had confirmation of touching down a tornado or two in parts of Hood County and parts of Erath County. Then we have this tornado warned thunderstorm, the rotation just east of Mineral Wells, that is also lifting through the northwestern corner of Parker County. So again, that is until 10:15, and I mentioned we were on WFAA Plus. That's our streaming app. We've been streaming all night. I encourage you to download it because we will continue to do so as necessary. We're staying here for now, but Teresa Woodard, our anchor here, do you have any updates?
I just have one update that I just spotted on Facebook from the Granbury Volunteer Fire Department confirming that one home southwest of Toller was hit by a tornado. Emergency crews are trying to get to that home, but the roadway is blocked by several trees. So that's unfortunately the first bit of confirmation that we have of damage to an actual residence. Jesse and I were seeing that debris cloud, and we were hoping that maybe it was just tree debris or something like that. But right now it does appear as there is at least one home that's been damaged. I also want to go ahead and bring in some video. This is proof that folks are heeding the warnings. This was some video from Weatherford. There's a basketball tournament underway right now outside of Weatherford, and these folks, unfortunately, getting to their safe spaces as they are trying to take shelter because they're in the middle of a tornado warning right now. So Jesse, that's the latest update that we do have. We know that unfortunately the Granbury Volunteer Fire Department confirming that a home southwest of Toller. Of course, we know that the folks in Weatherford taking shelter as they should right now.
Thank you for that very important update, and I'm glad everybody's taking cover as they need to. I understand that that this is frustrating for those that want to watch the game. I know sports fans get really, really into their game and they want to watch it. We're leaving it up there for you. I know this frustrates you, but we have these tornado warnings in a serious situation. These are confirmed. That's why we're here. So if you look again in areas west of Fort Worth, we have these two tornado warned storms for Hood and Parker County. There's the tornado warning for Palo Pinto and Parker. Palo Pinto, the rotation is now kind of in to Parker County already, so cool. Millsap, it's north of you. This is a debris signature. So if we zoom in a little bit tighter, Jason, if you don't mind, they're near Cool and Millsap. That's where the radar is picking up on not only the rotation, but certainly the debris signature right there. This is Cool. So the debris is right near the town of Cool. If you live there, you've got to seek shelter now. That is where the biggest concern is. Let's put on velocity here. If you watch here, that's where the debris signature is showing up, and that's where the tight rotation is near the town of Cool. If you live in Cool, this may take a direct hit. All right, this is moving to the northeast. You've got to get into a safe place. Here's 180. This is kind of lifting to the east-northeast or a little bit more northeasterly, and as it does, it is still producing a tornado. We see clear debris signature on radar near the town of Cool and north of Millsap. So here's Millsap here, the area of rotation just to the north of that. So please make sure you're being extra cautious if you live in that area. There's a new scan that just came in. This looked like it went right through Cool. We were going to get an update on that. Teresa, it looks like that rotation went right through the town of Cool. We might want to check that out. So if we take the radar a little bit farther to the north, you're going to see that area of rotation still remains strong. And now that area of rotation getting a little bit closer to Garner. So if you live in Garner, you're going to want to seek shelter. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. We've had confirmation of damage in this area, so this is lifting to the north. This is again going toward Adele. This is a confirmed tornado in Parker County doing damage as we speak. If we turn on, can we turn on correlation coefficient? We'll see if we can see some of this damage showing up. Again, so this is one of our, we don't, so we'll go ahead and get rid of that. Maybe it's not as clear, but this is one of the products we use to show some of the debris in the air, but we're not really seeing that right now in a clear fashion, just not because it's not there, but because it's not in an area where the radar scans very well. So if you look here between Garner and Cool, that's the area of strong rotation. We'll put a track on that for you as it lifts through parts of Parker County. That, again, one of the tornado warnings in effect. We have a second tornado warning in the southern portion of Parker County. This one is west of Weatherford, so we put the rotation marker on. We track it for you to the northeast. These are the areas that are going to be impacted. I know it's cut off for you, but I'm going to read it for you. This will be in Garner at 9:41. This will be in Adele at 9:49, Poolville at 10:01, Agnes at 10:06. Strong area of rotation, certainly doing some damage there in western portions of Parker County. Then as we go to our other location, if we go to the other tornado warning to the south of Weatherford, that one is headed toward the Weatherford area, so that one a big concern as well. If you live in Weatherford, you have had a heads up for quite some time, so please make sure you take precautions, because these thunderstorms have been rotating significantly. They've been producing tornadoes. We want to make sure you're taking the precautions that you need to. Weatherford, you have about 20 minutes before this area of rotation moves into your area. We've been watching these. These are not just thunderstorms that are just producing heavy rain, hail, and strong winds. These have actually had a history of producing tornadoes. So, if you live in Dennis up to Weatherford, this is going to be in your area through around 10 p.m. So Weatherford, again, like 15, 20 minutes to get ready for this. So we'll keep a close eye on that thunderstorm. We're also going to keep a close eye on the one to the northwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're sports fans. We're just taking this full for just a second. The game is still ongoing, just on the
78%.
So again, there's that supercell near Mineral Wells. That lifting to the northeast. That one's going to be moving in to an area that's already seen a lot of heavy rain today. So there's actually flash flooding ongoing. The US 82, both directions, was actually shut down for a while, and it probably still is. That's going to be near the St. Joe area because of very heavy rain. Again, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we're watching this closely. It's kind of skimming just to the west. There's Fort Worth right there. There's Weatherford, so you see again tornado warning storms lifting to the northeast. Mineral Wells, it's going to lift in toward areas like Rome. So Wise County, make sure you're paying really close attention to this as well. Those two tornado warning storms. It looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Cook County as well. So if you live in Cook County, severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for you. Could be some golf ball size hail, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds. The tornado threat remains with these two supercells just to the west of Fort Worth. So what we're going to do, let's put on the wider view of radar, if we could do the DMA radar. I want to show you that Dallas-Fort Worth, right now you're okay. We got to watch these very closely because these may skim portions of the Metroplex. The rest of North Texas is okay, but we have ongoing, confirmed tornadoes and damage just to the west of Fort Worth. Let's zoom back into Parker County. Just wanted to give you kind of that wide view there to show you those are the thunderstorms that we're really keeping a close eye on. So there's Mineral Wells. There again is our debris signature east of Mineral Wells. That is a confirmed tornado lifting to the north. That has done damage. That has done damage in Cool. It's lifting through Garner as well. That is a debris signature that we're seeing on radar here, so a very serious situation. Lifting to the northeast toward Adele. That tornado warned storm until 10 p.m. I suspect that's going to get extended into Wise County. So if you live in Wise County, make sure you're paying close attention to this one as well. We're also watching the thunderstorm to the south of Weatherford. That one tornado warned. We're going to go to the south there and show you that one. This one also showing a debris signature. So if you look closely, there's Weatherford right here. If you look to the south here, this is what we call the hook echo. Very clear signature of a tornado here. Debris signature as well has been showing up on and off on radar in this area. We put on our velocity tool, then we'll track it back through Weatherford because it's important if you live in Weatherford, you're getting into a safe place. There's our area of rotation south of Weatherford. That is lifting to the north. We'll track it to the north as it moves toward I-20. Folks along I-20 in Weatherford over to Willow Park certainly need to make sure they're taking extra close or paying close attention to this one as it is dangerous moving to the north. Confirmed tornado at that point. It'll be in Dennis around 9:48. Weatherford around 10 to 10:10. So between 10 o'clock and 10:10, that's when this will be moving through the town of Weatherford. Make sure you're getting into a safe place as we've had confirmation of a tornado in that southern portion of Parker County. So there's one tornado warning. Then the other one that we mentioned near Cool, that one much stronger rotation on radar. That one showing very clear signs of a debris signature in parts of Parker County. We're going to zoom into that tighter area of rotation, the stronger area of rotation, west of Weatherford right here. It's very, I know folks that, you don't want us to cut into the game. I understand that. That's why we're doing this two box. I'm just looking at reports on social media. Just understand that we're doing this because this is a life-threatening situation for the folks just west of Fort Worth. I'm already seeing all of the annoyed folks and all of the hate. Just please know that we're doing this because it's a life-threatening situation. We wouldn't be doing this for fun. This is a serious situation. We've seen serious damage in Cool. We've seen damage in Parker County. We've had confirmation of tornadoes near Hyco. We've had confirmation of other tornadoes in Jack County tonight. We've had confirmation in Montague County. Now we're seeing confirmation in Parker County. So again, between Garner and Authin up to Adele, that's where this dangerous situation is taking place. That tornado warning in effect for the next 30 minutes or so. And eventually, that could be moving into Wise County as well. So we have that area of rotation. We have the other one to the south of Weatherford that we're keeping an eye on. The Dallas-Fort Worth area at this time, though, not at this time seeing any tornado warnings. But Jason, if you don't mind zooming out and putting the radar back on, we'll show the warnings and how close they are to Tarrant County, because these are skimming portions of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's getting very close. We turn lightning off here to show you. There's Tarrant County. There's that supercell. So here's Fort Worth. You're getting very close to some very densely populated areas. This supercell rolling through parts of Parker County. If it holds together, parts of Denton County and Wise County need to be on alert because that thunderstorm could roll through. I think this one's safely going to kind of pass Fort Worth, but northwestern portions of Tarrant County, certainly parts of Wise County, parts of Denton County need to be on high alert as these thunderstorms lift to the northeast. These are discrete supercells, very capable, and have shown history of producing tornadoes, lifting toward Decatur, lifting toward Rome, lifting toward Weatherford. That's the area that we're most concerned with right now is Parker and Wise County. Hood County, you are in the clear at this point. That area of rotation has passed Hood County and has now moved into Parker County. Our main area of concern is right here, south of Weatherford. It's 9:49. Weatherford, you have about 15 minutes or so to get into your safe place. There again, the area of rotation, the area where we've seen a debris signature on radar, southwest of Weatherford, that's where we had that confirmation of a tornado in the area with damage being done near the town of Cool. To the west of Weatherford, also confirmation of damage being done in that area. So a very active situation ongoing west of Fort Worth. Weatherford, you're going to get some hail here shortly, and then shortly after, that's where that area of rotation will then move in. So we'll keep a very close eye on that. We've had videos of tornadoes. We've had pictures as well, confirmation of these tornadoes, not only on radar by seeing the debris signatures, but we've also had confirmation from storm chasers in the area, showing video, showing pictures. That area there in parts of Erath County, parts of Hood County as well. So again, 2 tornado-warned thunderstorms. Right now, so Hood and Parker, technically, Hood, you're in the clear. Now, if you live northwest of Granbury, you're in the clear. There's nothing going on there northwest of Granbury. That thunderstorm has now moved out into Parker County. So Parker County, very impressive, a very scary-looking supercell here south of Weatherford. This is the area of highest concern where the rotation is. We have a new scan in, so we're going to zoom in here south of Weatherford and show folks exactly what's going on. So again, that's where the rotation is. That's the area that could see the tornado, and we have seen a tornado confirmed with this supercell moving toward Weatherford. Reminder, Weatherford, you have some time. Get into your safe place as this moves to the north. Let's track this thunderstorm, the area of rotation, again, where that hook is. I'll kind of point this out for you. This is the area of rotation. This is where the tornado is going to be for Parker County until 10 p.m. This is lifting to the northeast. Weatherford, you are in the path of this. It'll be in Weatherford around 10:06, Pumpkin Center around 10:10. So about 15 minutes or so, that'll be in the town of Weatherford. It has had history of producing a tornado. It has done damage. We've seen debris on radar very clearly with this tornado-warned thunderstorm in Parker County. That again until 10 p.m. Now let's go a little bit farther to the west and northwest, where there's an additional tornado warning storm for Parker County. Right now, both of these supercells are just in Parker County. This one right here may be looking a little less organized than it once was, but it's still very dangerous. Still seeing pretty clear signs of strong rotation in the northwestern corner of Parker County. Some very large hail of quarter to golf ball size. So that tornado warning will continue as we go through this evening. Again, through 10 p.m., that's when it will continue. That's when it'll continue till 10 p.m. for Parker County, that particular supercell in the northwestern portion of Parker County until 10 p.m. There's the track as it goes into Wise. We'll see if it gets extended into Wise. I think it will. But in the meantime, here's the track of it just in case. Poolville 10:02, Boonesville 10:08, Runaway Bay 10:19, Ricketts at 10:22. So that is, again, one supercell that has already had confirmation of producing a tornado. In fact, we may be looking at a little bit of debris right here on radar. Can we zoom in, Jason, if you don't mind, to this point right here? This is right near Adele. Adele has been in the track of this supercell. We've been mentioning Adele quite some time. Now that looks like that tornado is moving right through town there in Adele. So please, if you live in Adele, that's a pretty serious looking area of rotation moving through town right now. So this is when we see the velocity.
I cannot.
It looks like my mic died. I'm going to just turn it off and back on. Maybe we'll get a little bit of juice out of it. Someone could come. Yeah, so it looks like my microphone died for a second. Yeah, I'm on here. So microphone died. The battery's going to die again if someone doesn't mind coming to get a battery pack for that. So there's Adele. Again, tornado warning in effect for that area. That's where the center of rotation is, and it's moving to the northeast. So we have that confirmed tornado in that area. We have the other confirmed tornado to the south of Weatherford. Hey, Teresa, I'm going to switch. Yeah, if you don't mind, we'll switch mics here. There's that tornado warning area. I'm going to switch batteries really quickly here. Teresa, do you have any?
I don't know if my microphone. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So yeah, if someone could bring a new battery pack for this lavalier mic. So again, the tornado warning in effect south of Weatherford. This is near I-20. There's where that tornado warning is. That's where the rotation is. I don't know. They're just like loose. There we go. Yeah, we're on. Okay, thank you. Oh, it's a different, they're, oh, sorry, no, you're good. We just got some. Yeah, I got y'all. Thank you, Teresa. All right, guys.
And the record low is 40, which occurred in 1953. Sunset tonight is at 8:02 p.m. Sunrise tomorrow is at 6:52 a.m. The current time is 9:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area.
And that is the case for Parker County. Okay, so if you look here, and we're keeping your game up, but this is Weatherford. There's a very strong signature of a tornado that we've had confirmation of southwest of Weatherford. This area is rotating. This is a debris signature, so there's been clear signs of debris showing up on our radar. That's the area of rotation. It's lifting to the northeast. I'm going to put a track on that for you. Jason Joseph, our weather producer, putting a track on that for us. That tornado warning, again, in effect for Parker County till 10:15. We've had a confirmed tornado. This will be in Weatherford just after 10 p.m. So if you live in Weatherford, you really need to get into a safe place, especially if you live on either side of Weatherford, near 180 in Weatherford, or either side up to Wampler, 1014. So again, that's the area of rotation. That's the biggest area of concern as it lifts to the northeast. That is one of two in Parker County. We'll go to the second one now. The other tornado warned thunderstorm west of Weatherford. We've had this tornado, and there's a new tornado warning for this one. In fact, we'll zoom out a little bit. New tornado warning now for Jack, Parker, and Wise counties until 10:45. So that is the area of rotation. This is moving northeast. It's moving into parts of Wise County. Right now, Bridgeport is not included in this. Decatur is not included in this, but that southwestern corner of Wise County is included until 10:45. So again, we've had confirmation of a tornado with this one. Now we will put a track on that for you as it moves off to the northeast, around 30 to 40 miles per hour. If it holds together, it would be into the Bridgeport and Decatur area. I'm going to go ahead and track it through Decatur for you. It'll be in Gibtown at 10:02, Agnes at 10:08, Boonesville 10:09, Cottondale 10:21, Rickles 10:25, Bridgeport 10:29, and Decatur at 10:43 if it holds together. Again, Decatur, you are not under a tornado warning at this time, but that's the area where we're certainly watching. And these supercells have produced numerous tornadoes tonight. So this is just not the first instance. It's not even radar indicated. These have been observed tornadoes doing damage in parts of Parker County. So that's one. There's the area of rotation. We're going to put that marker on for you. See that area of red and green very close together in the northwestern corner of Parker County. That's where the area of rotation is, and that's where the tornado likely is doing damage at this time, northwest of Weatherford. We've seen it do damage near Cool. We see it near Adele. We see it between Witt and Adele, moving toward Poolville. That is, again, one of the areas of rotation right here. So again, this is a confirmed tornado in those areas. Let's go south of Weatherford now and show the other one. This is a very intense area of road. This is dangerous, guys. I'm telling you now. This is a serious situation. I don't say it lightly. I don't say it often. Okay? I don't say this often. If you live in Weatherford, you have got to get into a safe place. Please take my tone seriously. Everyone else that's getting mad, I know you're getting mad for the game, but guys, this is a very serious area of rotation showing up near Weatherford. This is moving toward the town of Weatherford. So if you live there, just get in a safe place. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I just don't want anybody to get hurt. That again is the area of rotation south of Weatherford. We've been tracking this one for the last 30 minutes. That area of rotation will be moving through Weatherford here shortly. Let's put again another track on that area of rotation for you as it moves to the northeast. Weatherford. This will be in your area in 7 minutes. This is a very strong area of rotation, arguably the strongest area of rotation I've seen all night. And I've seen multiple tornadoes tonight. Teresa Woodard here. Teresa, we've had reports of tornadoes. We've seen videos tonight.
We have.
We've seen pictures tonight. We've seen damage tonight. This one is the strongest area of rotation I've seen all night.
And that's reason for concern, because you have raised the alarm a couple of times tonight that people needed to get into their safe places. We know we had some video from Weatherford not long ago of people at a basketball tournament who were already starting to take shelter. Fingers crossed that they have remained in that hallway away from any windows. That's a basketball tournament that looked like it was going on with several youth basketball players. I do want to bring this to everybody's attention. We did get information from Hood County. They say we had a confirmed tornado in Hood County. Damage reports just beginning to come come in. It appears we have several homes damaged. I mentioned this earlier, the Granbury Volunteer Fire Department confirming that a home southwest of Toller was also hit and is damaged. Emergency personnel having a little bit of trouble getting to that home because the roadway is blocked by several trees. So resetting here, it's the top of the hour. Again, you're seeing the split screen. We know a lot of you want to be watching the Lakers right now. As Jesse has said, we would not be cutting into this if it was not a potentially life-threatening situation. We want you to take this seriously, and people in Weatherford really need to be listening up.
I'm increasingly concerned with Weatherford at this hour. So if you take a look, there again is the rotation just to the southwest of Weatherford. Very strong area of rotation. Let's show you here. There's Weatherford right there. This is the strongest rotation signature I've seen in quite some time. So there's likely a strong tornado here in Parker County, moving right toward Weatherford, moving right toward I-20. Okay, so those that live along I-20, those that live in Weatherford, you really need to get into a safe place right now as that area of rotation is lifting to the north. That is an area of concern where there's been tornadoes reported with this thunderstorm, several of them in fact, and they've been doing damage. We've seen several reports of debris. So we have that one. We have a new tornado warning now down into Erath, and let's zoom back down into that one. So we have a brand new tornado warning to the southwest of this one. This one is going to be, there it is right there. So we'll get back to the Weatherford storm here in a second, but this is just a brand new tornado warning I wanted to mention for Erath, Palo Pinto, and Parker County. That is moving to the northeast. It's going to be moving east of Gordon to the northwest of Lipan near I-20 as well. So I-20 stretches from Weatherford all the way farther to the west, all the way to Abilene and beyond. But this portion of I-20 is also going to be impacted by this tornadic supercell moving to the northeast. But our most immediate area of concern, and we're going to go back to it, is the Weatherford supercell. That's where the tornado is, where the area of rotation is the strongest. And certainly we're seeing a debris signature to the southwest of Weatherford, east of Brock. So this is a tornado debris signature being picked up on radar. Again, I'll show you this, and then we put on velocity. You see where that matches up? So that's radar picking up on debris. It's what we call a debris ball. It's radar picking up on things that are being thrown into the air by what is likely a tornado doing damage right now to the southwest of Weatherford. I apologize. Southwest of Weatherford. That is moving toward Weatherford. Weatherford, we've been warning you for over 30 minutes at this point. You have less than 5 minutes. If you could please get into your safe place. If you live between Fox, Weatherford, Willow Park, those areas. Cool to the west is avoiding this one, but that town of Cool west of Weatherford actually saw some damage just earlier, just moments ago. That tornado warning and that tornado lifting well to the north. Now this area of rotation, southwest of Weatherford, that's the area of concern right now as it lifts closer to I-20. So here's I-20. This tornado will be crossing I-20 very shortly. I hate that because, a lot of folks are traveling for Easter weekend. I-20 is likely busy any time of the day or night. So this area of Weatherford, I'm very concerned with a tornado crossing I-20 and then eventually crossing 180. Still very strong rotation just to the southwest of Weatherford. That's the area where the tornado is. It's going to be crossing I-20 in about 2 minutes, maybe less. So there's the tight couplet right now. To the southwest of Weatherford. You see a more populated area right now. There's I-20, then you go to the north, you start getting into Weatherford. This is going to be on the... Now, when I say this, I want you to understand if you live in any other part of Weatherford, you still need to seek shelter. The biggest area of concern at this moment is going to be the western side of Weatherford. That does not mean if you live on the east side of Weatherford, you're just in the clear. This is the area that I'm most concerned with to the southwest of kind of the downtown, just kind of on the western fringe. That exactly is where the area of rotation is the strongest. So if you live in this area, you really need to seek shelter. Weatherford is a very populated area here in North Texas. A lot of folks live there, and I really want to make sure that they're seeking shelter immediately. That rotation, very clearly strong. Looking at a couple products here behind the scenes. Again, Weatherford, tornado warning. Farther to the north, near Poolville, another tornado warning, and then another tornado warning just to the west of Lipan, closer to Santo, south of Palo Pinto. So we have several tornado warnings, but the one that I'm most immediately concerned with right now is this tornado warning to the southwest of Weatherford. That's where the area of rotation is the strongest. There's I-20. This is lifting to the northeast right toward the center of Weatherford. So if you live there, you got to seek shelter. We've been tracking this for you for a long time. I remember at one point saying, Weatherford, you have 30 minutes. Now it's 10:06, almost 10:07, and that's when we've been tracking this thunderstorm to get to Weatherford, and it is doing so. So again, there's the center of rotation. We'll get a new scan in here any second now. So let's go ahead and put a track on this. Okay, again, there's very dangerous situation setting up right on I-20 right now. So I-20 lifting to the northeast toward Weatherford. We have a very dangerous situation going on. I know we're going to reset here. The game is over. Teresa, I believe we're going to reset for the WFAA News at 10.
Yeah, absolutely. The game has ended, and so we are going to just go into continuing coverage here on WFAA News at 10. Meteorologist Hawila began continuous coverage just after 6 o'clock this evening with the first tornado warning that started in Jack County. It is now about 10:07, and we are still going strong. Jesse, what's the latest?
So we have the most, listen, all tornado warnings are dangerous, but the most dangerous one at this point, the one we're most concerned with, is just to the southwest of Weatherford. Weatherford is under a tornado warning. The area of rotation that I'm most concerned with is just to the southwest of the town of Weatherford. There's I-20. A lot of people live right here. And we're seeing a really good sign that there's a tornado on the ground here just to the southwest of the town of Weatherford. It is moving toward Weatherford as we speak. So this is our latest velocity scan. This is the area of rotation right here, and it's lifting northeast. So the western portion of Weatherford, my highest concern. East of Weatherford, you still have the potential to see damage from a tornado. It's certainly not out of the question. Same thing for downtown here. So please make sure you're in a safe place. We've been mentioning this for the last 30 plus minutes, that this area is of big concern as this area of rotation moves through. Let's zoom out a little bit and put a track on that area of rotation. These thunderstorms that have produced tornadoes, and I believe we're going to be showing some pictures and video of those here in just a moment, but not yet. We're just going to make sure that we get through where this rotation is now, and we're going to track it. There's the latest scan. Area of rotation right now on top of I-20 as it moves to the northeast. It's in Weatherford now. It's moving into Weatherford as we speak. Agnes around 10:36. That is the latest scan of our radar. So let's go back into the latest scan of radar. We'll zoom back in here. Still a strong area of rotation near Weatherford, so still high concern. My hope is that this can dissipate a little bit as it moves farther north, but this is still a very strong signature that there's a tornado in the area. Let's put reflectivity back on, Jason, if you don't mind. I'd like to see if we're seeing it. Yeah, we are. So this, again, is a debris signature. What this likely is a debris signature on radar, meaning this is the supercell. This is where we're getting all the heavy rain, the hail. And then this tail right here is likely where a tornado is picking up, whether it's dust or debris. It's unclear at this point, but that is my area of concern, and that is the area that's lifting to the northeast, right toward Weatherford. That's I-20. This is right on top of I-20 as we speak. This is Ranger Highway right here that goes from 20 right into Weatherford. This is going to be running right along Ranger Highway, right into Weatherford. I'd like to take a look at our Weatherford tower cam right now as we kind of take a live look in Weatherford. This is from Weatherford College. It's kind of obviously, covered in rain at this point. We're going to be keeping a close eye on this tower cam as it faces into the supercell that we know has a history of producing tornadoes. It has produced a tornado, and it's likely still producing a tornado as we speak, right on I-20, lifting to the northeast. Again, Parker County until 10:15. That's a tornado warning. If we may, let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit and show the other tornado warnings that are in effect. We have several. Just really quick, we have this one. That's likely another debris signature. Unreal. If you go southwest of Lipan right here, likely picking up on another tornado potential to the north of Morgan Hill. This is 281. That's where that tornado would be if there is one. And quite honestly, it looks like there might be. So if you look into this hook echo here and this backside here, that's where there would be a tornado. That's the area of rotation. So probably seeing some debris being picked up on radar here, right near 281. That's our other one. This is kind of headed toward the Lipan area. So if you live between 281 and Lipan, this is certainly of high concern. There's Patillo. Then you go to the east toward Lipan. That's the area that's going to see the strong area of rotation move through. Let's zoom back out. We have another tornado warning to the north of that. Let's go back. I'll tell you what, yep, there we go. Another tornado warning for Weatherford. Let's go back to that thunderstorm. Looks like the one that was to the north of Weatherford has been canceled. That's good news. Let's go back to this one. Very dangerous thunderstorm. Nasty looking signature here on radar. Tornado warning till 10:15 for Parker County. That's the area of highest concern. There's Weatherford. A lot of people live in this area. If we zoom in a little bit tighter, you'll see some of the roads right around Weatherford. So again, I was saying the west side of Weatherford will be the highest concern. That's where we're seeing the little bit of a debris signature, certainly the hook echo. That's where the area of rotation is. If we put on velocity, you'll see where the greens, the pinks come very close together. That's where there's going to be a tornado lifting to the northeast, right through the west side of Weatherford. So again, if you live in Weatherford, get into your safe place. Tornado warning for the next 4 minutes. I'm sure that will get extended. And of course, we'll bring that to you once it gets extended. But until 10:15, we have a tornado warning in effect for Parker County. That does include the town of Weatherford. My hope is this dissipates a little more. It still looks very intense. The supercell still at this hour showing clear signs that it's healthy. It's moving through without, there's not a lot of thunderstorms around it, so it's able to take advantage of the instability and the wind shear that's in place. So that's why we still have this tight area of rotation near the town of Weatherford. I step off just for a second to kind of take a look at maybe some of the reports I'm getting on social media and elsewhere. But if you live in Weatherford, I need you to make sure you're in your safe place right now. Teresa.
Yeah, Jesse, we know that at least a few people were heeding that warning earlier. We had some video that people had shared with us from Weatherford. There was a basketball tournament that was underway and they were seeking shelter. So just to bring you up to speed, if you're not familiar with the North Texas region, Weatherford is not that far away from Fort Worth. It is to the west. This is an area that does have quite a few people. It's not as heavily populated, of course, as the immediate DFW area, but you can see there I-20 on your screen. You can see 180. This is an area that does have some population, and we need anyone who is near this area to be very careful tonight. Okay, as Jesse is continuing to track this storm, I do want to show you some video of some of the things that we have been watching throughout the evening. Let's go to, okay, actually it looks like we've got the tornado warning now showing you from Parker County. Okay, all right. Sorry, folks, we're kind of having to fly by the seat of our pants here, but we do want to show you video from earlier tonight. This is sort of what started it all off. This was in Jacksboro. This was in the 6 o'clock hour or so, and I want you to watch this carefully. You can see what appears to be a tornado touching down right here. And if you look carefully, you'll start to see, it looks like it kind of got edited away, but there is a little bit of debris that circulates after that tornado seems, or what appears to be a tornado touches down there. Again, this was in Jacksboro. This was in the 6 o'clock hour or so. And then, of course, we were tracking this storm as it moved from Jacksboro. Okay, you can kind of see that debris at the top of your screen. So clearly that was some damage that was done in Jack County. This storm began moving north. Jesse was tracking it into Montague, into Fruitland, into Bowie, and into Nocona. We know that there have been reports of flooding in some of those areas as well. This is a separate storm from what Jesse is tracking right now in Parker County in the Weatherford area. Jesse? Thank
you very much, Teresa. So again, we have a brand new tornado warning in effect for Parker and Wise County. It's for that same supercell that's produced a tornado in parts of Parker County. We have this other one to the southwest we'll keep an eye on as it moves farther to the northeast. But let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit to show the entire tornado warned area. Perfect. Well, let's go ahead and just track this supercell, just the whole thing here for this entire polygon as it lifts to the northeast into Wise County. So this again, tornado warning in effect for parts of Parker, Wise counties as well. Certainly a flash flood potential. There's the latest on that. So here's the track as it moves to the northeast. Weatherford, still, you need to be in your safe place. Dangerous situation rolling through Weatherford. Springtown, 1017. Azle, 1022. Pelican Bay, 1027. Gibbtown, 1031. Briar, 1032. Boyd, 1038. Rome, 1043. Runaway Bay, 1048. Bridgeport, 1052. Decatur, 1055. Chico, 1104. Alvord, 1111. And Seidel at 1118. So that's it. Excuse me. That's where that particular thunderstorm is moving, and that's the one that's had a history of producing a tornado. Then we have this one. Let's go ahead and zoom back down to this one here, and we'll take a look at velocity to the southwest of Weatherford. Another one moving into parts of Parker County and to the northern side of Erath County. This tornado warning for Palo Pinto as well till 10:45, so another 30 minutes just north of Lipan. Velocity still pretty impressive here. Near 281, we're seeing some pretty strong evidence of rotation in this area to the west of Lipan, near FM4 and 281. That is lifting to the northeast as well. We'll put a track on that. We'll zoom out and show you exactly where that one's moving. This one, again, a tornado warning in effect till 10:45, and it is moving back into parts of Parker County that already saw some strong thunderstorms move through just moments ago. So we'll track this one lifting to the northeast. Weatherford, you need to kind of keep an eye on this one as well. This one might move just to your west. However, the town of Cool had a tornado warning earlier, and we were seeing debris signatures in that area, so likely some damage in Cool, and this tornado warned storm lifting right back into the same area. Brazos, Bennett, Cool, all under a tornado warning. Bennett till 10:36, Millsap 10:41, Cool 10:47, Fox 10:51, and Adele 11 p.m. So that we've heard these towns be mentioned before. You know, we mentioned these towns earlier tonight because these were areas under tornado warnings and areas that were under the track of where the rotation was. So that again, moving to the northeast. Let me take a look at Weatherford. That thunderstorm, let's go back and zoom in and show where that rotation is as it moves through Weatherford right now. I'll be checking for damage reports here in just a second. And I know that this is the biggest area of concern, kind of on the western side of Weatherford, now lifting north of I-20. That's where the strongest area of rotation. That area of rotation still concerning on the north side of Weatherford. Certainly a big concern for the town, and then areas to the north. That's where the rotation is and moving to the north. So again, that's another tornado warning that we have. Kind of a wide view. Let's do a DMA view here of radar and show folks that are tuning in what to expect and what's going on across not only just here, but all of North Texas. So you see, let's see, you see North Texas, most of the area not under a tornado warning, or not under a severe thunderstorm warning. You have a severe thunderstorm warning in Gainesville, certainly flash flooding potential with large hail damaging winds. You have the tornado potential for parts of Mineral Wells, or near Mineral Wells, into Parker County and Wise County. And then some more severe thunderstorm warnings popping up out toward Breckenridge and north of Eastland, closer to Graham, those thunderstorms moving in that area. The Dallas-Fort Worth area remains quiet at this hour. It's areas west of the Metroplex, and that was kind of the concern, is any thunderstorms that kind of popped up in this environment might take advantage and become tornado producers, and unfortunately that is the case tonight as we've seen numerous tornado reports across western portions of the area. Let's zoom back in to Weatherford and show, I just wanted to show everybody in North Texas that it's areas west of the Metroplex that are included in the area where there are dangerous thunderstorms. That's where the tornado warning is. That's where it remains, near Weatherford at this hour, 11 p.m. That's when this tornado warning expires for Parker and Wise County. The tornado warned portion of this thunderstorm now moving north of Weatherford. This is still an area of concern, lifting north through the northern half of Parker County now. As this supercell showing a little bit of a kind of wrapping up here on the backside. It certainly had the most intense rotation just southwest of Weatherford. That rotation dissipating just a little bit as it moved through Weatherford in the north. Still, though, very concerning look here on radar. You can see back to the southwest of Weatherford. That's where that area of rotation, look at that. That's where it was the strongest. So you have that really intense area of rotation southwest of Weatherford. Then it starts moving toward Weatherford. This is now a look at 10:10 and then 10:15. Some still strong rotation, perhaps some damaging winds rolling through Weatherford. And the very latest scan, as we zoom in, still showing a clear sign of rotation, perhaps an additional area of rotation. This is just a really intense supercell, perhaps an additional area of rotation forming now just west of where the old one might be dying off. So we had this area of rotation that's kind of becoming a little bit less organized, and this area of rotation becoming a little bit tighter to the northwest of Weatherford. There's Weatherford there. There's I-20. So this has already crossed I-20 and is now north of Fox. That's where the rotation sits at this hour. We have had numerous pictures and videos of tornadoes in the area. Teresa Woodard, what you got?
Well, I just want to show everybody a live picture that we have. This is a camera that TxDOT runs, and this is I-20 looking west just outside of Weatherford. It is at Rick Williamson Road. I've seen several flashes here, Jesse. It looked like some pretty bright lightning off in the distance. But, you know, one good piece of information is that traffic seems to be moving okay. This would be south of Weatherford, and this would be one of the areas of concern that you were pointing out probably about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Let's see if we can, you just saw a big lightning flash there. Let's see if we can bring up the videos that we do have from just the last little bit and some of the pictures as well. We do have video of some folks who were at a basketball tournament in Weatherford who were taking shelter, but I think right now we've got pictures of a pretty well-defined cloud as well. Okay, these are the folks who were taking shelter at this basketball tournament. We always like to see this, Jesse. We like to see that people are heeding the warnings and doing what they need to do. Fingers crossed that these folks stayed where they were, you know, outside of any potential area of damage. They took your warnings and they got to some areas that were away from any windows or anything like that. We have definitely seen reports of damage. I was mentioning this earlier. We did hear from the Granbury Volunteer Fire Department that said they had at least one home damaged southwest of Toller, and that emergency crews were having a difficult time getting to that location because there were trees down across the roads. We also know that Hood County earlier, they had confirmed with us that they had some damage to homes as well. Nothing that we haven't, you know, been able to find out exactly how bad the damage is. But Jesse, these are storms that you've been tracking for hours tonight. As I said earlier, we came on the air, or it was during our 6 o'clock newscast when the first tornado warning popped up down in Jack County. They have just sort of been popping up all over. It seemed like it was moving north to the Red River, and the meteorologist Cassie Hyder, who was in helping out for quite a while this evening, she noticed that rotation as it was down in this area, the new area of concern several hours ago. And so, of course, then our attention moved from the Red River area down here to the Granbury and Toller area. Again, we're continuing to comb social media, talk to our sources in the various emergency management departments across the region. And when we know more about what kind of damage we're talking about, because there's different, you know, levels. There could have been just slight damage maybe to a field that doesn't have a lot of population, or, you know, maybe some of these homes are spread apart from each other, and so there's just a little bit of roof damage or something like that. So we're going to continue to track that and see what we can learn throughout the evening, Jesse.
Yeah, Teresa, it's been a very busy night, and thank you so much for the update. Let's get back here to radar and show you the area of rotation, the area of concern north of Weatherford right now. That's the area that we're most concerned with. There's a couple of areas of rotation. It's kind of an interesting setup here, so we'll zoom in just a little bit. I want to point your attention to, well, now it looks kind of consolidated a little bit here. This is the area of concern. Springtown, you are certainly at risk of this. So if you live in Springtown or certainly just to the west of Springtown, you are at risk of another tornado warned storm here rolling through. Tornado warnings are issued because radar is indicating a tornado or we've spotted a tornado, and unfortunately, these have been spotted tonight. We've seen reports of tornadoes. We've seen reports of damage in western portions of North Texas throughout tonight. And that, again, is where the tornado concern is at this time, this area of rotation to the southwest of Springtown. So we'll show you that rotation. This is to the northeast of Cool. Cool had perhaps some damage earlier, and Cool is right here on the bottom left of your screen. This is the track of that rotation. As it moves to the northeast, it'll be a Lucky Ridge at 1047, Decatur at 1050. So that area of rotation still strong. That is now north of Weatherford. As we kind of take another look here, let's zoom out a little bit more, if you don't mind. We have this tornado warned storm that is also moving into Parker County right now. This tornado warning it does not include mineral wells, but this supercell crossing I-20 right now will be moving into Parker County. That is the concern. Again, Weatherford, we'll keep an eye on this. This one likely stays to your west. However, Cool had some damage earlier, or potential damage from a tornado in that area. This one is actually moving in your direction. So let's track this tornado-warned thunderstorm to the north and northeast. And as it does, again, Cool is actually in the path of this one. So is Millsap, and these are areas that have already seen tornado warnings earlier today. So it'll be in Millsap at 10:37, Mineral Wells 10:42, Fox 10:45, Garner 10:48, Authin 10:53, Adele 10:56, and Witt at 11:02. That is one of the tornado-warned thunderstorms. The other one now north of Weatherford. We'll do another look here and track this one as it lifts into Wise County. So now Weatherford, you're temporarily in the clear. This tornado-warned thunderstorm lifting to the north into Wise County, Poolville 10:30, Agnes 10:33, Boonesville 10:42, Cottondale 10:46, Keeter 10:47, Paradise 10:55, Bridgeport 11 p.m., Herman at 11:05, and Decatur at 11:09. So that's the other tornado-warned storm that's in Parker County, both of them affecting Parker County, and our concern continues for parts of Wise County as that lifts to the north. Heavy thunderstorms ongoing near Decatur. Those are not severe. Just wanted to kind of show you the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Gainesville. We had the flash flood warnings earlier for parts of Montague County. They had Highway 82 closed in both directions there in Montague County because of floodwaters. We had a new scan in. I guess, Jason, if you don't mind, I just saw that new scan come in. Let's go back to that northern Weatherford storm, the one that just went through Weatherford. Kind of take a look at what's going on with that storm. Again, this very well could be a debris signature showing up north of Weatherford in Parker County as it lifts to the north. Now it's getting a lot closer to 199. So this is 199 right here. This will be lifting north to 199. We'll put velocity on to see what's going on in this area right here. Yep, so very well could be a debris signature showing up yet again. This is the area of rotation, area that we're most concerned with, where there could be a tornado. And like I've said, this supercell has produced tornadoes, several. And we've had confirmation of not only tornadoes on the ground, we've had reports of funnels, we've seen wall cloud reports. There are people that have eyes on these thunderstorms, and that's why we had to cut into the NBA game. They're seeing reports of damage in those areas and seeing not only reports of damage on radar, but from people on the ground. So there's that area of rotation. Tornado warning continues for Parker County and then into Wise County as we get into the rest of tonight. So let's go ahead and put radar back on. A very strong supercell thunderstorm. These are the really intense thunderstorms that produce the very large hail, produce tornadoes as well. So we've seen this enhanced tornado threat tonight as these thunderstorms popped up southwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They lifted to the north in a much better sheared environment, and they're taking advantage of that, and they're starting to rotate. And that's really what we're seeing here as the night progresses, is these thunderstorms with a high wind shear, the high instability, the higher instability, it's not even that high, the higher instability that's in place west of Fort Worth, still able to produce tornadoes, and they have done so in western portions of North Texas. Dallas-Fort Worth, the Metroplex, you're still doing okay. Dallas County, Tarrant, Denton, Collin, there's nothing going on anywhere else. It's areas west of the Metroplex, these two tornado-warned thunderstorms. This one about to be in Parker County yet again in those areas that we just tracked for you. And then this one lifting north into northern Parker County into parts of Wise County. So those are our two tornado-warned thunderstorms at this hour. Dallas-Fort Worth area, you are okay. You are in the clear at this time, and I suspect that these thunderstorms with the risk of tornadoes are actually going to stay west of the Metroplex. So the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you've been in the clear all evening. These thunderstorms, since we've been on air tracking them at 6 p.m., have stayed west of the Metroplex, and they continue to do so. And the bad thing is this isn't it. We have more thunderstorms that are moving in later tonight. The good part of that is once these start to depart, the severe threat really drops. It was the stuff ahead of that main line of thunderstorms that we were concerned with, and unfortunately it did take shape, and that's what we're seeing here, that chance for the golf ball size hail, the tornadoes being reported, that is coming to fruition in western portions of North Texas tonight as we've had several reports of tornadoes in the area. So again, Metroplex right now, totally in the clear. Supercell thunderstorm north of Weatherford, moving toward Decatur, moving toward Rome. Likely the rotation stays west of Rome. However, if you live in Decatur or Alvord, I'm certainly concerned with that thunderstorm as it lifts to the north. And you have this supercell to the southwest of Weatherford, lifting farther to the northeast. And that one, again, tornado warned, we will see if that tornado warning gets extended any. Right now, it's kind of on the very edge of the tornado warning. I'm going to take a look here and look at rotation really quick just to see kind of what's going on in that area. So you see rotation right now looks a little bit less organized. That is some excellent news. So my hope is the tornado warning doesn't get extended, but just with the way things have gone tonight, that's very possible. So, you know, if you live in that area, just make sure that you're heeding the warnings because these thunderstorms have been tornado producers. Let's go to our Weatherford tower cam. We're still kind of keeping an eye on that area right now. There's a live look of the tornado warning in Parker County. We earlier had a tornado warned thunderstorm roll through Weatherford. That is now north of Weatherford. We're watching one again to the south of Weatherford, and it'll be moving toward the towns of Millsap and Cool. So again, we have eyes in the sky here in Parker County. So if you live in that area, just know that we have been watching the skies very closely, not only on radar, but again, through our tower cams. And Teresa, it's been a busy night here in western portions of North Texas.
It has been a busy night. And I know we also have that live camera of Interstate 20 just south of Weatherford as well. I don't know if we can go back to that. As you can see, lightning flashes there. But this is a camera that is at Rick Williamson Memorial Highway and I-20. We've been watching this for a while. Again, you're seeing a lot of lightning flashes here. But as we said a second ago, I guess one bit of good news is that traffic is flowing. So that makes me feel better that maybe there was no major problem on the interstate there. I do want to point out something that just came into the WFAA newsroom. This is just from the Red Cross. It's more of a general email, but they are letting people know that if you do need assistance tonight, because maybe you've had some damage or maybe the power's out or something like that, they are telling you to call them. Disaster assistance is free from the Red Cross. Their number 1-800-733-2767. That's 1-800-RED Cross. So let's sort of run you back through everything that we've been through tonight. It was in the 6 o'clock hour when the first tornado warning first came down. That was in Jack County. Jacksboro was under the gun first. We know that there was some damage in Jacksboro, but I would characterize it as very minor damage. It was, some damage to a roof. There was a trampoline that was turned over. This is some video that James Forbes shared with us. And if you see right there, that's it. And you can see a little bit of the debris flying in the air. That's where there was a touchdown in Jack County. This was again in the 6 o'clock hour. Then that system was what became a point of concern up in Montague and Bowie and Nocona. That was separate from the system that started to become a concern that Jesse's watching now down to the southwest of the DFW area. So this is a picture from that same, you just saw that video. This is a picture, the trampoline there overturned, a little bit of damage to some roofs. Looks like maybe a piece of playground equipment turned over. So again, that is minimal damage, but we know that we've heard reports of damage from Erath County, from Toller area, that there was at least some home damage there. To what extent the damage, what it looks like, we don't know yet, Jesse.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I wish I could say this was over. I wish I could say things are getting a little bit better, but I look at stuff like this and I see a very clear signature here that, and again, we likely have a tornado ongoing here in the northern portion of Parker County. We turn lightning off here. You see this area that's you see this little appendage that's coming out from this parent thunderstorm. Again, this is where the rotation is taking place, and this is likely where we have some strong rotation and perhaps debris or dust or being picked up depending on where it is. But you see this circle right here. When we turn on velocity, you'll see the connection right there. So you see how those two things are in the same exact area? That indicates not only that you have strong rotation, but that rotation may be reaching the ground and may be doing damage or picking things up. So that's why you look at that supercell thunderstorm where all the hail and heavy rain is up here, and then there's that appendage that sticks out right here, right there. See, kind of lifting to the north toward Agnes. That's where we're seeing this little ball here. We call it a debris ball, a tornado debris signature. That's radar picking up on dust or things being picked up into the air. So we know that right here there is at the very least intense winds. Probably a tornado. It seems more likely that that's the case, and that again is lifting kind of to the northeast. And I say kind of because it's kind of a northeasterly direction. It's not due northeast. It's kind of a more northeasterly direction. We'll put a track on that for you as it moves. through the northern portion of Parker County and then into Wise County. This tornado warning until 11 p.m. So 25 more minutes, and then it, very likely if it holds together is going to be extended even farther to the north and a little bit longer. So it'll be in Agnes around 1037, Cottondale 1050, Decatur 1053, and Paradise at 11 p.m. That is one of 2 thunderstorms that we're watching, tornado warned thunderstorms that we're watching. If we take the track off of that and we zoom out a little bit, you'll see the other tornado warned storm to the southwest. I think this one might be allowed to expire. I don't know yet. We'll watch this. This may get extended farther to the northeast, but this tornado warning, this thunderstorm moving toward Millsap and Cool, still showing some signs of rotation here as it did earlier. So as it moves farther to the north, closer to Millsap and Cool, areas that have already been hit by strong thunderstorms tonight, we will keep you updated on that. But again, the strongest area of rotation right now for that big thunderstorm, that severe thunderstorm to the north of Weatherford. That's where the rotation is the strongest. It is one of 2 tornado warned storms. As we look kind of near the Poolville area, you can see where that area of rotation is and where there's that signature, that debris signature on radar that we've been watching. So again, that one area of rotation I showed you first may be weakening a little bit, but the one that I'm certainly most concerned with is this one right here to the north of Weatherford. That one has the highest potential to be producing a tornado as we speak. Not even to produce one, but this right here is a clear signature that there is a tornado, and it's picking up, again, some dust and debris as it moves to the north toward Agnes. That's till 11 p.m. for Parker and Wise County. Some very large hail falling likely in Agnes, just to the northwest on 199. That's going to be up to golf ball size. As this lifts to the northeast, let's put a track on that as it moves to the northeast into parts of Wise County. So right now, Wise County, you're getting heavy rain. You might be getting some small hail in the southern portion. A new tornado warning was just issued to the south. We'll go to that in just a second. I do want to track this one first. So again, there's that tornado warned thunderstorm in northern Parker County, lifting to the north. Here's the track of that. It'll be in Cottondale, 1048, Paradise, 1058, and Decatur, around 1111. Now I see a new tornado warning polygon that has been issued just to the south of this. So let's take a look at that one. This one a little bit larger, and for that thunderstorm, this does include Weatherford. So Weatherford, this is a new tornado warning for you in Weatherford. Parker County, a large part of the county included in this, but Weatherford over to Millsap and Cool, you are certainly at the highest risk at this point. This area right here, so between Millsap, Cool, and Weatherford, here's I-20. This thunderstorm has lifted north of I-20 in western portions of Parker County. This is the hail core right here near Millsap, where there could be quarter to golf ball size hail falling from Millsap and eventually up to Cool along Highway 180. That again lifting north. The area of rotation kind of in a blurred spot here. This purple area kind of getting in the way. This kind of radar noise. So it gets a little bit in the way, but the rotation right here, lifting to the northeast toward Millsap, Cool, and Fox. These are areas that we had been talking about for quite some time tonight. We had mentioned this earlier. The earlier tornado warned thunderstorm in western Parker County moved through this area. That has lifted to the north. Now we have an additional brand new, this is some very large hail likely falling near Millsap right now, who's already been hit. This is a brand new tornado warning as it lifts to the north-northeast. You're going to see some familiar towns. It's a new storm. It's not the old one. We're not going back or anything. This is brand new. Millsap 1039, Cool 1045, Garner 1049, Authin 1055, and again Adele at 1057. This one could produce up to golf ball size hail. Certainly some damaging winds and that threat for tornadoes. That is lifting to the northeast, 30 to 40 miles per hour. That is our brand new tornado warning. Let's go back to the one in northern Parker County moving into Wise. So that's one of 3 tornado warnings. This one will just expire here in a few minutes. Okay, so this, this area here in far southern Palo Pinto County, that will expire. This one still ongoing, Parker and Wise, very clear signature of debris. Agnes, you're included in this. There's Adele, where this thunderstorm just rolled through, and that next one is coming up from the southwest. This is that signature that shows that there's strong rotation and likely a tornado right here. So if we put velocity back on the new scan, we'll take a look at that and see what that looks like. Yeah, very clearly here. So my hands sit right here because That's the area where there's rotation. The greens, the pinks, very close together. That's the area of rotation near Agnes, moving to the northeast. And as it does, we likely have a tornado with this one. So if you live in Agnes or you live farther to the north, as we put a track on this, give you an idea of when to expect it. So that tornado, that tornado concern remains high as this starts to approach the Parker and Wise County lines. The tornado threat stays on the higher side with this thunderstorm. And as you take a look here, the rotation lifts to the northeast, 30 to 40 miles an hour. These are the areas of concern and the areas that are going to be under the gun here for this tornado. Lucky Ridge, 1050, Cottondale, 1051, Decatur at 1055, Paradise, 1101, and Boyd, 1103. It's been an awfully busy night, Teresa. What you got?
Yeah, so Jesse, I just wanted to sort of bring people back up to speed on where things stand right now. We know that we've had some reports of damage from various places across North Texas, particularly down southwest of Toller. The Granbury Volunteer Fire Department put out a social media post that there was damage to a home there just southwest of Toller, and they also said that emergency crews were having trouble getting to that home. The question that we all have is just, how bad of damage is it? And we don't have an answer to that right now. We're continuing to try to work sources and try to find out exactly what all might have happened down there. But Jesse has been tracking this since the 6 o'clock hour. We've been in wall-to-wall coverage either on WFAA or on our streaming out WFAA Plus. Since then, we have not stopped because as Jesse he's raised the alarm several times tonight saying, this is cause for concern. This is, the potential for a life-threatening storm. And so this is what we do. So we know tonight we've heard multiple times Toller, we've heard Lipan, we've heard Weatherford multiple times, and we have heard there was a separate storm system that sort of started all of this off, and that was further north, and that was in Jack County, and that hit Jacksboro, where some minor damage was done, and then also we know that it went to Montague and Bowie, where we did hear reports of some flooding on the roads, and Nocona as well. That left Texas and crossed the Red River and went north. But this area that you see here on your screen, this tornado warning that's currently in effect for Parker and Wise counties, that's the area that Jesse's keeping his eye on right now, and that's really the area of concern. And Jesse, you and I have said multiple times tonight, it is Easter weekend, and so the fear would be that people dial out, people maybe go someplace, people are, not necessarily keeping as close informed as we would like them to, but fingers crossed that through all these warnings and the alerts that have gone out, they know that they need to take shelter if they're in this area.
I hope so, especially, we've had all of these confirmations. A lot of times we'll see these radar indicated tornadoes where, it's questionable. Is there a tornado? We see the rotation certainly, but with tonight, we've had a lot of eyes on these thunderstorms, and people have actually sent us these pictures, these videos of tornadoes being produced from these very thunderstorms that we're tracking. So again, this is that latest, and this is likely a debris signature here in northern Parker County. The latest track on this: Cottondale, you have 8 minutes. Lucky Ridge, you have 9 minutes. Paradise, 1101. Decatur, 1115. So Decatur, you are under the gun. I am concerned with Decatur with this thunderstorm moving to the northeast. You're currently not under a tornado warning. However, look at the latest scan here. Still the debris, this is crazy. They're still seeing that signature right here where there's likely a tornado on the ground. Now, this is, again, not a very densely populated area, but they're certainly seeing this potential just near Agnes where there's a tornado doing damage or at least picking up, or certainly on the ground at this point, lifting toward Cottondale and Lucky Ridge. This, again, tornado warning until 11:15 as it lifts to the northeast. Cottondale, you are under the gun for this one. Lucky Ridge, Decatur as well. We've been tracking these towns very carefully. You've heard these towns be brought up because we can track them well ahead of time. So now it's getting closer to the towns that we brought up 15, 20 minutes ago. So it's not that we're repeating the information necessarily. It's just it's inching in on these areas. So the areas that we mentioned 30 minutes ago, we say, hey, this thunderstorm or tornado is 30 minutes away. Now it's 15 minutes away. Now it's 10 minutes away. It's just getting closer and closer. So again, there's Cottondale right now, very heavy rain, some hail. Paradise as well. You're under the gun for some large hail with this thunderstorm. Decatur, again, you're not currently under a tornado warning. I suspect that's going to change soon, and I will let you know the moment it does, or if it does, I suppose. There's 11 p.m., the tornado warning for Parker and Wise County, and then we'll go farther to the south and show the larger polygon and the more recently issued tornado warning for this thunderstorm, which at this point is likely producing hail up to the size of tennis balls between Weatherford and Mineral Wells. Right along 180. That again, up to tennis ball size hail and potentially a tornado as well with this thunderstorm lifting to the northeast. I would love to put a track on this one as well, not only for the risk of a tornado, but for the chance for that tennis ball size hail. So we're going to track the entire thunderstorm for you as it lifts to the northeast through Parker County and eventually Wise County. Again, this thunderstorm not only has the potential to produce a tornado, but it has the potential to produce tennis ball size hail. Here's the track. Garner 1045, Adele 1053, Witt 11 p.m., Poolville 1105, Agnes 1109, Boonsville 1116, Cottondale 1123, Runaway Bay 1128, Paradise 1132, Bridgeport, Decatur, a little bit after 1130. So yeah, there's about an hour here. We're going to keep an eye on this. But this thunderstorm, if I've mentioned your town, there's at least that potential for up to tennis ball size hail on top of the risk for a tornado. So that moving to the northeast, Palo Pinto, Parker County included in this warning until 11:15 p.m. All right, let's take the track out of that one. We'll put a loop on radar and zoom out just a little bit to show folks kind of a wider view of what's going on because there are more thunderstorms out to the west. And Graham, you're under the risk here for some strong to severe thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorm warning for Young County for some damaging winds and maybe some quarter-size hail. We have flash flood warnings to the north for parts of Jack County and Montague County. Looks like Grayson County now under severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Gainesville. Metroplex. Still doing okay. Dallas, you're fine. Fort Worth, you're fine. Arlington, Carrollton, Denton, McKinney, Frisco, Plano, Rockwall, Palmer, Cleburne, you're doing just fine. It's these areas to the west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area that have these tornado-warned thunderstorms, and they have been tornado producers for sure here in parts of Parker and Wise County. So again, there's that tornado-warned storm lifting into Wise County. Let's go back to it. I just wanted to give folks a wider view just to show them, if you live in the Metroplex or you live elsewhere, I'm not ignoring you. There's just nothing going on for you. So we just got to watch where these dangerous thunderstorms are taking shape. So again, tornado warning for Parker and Wise County till 11. I highly suspect that this is going to be extended farther to the northeast. And when that, or if it does, we will let you know. But again, looks like a very clear signature for perhaps some debris down here where I'm circling with my finger. If we put velocity on, we'll likely see rotation right here in this area where this ball, and there it is right there. So again, a very strong evidence of a tornado in this area. Now on the Parker and Wise County lines, lifting to the northeast. It's going to look like it's going to miss Bridgeport, but it's going to go to the east of Bridgeport. But still, you're under the gun here. Decatur, you still need to keep a very close eye on this thunderstorm that has a history of producing tornadoes. And you see the rotation has remained very organized over the last several scans here, and even before that. That again lifting to the northeast toward Decatur. There's the area of rotation. You need to make sure you keep it here. Have the safe plan ready to go. You might as well go now, but please make sure you're at least paying attention to this thunderstorm as it lifts to the northeast. Cottondale 1051, Paradise 1101, Decatur 1115, Lucky Ridge at 1050. It's there now. That's the big concern for a tornado, and that rotation just continues to look strong. South of 114, there it is, the supercell, the hook echo right here, the sign that we're clearly seeing some debris to the south of Cottondale. That is our biggest area of concern as it lifts to the northeast, away from Agnes and closer to Cottondale. That is going to take a direct hit. If you live in Cottondale, you really need to get into your safe place. Remember, put as many walls between you and the outside of your house as you can. You want to get into the most interior room of your home. You want to get away from windows and doors. You want to get into the lower level of your home. And just keep us up, and we'll continue to update you as this thunderstorm gets closer. So again, tornado warnings, Parker and Wise County. we will continue to track these. Teresa, what you got?
Okay, Jesse, I want you to know if you need to jump in at any moment because something changes, please do. Please interrupt me. But we do have right now on the phone the CEO for the Red Cross. Her name is Linda Brady. Linda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. Okay, Linda, I'm so glad you were with us. It is late on a Saturday night. It is Easter weekend. So thank you for being willing and able to join us. But please let us know what you know about what has happened across our region tonight.
Well, just what you all are talking about right now, that there's been some storms, probably some damage to some homes. And so we're standing by ready. If people do have damage to their homes and they can't stay there, we can help provide shelter for them and make sure that they have food, a safe place to stay. And then a little later on, we take a look at the damage on their homes. People may qualify for some financial assistance. We can help connect them with other organizations also that can provide assistance to them. So people just need to call 1-800-RED Cross if they've had damage to their homes.
Okay, that's good information. Have you been contacted by any counties or cities and said, hey, we need you to go ahead and deploy to any of these areas?
Well, we're ready all the time.
Sure.
We have supply trailers and things like that stationed all over North Texas, and we're in touch with emergency managers on a regular basis. And so we already have locations identified if we need to open up shelters for people. So we're always ready.
Always ready. As of right now, you don't have any of those shelters opening tonight. No immediate need for that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay,
that's
well,
correct.
That's good news to hear, most definitely. Linda, I guess, what would you say to folks who have been through the ringer tonight? Because we're hearing some of these cities over and over. Weatherford, for one, Cool is another small town that unfortunately has been through several of these warnings. What would you say to folks about going through this and how they just need to be alert and aware and that there are people across the region who stand ready to help?
Yeah, we have an emergency app that people can download. It will give them notifications when there's weather in their area that they need to take cover or anything like that. You all are also, they need to stay alert and aware of what the news media is putting out. And there's information about how to prepare ahead of time. You all talk about it. We also have it on our website. We have it in our app about what you need to do to prepare in advance for any sorts of emergency situations like this, whether it's severe weather or fires or anything like that.
All right. We appreciate it, Linda. Thank you so much for being with us late on a Saturday night. Like I said, it's just hours or 1 hour until Easter Sunday begins, and here you are jumping on the phone to talk with us. So we appreciate it. We always appreciate everything that the Red Cross does for folks, not just in Texas, but across this country and across the world. So always there whenever you're needed. We appreciate it, Linda. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Okay, so as we continue to look at radar here and realize there is an active tornado warning that's in effect in Palo Pinto and Parker County until 11:15, just want to give a little bit of a reset and remind folks what has been happening through the night. So it started in the 6 o'clock hour. We had a tornado warning in Jack County. Then we saw tornado warnings pop up in Montague County. We know that there was some warnings about flash flooding potentially in Bowie, as well as in Nocona. That was a storm that was moving towards the Red River. It crossed into Oklahoma. But unfortunately, then these cells that were building to the southwest of the immediate DFW area, those began to turn severe. And those tornado warnings popped up probably in about the 8 o'clock hour, I believe, Jesse. I might be wrong on my timing here, but really it has been nonstop we're going on 5 hours now.
Indeed we are. Yes, you remember that first tornado warning during the 6 o'clock news.
Yes.
We were watching thunderstorms, and I posted on Facebook, we were watching thunderstorms in Jack County and near that area that were not severe at the time, and then they rapidly intensified, tapped into some low-level shear that's in place, some good instability, and they have been tornado-producing machines tonight. Oh, unfortunate, really unfortunate to see this, and we are still watching these intense supercells. Jason, I'd like to zoom out a little bit and show folks kind of a broad picture of what's going on, just because it's interesting here. The concern that we had was if any thunderstorms could pop up ahead of this mess out to the west. This mess out here, we fully expect the chance for heavy rain, some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and we're seeing that severe thunderstorm warning for Graham, maybe some quarter-size hail, right? Then we say if anything could pop up ahead of that, it's going to be the potential for tornadoes, and we have seen that nonstop from Erath County, Hood County, Palo Pinto County, Jack County, Wise County, it's just Parker County. It's just been an absolute mess. Montague County as well. So again, we have these 2 tornado warned supercells right now. Dallas, Fort Worth. I just need to tell you again, Dallas, Fort Worth area, Metroplex, you are quiet. There is nothing going on in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's just to the west of the Metroplex. Let's zoom back in and talk about these tornado warnings that are in place for Parker and Wise County. So intense supercell here, large hail, perhaps up to the size of tennis balls in this one, perhaps up to the size of golf balls in this one. Large hail, a concern. That is a very clear signature. I just cannot believe this is still happening. Very clear sign here that this is still a strong rotating supercell. This is no better. Excuse me, this is no better to the west of Weatherford. These are very clearly capable, highly capable of producing more tornadoes as they lift to the northeast. Now, at this time, it looks like the National Weather Service, there's nothing good about a severe thunderstorm warning, but I am glad that at least the rotation's coming down enough that instead of a tornado warning extension, it's a severe thunderstorm warning extension for parts of Parker and for Wise County here. My apologies, it's been a long night. For Wise County here. So let's hope that rotation continues to dissipate. This is a nasty looking thunderstorm supercell west of Weatherford. Let's zoom back into that one and show folks the latest on that. We've had already earlier tonight a supercell produce a tornado and likely do some damage in the area of Cool, and that is where this is moving right now. So if you take a look, the supercell is right on top of Cool as we speak. That velocity signature is still pretty impressive. It's a little bit, as we take kind of a look here, velocity. That's okay. We'll go back to reflectivity. It's kind of sometimes this happens, these radar beams and scans kind of do a flash and they kind of lose their data. We'll come back to it when the data returns. But right now, the data that we do have, reflectivity from Cool all the way up to Adele, this is, man, I tell you, it's probably producing tennis ball size hail from Adele down to Cool. And then we have this area right here where I'm highly concerned with yet another tornado lifting to the northeast toward Adele. This tornado warning until 11:15. This is certainly our most impressive supercell at this time. There's Fox, you're in the clear. Millsap, you're in the clear. Cool, you are still just stay in your safe place if you live in Cool. You still have about another 10 minutes before I'd like to call you in the clear. But Adele, you are certainly at risk of seeing this very large hail. And yet again, another chance for a tornado. I know you're probably exhausted if you live in this area because this thunderstorm lifted to the north with tornado warning. You had to get in your safe place. It moved out, then another one's moving in right behind it. Again, this tornado warning until 11:15 for Palo Pinto and Parker counties. Let's do a little bit of a wider view and put loop on radar. We'll show you here. As I just want to say, meteorologist Greg Fields is here, and he's doing some behind-the-scenes work, and he's getting mic'd up here, and we'll have him do a little bit of coverage too here in just a second. I appreciate you very much, Greg. Of course, Greg, Monday through Friday in the mornings, and here he is at 11 p.m. on a Saturday night, helping us out. Again, the weather team works 24 hours a day, and when we get these types of storms, that's just the way it goes. And we see these intense supercells now to the northwest of Weatherford. And then as you see the loop on radar, it's still by itself. You'd rather, when you see these isolated supercells like this, I'd mentioned this earlier, when they're isolated, when they're by themselves like this, they're able to take advantage of the unstable air and the wind shear. When they're more congealed into kind of a linear mess to the west, like we're seeing west of Grafford and then closer toward Graham right now, that's when they're more likely to just be 60-mile-an-hour wind producers and quarter-size hail. But these supercells can take full advantage of the atmosphere, and they're doing so. And they're producing tornadoes, and they're producing the very large hail, and that's lifting through, yet again, northern parts of Parker County, and is about to go right back through an area that's already under a tornado warning. This is the older tornado warning for Parker and Wise. This is the newest tornado warning for Palo Pinto and Parker. So this supercell is about to cross into the same area that was under a tornado warning just earlier. Now severe thunderstorm warning exists to the north of that. So again, Parker and Wise, Palo Pinto and Parker until 11:15. Tornado warning will continue. Still the potential for tennis ball size hail and tornado potential is very high at this point. If there's not one on the ground, there could be one very soon. This again west of Weatherford. We take a closer look here. This is a hook echo. Oh, Greg, go ahead. Sure.
They do have eyes of a tornado on the ground north of Cool, moving north. Just north of Mineral Wells Highway.
Thank you for that report. Yeah, we had been watching. Cool had gotten hit earlier by a tornado warning storm. Likely some damage there, and we've been seeing these very impressive signatures on radar all night. All night. And that's why I was saying, they're on the over on the green screen. If it's not producing a tornado now, it's very likely going too soon. And you're saying there's eyes on that storm. Yeah,
they do have eyes on the storm north of Cool, moving north. So it's just north of Mineral Wells Highway. So I don't know if Jason can, Jason has that.
Right there it is.
And you see that as you've been talking about all night, very impressive rotation with that one as well.
Yeah, sometimes these thunderstorms, I will tell you, in my years of being a meteorologist, you'll see these thunderstorms with questionable rotation. Maybe it's broad, maybe it's a little bit weaker at times. But the supercells we've seen tonight have had very clear indicators that they're producing tornadoes. And not only have we had those indicators, but we've had pictures, we've had video, and we've had just confirmation all over the place that these are producing tornadoes. So like Greg said, meteorologist Greg Fields in here tonight, thank you so much. If you look north of Cool, you see that area of rotation. There's 180. This is the biggest area of concern. If you look at Garner, up again, Adele, yet we keep mentioning Adele, but you are back under this, under this threat for a tornado. This moving to the northeast, we have confirmation of a tornado here north of Cool, near Garner, near Adele. That is moving to the northeast. Let's put a track on that for folks in the path. This latest scan just got more intense, Greg. So you look there, you see those brighter colors showing up. That is stronger rotation moving right toward the town of Adele. We're going to put a track on that for you as it moves to the northeast. These are some of the towns that will be impacted, and I guarantee you will have heard very similar names because we've been mentioning the same names over and over again. There it is. Adele, 1101, Poolville, 1114. That's the area of the strongest rotation right now near Adele. So we have this one. Let's zoom out just so we can make sure everyone else gets, shows what's going on here. A new one for Wise County. Okay, and there it is. Thank you very much, Greg. Greg Fields here, meteorologist Greg Fields. New tornado warning. Now this includes Decatur. Remember earlier we were saying Decatur wasn't technically under a tornado warning. Now it is under a tornado warning. That tornado warning includes Paradise. It includes Decatur. Poolville is under the one to the south near Cool. So we have these two tornado warnings, very intense thunderstorms. And I will tell you the display of this supercell continues to be really impressive. There is no reason to believe it's not going to drop a tornado. If you live in Decatur, you need to seek shelter now. If you know someone that lives in Decatur, make sure that you call them. Let them know that we're here on WFAA, WFAA Plus, tracking these thunderstorms, which are tornado producers, and that I have high concern for Decatur. So if you live near 380 and 287, right there at that intersection is Decatur. There's the area of rotation in Paradise. It's lifting to the northeast. It continues to strengthen. It's moving right toward the town of Decatur. It will be there in 9 minutes. Now you have 9 minutes to get into your safe place if you live in the heart of Decatur. Now's your time. There's no reason to wait. In the heart of Decatur, under a tornado warning, that tornado will be there around 11:12. So you've got about 10 minutes or less. I would just assume it's 5 minutes. There's no reason to plan for longer. Wise County, tornado warning till 11:30. That's the latest warning that was just issued. Bridgeport to Paradise, certainly some really large hail. That's the tornado concern right here where my hand is. That's the area of rotation. That lifting right toward Decatur. That's Paradise. There's Decatur. This right here, Paradise right underneath the area of strong rotation right now. So I have real big concerns for Paradise, really big concerns for Decatur as this supercell moves to the northeast. That again, a new tornado warning until 11:30. Meteorologist Greg Fields, are you seeing anything else being reported in the area?
No, and the tornado remains in progress in northeast of Garner near Cool, and you were just talking about that one, and another one that we just talked about in Wise County. So those are the two warnings that we have in effect right now. And you were talking about how impressive, Jesse, that rotation is, and you see that ball there, that kind of out ahead of that circulation. You're talking about that debris ball, and that is near Adele once again, looks like it may be getting another direct hit. I know a little bit earlier, one of the storms moved right over Adele. It looks like that is happening once again.
Just been an unbelievable night, quite honestly, and these areas keep hitting this, getting hit over and over again by these intense supercells. And there you go, there's FM 1885. It runs through Adele. That's exactly where we're seeing that debris ball show up. Meteorologist Greg Fields just mentioning that. This is the area of highest concern as it lives to the northeast. So through Adele, there's FM 920. That is also, if you live along FM 920, right here to the northeast of Adele, this is moving right toward your area. So again, some very large hail. Tornado potential in Adele itself. Parker County until 11:15, a tornado warning. There's the radar signature showing intense rotation. Greg, these supercells have been doing this all night, where you see these big, for a second it might pulse down, but they've had no trouble at all keeping this really strong rotation. And Jason, we'll zoom out a little bit just to show you again where those two tornado warned storms are.
The concern, I guess, late this afternoon and evening, if we saw storms developing out ahead of that main line or away from the front, we knew that this was a possibility, and this has come to pass with these areas of a strong rotation that we have seen, and these have been confirmed tornadoes as well. So we've gotten the pictures of that, we've gotten the ground confirmation, so we will see as we head into tomorrow just the damage that these have done. But we are starting to get some damage reports. Large tree blocking the road in both the directions there near Weatherford, so that's something that we're going to have to deal with once again across the area, as well as the sun comes up. So if you do have to be out while it's dark, this is certainly going to be a concern, because again, these have been confirmed tornadoes. We've gotten the pictures of these as well. So we are starting to get some damage reports as well. So please do be in your safe place for the newest one. Let's take another look at these warnings that we do have for Wise County. This goes until 11:30 here this morning. So we'll zoom back in on that one, Jason, if we can. We've been talking about that impressive rotation associated with that, and you see that little notch there. So we do have that rotation associated with that storm near Paradise right now. So it has moved just right over Paradise. We have that hail core maybe just south of Highway 380, and let's put the track on this one if we can with that rotation. You see how very impressive that rotation is with the moving away from the radar and moving toward the radar there. But those brighter colors there, some very intense rotation there with that one right near Paradise, right almost on top of Paradise. And if we put that track on there, Decatur about 11:13 or so, give or take a little bit with the exact timing there. But Decatur, you need to be in your safe place now. This is going to move right over Decatur. It looks like crossing Highway 380 here within the next few minutes or so, within the next 10 minutes. So if you're not already there, please do get in that safe place. The rotation, the very strong rotation right over Paradise right now. So it looks like that's going to take it right over, maybe just to the northwest of the immediate Decatur area. But it is going to move between Paradise and Decatur right now, moving off to the northeast at around 35 miles per hour. These storms have been moving. So we just put that track on that one. That is for Wise County, goes until 11:30. A little farther south, if we can go down and look at that other one that we do have the rotation for. And the hail core, we want to point that out as well. So the pink shaded area there, you're going to be in that hail core north of that center of that circulation. But as we put the track on that, that's near Adele that we've been talking about. So this is the second storm that has moved over Adele. We had that one a little bit earlier this evening, and then that one is tracking north and northeast as well with the storm track on that. And Jason is putting the storm track from that hail core. So that's where you're going to get initially, and that's going to move up toward Gibtown, Boonesville. You're going to be in the path of that hail core, but that circulation is going to be right behind that as well. So you see some of the towns and other areas that will be impacted by this storm. So that's the other warned storm that we have, tornado warned storm, Parker County until 11:15. And then as Jason goes back from the center of that circulation, Poolville, Boonesville, Rickles, and Bridgeport around 11:44 or so with those. So let's zoom out, kind of give you the broader view once again, kind of reset what we're talking about. We do have those two tornado warned storms for Wise and Parker counties. until 11:30 and 11:15 respectively, and behind that we do have that main line of stronger thunderstorms that will be working its way in, and we do have severe thunderstorm warnings for those moving near Graham right now. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings for those, for the large hail, the damaging winds, and very heavy rain that we've gotten with these storms as well. So you see the green shaded boxes there indicating the flash flood warnings that we have, the yellow shaded boxes indicating the severe thunderstorm warnings, and of course the ones that we've been talking about with that rotation. Let's zoom back in on that area in Parker County. The northern part of Parker County, there's that ball showing up again, that debris ball that we've been talking about and we've seen with so many of these storms. And Jesse, you want to come back in now and you can see right there. Let's see what that is close to. That's going to be just north of Adele right there.
Thank you very much, Greg. So it's been quite a night. I'd like to show you the latest scan of velocity because it's looking more and more impressive as we go through tonight, surprisingly here. Let's put on our velocity scan, and we have the couple of tornado warnings. I want to show you this one near Adele. That again moving northeast. I'd like to go to the Paradise thunderstorm, the one that's farther to the north here. Let's see here, that right there, moving toward Decatur. This one showing really intense signs of rotation. There is no doubt in my mind that we've got a tornado here. Paradise, you were just under the rotation. It is lifting north. Decatur, you've got to get into a safe place. This is approaching 380 as we speak. That is the strongest area of rotation right now. We saw that strong area of rotation just to the south, but this one right here, certainly of high concern as it moves toward Decatur and Highway 380 right now. As it moves to the northeast, this is a very clear signature here that there's a tornado. There's La Paloma Way. There's 380. There's the town of Decatur. That rotation is really close. Jason, do we have our distance tool that can show the center of this rotation to downtown Decatur, for instance? It's awfully close here. I really need you, the 5 miles. That is nothing. You really need to make sure you're in a safe place. We've been warning you that Decatur here, you are under that tornado warning. So please make sure you're in a safe place. We have this area of rotation, very strong area of rotation. No doubt here that we're going to have a tornado roll through near 380. So if you live in Decatur, please get into your safe place. I mean, this rotation was so strong near Paradise. It continues to be very impressive to the north of Paradise, and it is moving northeast right toward the town of Decatur. You have got to get into a safe place. If you know somebody that lives here or especially kind of northwest, this area here, Decatur, up 287 or west on 380, give them a call. Make sure that they're weather aware. I know it's a little bit late. People might be sleeping, but I really want to make sure that they know that this is a very serious situation. That is clearly a tornado. This thunderstorm has had zero problems producing tornadoes, and it continues to do the same thing as we speak. So there it is. The latest view showing the area of rotation now north of Paradise, now west of Decatur. That tornado warning there for Wise County. Go ahead.
To come out for Northwest Parker County. A new tornado warning is coming for Northwest Parker County as that rotation continues there. So want to update you on that one as well.
Meteorologist Greg Fields, thank you so much. A new tornado warning coming out here shortly for this right here. So we have this other supercell that'll be moving yet again. Decatur, you're not done. When this one passes by, you still have to watch this one right here to the south. I wish I could say that this was all you have to deal with, but it's not. Same thing with Bridgeport. This supercell to the south of Bridgeport, to the southwest of Decatur, is lifting to the northeast, and I certainly have concerns with this one going over the same exact areas that this supercell just went through. So between Bridgeport, Decatur, and then farther to the southwest, you are at serious risk here of yet another supercell coming through your area. So right now, Wise County until 11:30, so 17 more minutes for this tornado warning, and it looks like we'll have another tornado warning issued for this supercell right here. Man, they just don't stop, do they? As we let's put a loop on this, if you don't mind, Jason. You'll see again what looks like a clear debris signature right here, just on the south side of Decatur. Decatur, you have got to get somewhere safe. I really don't want you messing with this one. This is not one to go look at. I know it's very Texas nature to just go look outside and see what you see, but just don't do that tonight. This is just not the time for that. We have this supercell here. There's the brand new tornado warning that is now in effect for northern Parker County and yet again, Wise County. Let's zoom in and show the latest information on that tornado warning. All right, there it is till midnight. So 45 more minutes, 46 more minutes. We have this supercell is moving. If you watch, it's moving across the same exact area as this one. So you had this supercell, watch it carefully, lift through Parker into Wise, up into Paradise and Decatur. This supercell taking the same trajectory, a brand new tornado warning for Parker and Wise County. My most immediate concern, let's go back to Decatur. That's my most immediate concern. I'd like to zoom into this area right here. That again, a signature of debris showing up on radar. Let's put our velocity signature on. There's Decatur. That's where the debris is showing up. This is the strongest area of rotation right now, just on the west side of Decatur. So there's 287, there's 380. This tornado crossing 380 and crossing right around Decatur. So please make sure you're in your safe place. Greg, I'm not sure. I know you're keeping an eye on the reports over there. Are we seeing any reports or confirmation of anything in that area?
Well, I do want to mention the latest warning that just came out, the new one there for Parker County that is that the one that just came out? Let me go back to that one.
Sure.
The one that just came out, that was radar indicated. Now we do have confirmation from these other ones, but this one is radar indicated. So this is capable of producing a tornado. No confirmation with the storm that was near Poolville and 12 miles northeast of Mineral Wells and moving northeast at around 30 miles per hour. So this was radar indicated with the new warning that did just come down, and this one goes until midnight, as you mentioned. And also want to mention too, we've talked about the hail. So the hail threat with this one, in addition to the possible tornado with the rotation there, could be up to golf ball size. So we are looking at some large hail associated with this, along with that radar indicated rotation.
A nasty night continues. Meteorologist Greg Fields, thank you so much. So, this right here, Decatur, I just can't emphasize the importance of getting into a safe place if you live in Decatur, because we are seeing confirmation in the area. Strong rotation very clearly here. I'd imagine Decatur's getting hit with, if it's not a tornado, and I'm very certain of this is such tight rotation that it likely is. If it's not, this is some very strong winds. Jason, can we query the winds in the Decatur area? I'd like to see what radar is estimating in this area. So what we can do is we can actually take a look at some of these pixels and see how strong the winds are near Decatur. So winds right now, 76 miles per hour. These are the outbound winds of this thunderstorm. Take another look near Decatur, 83 miles per hour. That's a radar estimate. So, you're looking, let's just call it winds of 75 to 85 miles per hour in this area near Decatur. That's where this very strong wind is, and that's likely, this rotation is so strong here now on the north side of Decatur. So very strong winds in Decatur, possibly a tornado in parts of the town. And then if you look to the northwest, that may be the more likely area where that's taking shape, right by 287. Okay, so Decatur, tornado warning, get in your safe place. Northwest of Decatur, 287. That's where I'm keeping a really close eye on that rotation and where that tornado appears likely at this time. Not even possible, but likely based on this latest radar scan. And based on this rotation, I don't see any reason to believe that this is not going to drop a tornado. Again, this is right near 287 on the northwest side of Decatur. That's where this rotation is currently. Very strong, very well organized. We go back to reflectivity and see where relative to, there's Decatur, there's the rotation. Again, you see this hole right here. So as meteorologists, what we do is we look at the velocity, then we look at the reflectivity. What this shows us, how heavy the rain is, how strong the hail might be. And then when you see this weak region of reflectivity, see how there's kind of a void here, or the lighter greens mean lighter amounts, and then you see this heavier stuff. This is the area where we're watching for rotation. And it's very clear that we have some. There's Decatur right now. I don't like the looks of that. I hope Decatur, again, folks are seeking shelter because, again, that rotation moving right through the town. We're moving on the north side of town. Tornado warning for Wise County until 11:30, and an additional part of Wise County. South of Decatur, another supercell moving in from Parker County under a tornado warning. Go ahead.
There, the tornado warning 4 has been canceled actually for Wise County now. So that storm has weakened. We're talking about how impressive that rotation was. Maybe still some damaging winds in that area, as you just pointed out. But the tornado warning has been canceled now for Wise County.
Oh, wonderful news. Couldn't ask for anything better than that. Except let's get rid of this tornado warning too. So we still have this tornado warning for Parker and Wise, and that's going to be producing some large hail. Meteorologist Greg Fields, thank you again. There again is that area right here where the largest hail will be falling in southern parts of Wise County. Now this is a tornado warning until midnight, so still another, let me do math here, 41 minutes? Yeah, 41 minutes? I think I got that right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's until midnight. So you just know that that's an area that we're watching very closely. That area of rotation has kind of been on and off right now. It doesn't look terribly impressive, but these thunderstorms have had history producing tornadoes, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. That tornado warning, Parker and Wise until midnight. Jason, let's do a DMA view. I'd like to kind of reset a little bit here and just kind of restart what's going on because there's just so much. But the Dallas-Fort Worth area, fine. There's still nothing going on in the Metroplex. It's great for the Metroplex. Areas east, you're quiet. Areas south, you're quiet. It's west. That's where the thunderstorms are intense. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in Graham, flash flood warnings up through Bowie and so parts of Montague County and Jack County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in Wise County up to Gainesville into Cook County and parts of Montague County. And then we have this one tornado warning in effect south of Decatur. So that's, I just kind of wanted to show you what's going on. And this is the rain that's going to be moving in late tonight. And we will have rain around. If you have, I'm not sure that you're awake at this point, but if you have Sunday morning service plans for sunrise service, there will be some rain around, especially in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But the severe threat at that time is gone. So as we look through the overnight, I expect the severe threat to dwindle, especially when we start to get into this mess. Once this big area of rain and thunderstorms that's so widespread starts to overspread, it will take care and get rid of these more isolated areas. Though the isolated supercells are the mean ones, the really bad ones, and that's the one, that's what produces tornadoes. We saw these supercells that are some in Oklahoma, some still here in North Texas, down near Erath County, produce tornadoes near Hood County. So parts of Erath, parts of Hood, parts of Parker County, parts of Palo Pinto County have been under tornado warnings tonight. It's been an absolutely unsettled evening tonight here in North Texas and western portions of the area. And we still have a tornado warning in effect until midnight for parts of Parker and Wise County. We do have a crew, Teresa, going into that area. Teresa, what do you have?
Yeah, Jesse, so let's see if we can bring up this live picture that we have from one of our photojournalists, Michael Botsford, and reporter Richard Solomon. They are together and they are heading west right now. That is their view as they are getting into Weatherford. Throughout the night or throughout the last few minutes as I've been watching this off to the side, there's been a lot of lightning flashes that we have seen in this area. They are looking for some damage that was potentially reported outside of the Weatherford area. We know that Jesse has said Weatherford, you're under the gun multiple times tonight. We know that there was a debris cloud in that area. So thank you to Michael Botsford and Richard Solomon late on this Saturday night out tracking storms. Again, this is in Weatherford. That is a live look at Weatherford right now. I've seen a lot of lightning that's shown up on this camera throughout the last few minutes. But of course, when we take it live, that lightning seems to go away. But just to sort of regroup and tell you what else we have been watching tonight, we know that in Toller, the Toller area, which is southwest of here, that was where the Granbury Volunteer Fire Department reported that they had one home that sustained some damage, and they were not able to, they told us they were extremely busy, and so they were not able to give us any details about exactly what kind of damage there might have been there. I'm going through my emails right now. I know that the Hood County Sheriff's Department or there's someone in Hood County, it may have been the Emergency Management Department, they said that Toller was the most affected town that they had heard of right now as well. We just know that many of these emergency crews are now getting out, now that some, not all, but some of the warnings have expired. Some of these emergency crews are now able to get out and survey the area and see what kind of damage they are faced with. As we continue to take this live picture, this is from a camera in one of our news vehicles. They are heading west. This is as they are getting into the Weatherford area, which is one of the spots that really has seen multiple warnings throughout the night. We'll continue to follow them as they make their trek across Weatherford as they are looking for potential for damage. Let me reset and see if we can potentially bring up some other video and pictures that we have gathered throughout the night. We have some video from when this all started back in the 6 o'clock hour from Jacksboro, and you can actually see the storm sort of forming and taking hold and then doing a bit of damage. And it was minor damage, I will say that, but take a look at this video and you can see the rotation there. Watch the trees there. I'm very thankful that the vehicles that were driving on the road there were not caught up in this, but just watch in the distance here. James Forbes gave us permission to use this, and this was again in the 6 o'clock hour in Jacksboro. And if you see there, he zooms in. Now watch and kind of look at the top of your screen in just a couple of seconds. You are going to see, there you go. You're starting to see a little bit of debris. So clearly there was some damage there. That was in Jacksboro. I don't know if we can pull up the images that we have that seem to go along with this particular location, but it looked like there was just some roof damage done to a building there, and then there was potentially like a trampoline that was overturned. Okay, this just came in through my email, and this is really good news, but it would be actually just from the city of Weatherford. But the fire department in the city of Weatherford says, as of right now, their crews are out. And they are not reporting any damage, specifically in the city of Weatherford right now. Okay, you can see that was what I was mentioning just a second ago. With that goes along with the video that we were just showing you of the rotation, and you can see a little bit of damage to the roof there in Jacksboro. Okay, it sounds like we might have WFAA's Richard Solomon on the line with us now. Richard, can you hear me right now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, Richard, we can. Okay, so I know you and photojournalist Michael Botsford are out heading towards Weatherford. I just got an email from the fire chief in Weatherford, and they said there's no damage in the city of Weatherford right now. So that is really good news. I know you've been tracking these storms. What are you seeing? Clearly, we're taking a live look at your camera right now, and we can see lightning.
Yeah, I mean, that's been really the biggest thing that we've seen just driving up here. Really, once we got towards Fort Worth, I mean, we've just seen flashes of lightning like this nonstop. So where we're at right now, we're actually in Weatherford. This is off Hester Road, I believe, and Franklin Street here in Weatherford. Now, again, thank you for that update, Teresa, because the city crews report no damage here within the city, but we're actually headed towards another area where we believe there may be some damage. Again, that's not confirmed yet. We're just searching online, just making sure folks are safe. Again, we're in Weatherford, no reports of damage, but really the biggest thing that we've seen is what you're seeing on your camera right here with all this lightning. So I've been following along with the weather crew. I want all of you guys at home watching and listening to do the same and just take what they're saying serious and stay indoors and get to your safety spots. But again, we're going to stay out here. We're safe. And just make sure that if we do see any damage, we'll, of course, keep all you guys up to date. But again, thankfully in the city of Weatherford, no damage. We haven't seen any at all, thankfully, either. So
that's a relief.
This lightning is really the craziest thing that we've seen, Teresa.
Most definitely a relief to hear that. But of course, that just means city proper. Inside the city limits, it might not account for anything that potentially happened outside of the city limits and in the county. Richard, I see that, I mean, the street lights are on. It looks like homes have their porch lights on. So, and I've been checking the Encore website all night, and I don't see any major power outages. And clearly it looks like the power's on. And although it's 11:30 on the Saturday night before Easter, I'm sure a lot of folks are asleep, but at least they have power, it appears.
Yeah, that is a good sign. I'm sorry, I'm directing bots as well while we're doing this, but that is a good sign. I mean, I stuck my hand out the window just a few ago. It was a little cooler. I mean, it did rain here. There's a lot of precipitation on the ground, a lot of wet spots. And it seems like, you know, it was just a storm that passed through here peacefully, hopefully. But where we're headed right now, so we're just about to get towards Zion Hill Road. Once we get up there, we'll be out of the city of Weatherford into the county limits, and we're going to see just what we see in that area. Now, traditionally, that's where, you know, you get in a more rural area, right? Less lights, less properties. So hopefully the same story that we're seeing here in city limits is what we will see out there once we move further out into the county. So no damage here from where we're at, but we're hoping we don't find anything crazy once we get to where we're going in a few.
Okay, we appreciate it. Richard Solomon, along with photojournalist Michael Bosford, out tonight searching to see if any of our North Texas residents have encountered major damage. We certainly, as we've said, had reports of bits and pieces of damage here and there. So Richard will be out looking for that. And just to sort of recap on what we do know, we know that in Toller, which is far to the southwest, there was reports of at least one home that did receive some damage, and then Jacksboro, we know there was minor damage, and then we've just had, bits and pieces of reports of people suffering little things here and there. But now that the warnings are starting to calm down, and I say that, I feel like I need to knock on wood, because Jesse and I have been out here for several hours, Greg, talking about warnings. But once the warnings begin to taper off is when the damage assessments really do begin.
Yeah, and it looks like that's going to be a while as well. There's a new tornado watch that we will show you here in just a bit. That's going to go through the overnight hours. We were talking about that main line of storms that's going to move through. So it looks like still going to be maybe enough of a tornado threat to continue that tornado watch. We'll get back to that in just a bit. We do want to show you the radar here once again. We'll start out close up with that one tornado warning that we still have. And that's for Wise County right now. Not as impressive with that rotation as it was, but still that goes until 11:30. So this is an update with the tornado warning now for Wise County, and we will still see some strong rotation with potentially with the tornado warning there until 11:30 here, and also that hail core. You see that the pink shaded area there, so that hail core maybe up to golf ball size hail associated with this as well. So in addition to now you can see the thunderstorm warning now is the only thing that's in effect. So that has been canceled as well. The tornado warning has been canceled, so that is some good news. And we were just talking about that rotation didn't look quite as impressive as it moved out of Parker County on into Wise County there. So still a severe thunderstorm warning for the large hail and damaging winds for Cook, Montague, and Wise counties. So we no longer have any tornado warnings in the area right now. So that is the good news. That storm has lifted out of Parker County, and now the newest severe thunderstorm warning that we do have is going to be for Wise County. So that's going to be near Decatur. Still don't need to be out and about. Still need to be in your safe place. We're still going to have some strong winds and some very large hail associated with this, and some very heavy rains. We've been talking about that flooding as well. So you see Cook, Montague, and Wise counties until 11:45, and that's the storm that's kind of between Highway 380 and 114. Let's get a little bit tighter on that one if we can there, Jason, and you can see the pink shaded area there. I mentioned that large hail threat as we zoom in a little bit more on and near Paradise, between Runaway Bay there and Paradise up toward Bridgeport. So that hail core is probably going to track right over Bridgeport with that large hail there associated with that. So as we take a look at the area there, that we could have that golf ball size hail, but again, that's going to track northeast at around 30 miles per hour. So that's going to take it over Bridgeport with that hail core, the strong winds perhaps associated with that, and eventually on up into Cook and Montague counties here as we get a little bit closer to the Red River. So Jason's putting that track on there, and we'll have some towns there for you. And the approximate times: Paradise, you see Bridgeport around 11:36 or so, Chico around 11:48, and out toward Alvord around 11:54. So again, severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning anymore, but a severe thunderstorm warning for the large hail and the damaging winds. Let's go out to that storm a little farther west, out toward Jacksboro. And you can see the green shaded area there. We do have the flash flooding potential. So some very heavy rain with these storms, frequent lightning as well. So we do have that flash flood warning in effect for that area, as you just saw in Jack County, and looking at some of the estimated rainfall totals there. So these will certainly be going up as we go through the evening hours, maybe upwards of a 2 inches estimated rainfall, probably a little bit higher than that with the estimates. As we zoom back out, I'll put the reflectivity back on there, and you can see some very heavy rain, frequent lightning associated with these storms as well. So this is the main line of storms that we're talking about. So we've been talking about these cells out ahead of the main line, but it's going to be moving through over the next several hours. Widespread heavy rain associated with this, some strong winds, and can't rule out that tornado as well. So as we just showed you, or if we can go back to that, let's show the tornado watch once again. Let's give a broader view of the radar first of all, and look, and we can talk about the area that's going to be moving all across North Texas here as we head after midnight and through the overnight hours here for tonight. And now let's put that tornado watch on there, the new tornado watch that we do have that goes until that's been extended. Or is that the one that's been extended there, Jesse, that will include our area there? Has it not come up yet on the
it hasn't popped up just yet. I'm going to try to get that. I'm going to work on that.
Okay, just work on that. And I think that's going to go, if I read correctly, that's going to go until maybe 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
That's right.
So we will have that main line moving through. So that threat will certainly be there overnight. So when that updates, we will show you that. But that's that main line that's going to be working its way through out ahead of or behind these isolated cells that have produced the tornadoes throughout the evening hours, going all the way back to late this afternoon and evening. I think around 6 o'clock when that first warning, tornado warning did come out. So you can see out toward Graham and Breckenridge and even a little farther west, just on the other side of Eastland there, those storms will be moving in, and that severe potential will continue even into the overnight hours. So you will certainly need to have a way to get those potential warnings. I know a lot of us will be going to bed, or at least trying to anyway, later on tonight after midnight and during the overnight hours. But this main line will be pushing through the area, and again, we'll have that potential for some severe weather even into the overnight hours for tonight. But again, the severe thunderstorm warnings that we do have in effect, Wise County right now included in that. That's going to head on up to around Bowie and Gainesville, so Cook and Montague included in that as well. But we are talking about strong winds and that potential for some large hail, maybe up to golf ball size, maybe even a little bit larger in some areas. And again, along Highway 380, that's where we do have the strongest part of that storm now in Wise County, and that's going to be pushing up over Alvord, maybe just to the west of Decatur, the strongest part of that storm. If we can get a little bit tighter on that storm there, right along the Highway 380 and 114 in Wise County. You see that hail core is going to move right over Bridgeport, so you're going to be looking at some large hail and still maybe some rotation associated with that storm as well. But we don't have a tornado warning in effect, just that severe thunderstorm warning that we do have right now. So we'll zoom out once again, kind of give you that broader view of what we're talking about on the radar, and some very, very heavy rain and strong storms just west of Wise County there, getting out into Jack County. So we'll have some very strong storms there between Archer City approaching Bowie. You're going to have some strong winds approaching your area, some very heavy rain, probably some large hail as well. And our southwestern counties, once again, will be getting hit with that line of storms a little farther south and west. So this is what we're going to be dealing with here over the next several hours. So even though that tornado threat has waned right now, that threat will continue as we get into this evening, later into the overnight hours. It has already continued into this evening, but as we head after midnight into the early morning hours on tomorrow, we'll still have that threat for some strong and severe storms. And then after that, things should begin to settle down. But we're going to be dealing with this main line of storms working its way through, with that severe weather threat continuing as we head on into this evening. So we will have that tornado watch as soon as that updates. I do want to show you that. Again, that's going to go through the overnight, and it will include counties up along the Red River, likely portions of the Metroplex as well will be included in that. But again, we are just watching storms now that will have that potential for some damaging winds and some large hail. No active tornado warnings in effect for the area at the moment. All that activity you see with the tornado threat up into Oklahoma right now, but we will have the flash flooding. That's going to be a concern across the area, along with that wind and hail threat. It looks like for the next few hours anyway. But as this main line does approach, we will see again, we will have, there it is. There's the new tornado watch that we do have that does include portions of the Metroplex, just about all of the Metroplex, Tarrant, Dallas, Denton, Collin County is included in that as well. As we get up toward McKinney and Denton, you're going to be included in that up along the Red River. So that is our new tornado watch that we do have in effect, and that goes until 7 a.m. The way it stands right now. So that line of storms that we've been talking about, that main line of storms will move through, so they will have that potential to bring those strong damaging winds and that tornado threat as well as we head into the overnight hours here for tonight. Jesse.
All right, Greg, thank you so much. So again, there is the brand new tornado watch until 7 a.m. Here's the deal. What we're going to do here is we're going to continue covering this for just a little bit longer. Then we're going to go over to WFAA Plus. It's our streaming app that you can download on your TV. So if you search that app, just know that we are going to continue to cover the thunderstorms on WFAA Plus. But I'm going to give you some time to download that as these thunderstorms continue to march east. Again, the best piece of news that I can say right now is we have no tornado warnings in North Texas. That's the first time we've been able to say that for now 5 hours. So it's really great to say that. And we do have a tornado watch that's in effect until 7 a.m. It does include the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It includes our Red River counties as we watch these thunderstorms start to move into more portions of North Texas. And I'll put Timecast on here in a second. And we're going to do a couple things before we go here. We have those severe thunderstorm warnings for now for Wise County and parts of Montague and Cook. Those supercells dissipating quite a bit, thank goodness, as those move to the north through Decatur and parts of Montague and Cook County. Then we have this very heavy rain. None of this is severe. what a blessing that is to see that. We have a severe thunderstorm warning east of Coleman. Dallas-Fort Worth area is still quiet, so let's go ahead and track just this pseudo line of thunderstorms as it moves farther to the east, and that's what will eventually move into the Dallas-Fort Worth area overnight tonight and through early tomorrow morning. So you take a look at the timeline of this as we move it to the east. I mean, it won't be in Garland until about 4 a.m. So there's a lot of time here. It's not moving particularly quickly to the east. Bridgeport 1255, Weatherford 144, more rain for you. Denton 213, Saginaw 232, Fort Worth 239, Airport DFW 309, McKinney 319, Hillsborough 336. Jason, if you don't mind, and it's no big deal here, we'll go to the timecast and go hour by hour here as we go through the rest of tonight into early tomorrow morning to show the evolution of these thunderstorms. Again, that tornado threat has gone down tremendously in those thunderstorms. This model is doing a great job of showing this. So this is midnight. There, it's showing those leading supercells, those thunderstorms in parts of Wise County and a little bit farther to the north. Those are lifting to the northeast. Here's that big mess of rain in western portions of North Texas. That is moving to the east. So this activity, as it moves off to the north, what we'll be watching for is the potential for mainly gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. However, there is a tornado watch. There's enough in the atmosphere that maybe we get a quick spin up within this line. We'll certainly be watching that overnight tonight. This is 3 a.m. There are the thunderstorms in western portions of North Texas. There's 4 o'clock in the morning, the thunderstorms from Gainesville, Decatur, down through Mineral Wells and Granbury into the Dallas-Fort Worth area at 5. So if you have early morning plans tomorrow, and a lot of you do, you're going to sunrise services tomorrow morning. There's 6 a.m. as you start heading out the door. There's 7 a.m. Showers and storms likely at this point. Some of them could be strong, but the severe risk is looking really low at this point for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. As this starts to move in, it will weaken, but we'll still have rain around for the early morning services on Sunday. For Easter Sunday, there's 7 a.m. There's the forecast, 63 degrees, cloudy skies, showers and thunderstorms expected, winds out of the southwest, 15 to 25 miles per hour. So let's go back here to that tornado watch, and I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to go over to WFAA Plus. All of the tornado warnings have expired in North Texas. It's been a long night of tornado warnings in western portions of our area. We'll still be watching these, and we are going to continue streaming on our streaming app. You can download it on your TV. Again, WFAA Plus. We are going to head over there, and right now we'll send you back to regular programming on WFAA. All right, I think we're here. Are we on WFAA Plus? All right, we're rocking and rolling here. Okay, so this is the extended coverage on WFAA Plus. We're bringing you back to the, we're going to continue to watch these thunderstorms here this evening, and at least until maybe the warnings expire, and then we'll kind of take a pause for the cause here. But there's that tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock in the morning. Go ahead, Greg. Yeah, go ahead.
There's the tornado watch, and we will be concerned about that. As you mentioned, there will be that possibility of a brief spin up that we could see. It'll be a little different situation than what we've been dealing with here this evening. We've had those supercells developing out ahead of the main line that we'll be moving through. So it won't be that kind of situation overnight heading into tomorrow morning, but there will be that possibility for those brief spin ups with that main line of storm. So you still need to have a way to get those potential warnings that we will likely see through the overnight hours heading into the early part of tomorrow. So this goes until 7 a.m. So let's go back to radar if we can and show you the situation, kind of recap what's going on. We don't have any active tornado warnings right now, so that is the good news. If we can give you the broader view of the radar right now, we do have that one severe thunderstorm warning for Wise County with a potential for some hail and some damaging winds, and that's actually the only warning that we do have now. A little farther south, just out of our area, that's going to be, we do have that one storm near Brownwood there for portions of Brown County with the tornado warning there. So we will see if that storm holds together. It's going to be moving into the southwestern portions of of the area, Erath, Eastland County, perhaps. So we will be keeping an eye on that. But that's the main line of storms that's going to be working its way through. And again, that potential just showed you the tornado watch that we do have in effect until 7 a.m. So we still can't rule that out, even though it might be a little bit lower risk for the tornadoes as we head into the overnight hours. That will be the good news. But again, something we can't rule out. And we do have that one active warning right now, that tornado and severe thunderstorm warning just west of our area right now. But again, that's going to be approaching, or is approaching, Eastland and Erath counties right now. So that's something that we will certainly be keeping an eye on. We are keeping an eye on. So we're not done with the warnings yet, I don't think, by a long shot. We'll still have that potential for the hail, the damaging winds, very heavy rain expected as well. So it's going to be happening during the overnight hours. So flash flooding, we just recommend that you don't be out on the roads, and most of us will be asleep around this time as well. But we will be here tracking it, and you'll need to have a way to get those warnings as well as we will likely see as we head into the overnight hours. So if we can put the timing on there and kind of give you what we can expect, put the timecast on there, and show you that what we can expect as we head into the evening and overnight hours here for tonight. So we've got the storms out there right now. And then as we head toward midnight, still the main line of storms will be working its way across the area slowly but surely as we head into the evening and overnight. And here comes that main line around 2, 3 in the morning, give or take a little bit with the timing with these storms. But just know that we will have some storms that we're going to be dealing with through the overnight hours here for tonight, with that potential for some hail, some damaging winds, and maybe, just maybe, that brief spin up tornado. The good news is, I think as we head towards sunrise tomorrow, this really does start to weaken as it works its way into North Texas. So that will be the good news. Certainly going to be wet for any sunrise services that we do have. And I know a lot of you do plan on being out and about, heading to church and those sunrise services for Easter Sunday. But again, we will have widespread rain around. And hopefully, as the model is showing here, this trend will kind of play itself out as we'll have the weakening trend with the thunderstorms as they work their way into the area, but certainly going to be looking at some widespread rain. Some of that could be heavy, some gusty winds perhaps as well, but hopefully that severe weather threat will be tapering off. And you see the intensity, looking at the model here, won't be nearly as impressive as it is right now with these storms. And that, as we continue toward 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, that continues to work its way off to the east. And I do think by midday tomorrow, any plans that you have for the afternoon hours on Easter Sunday, looks like we'll be in the clear for the most part. Now, we will see some redevelopment maybe out over the Arklatex region, certainly portions of Arkansas and Louisiana as we get into the afternoon hours for tomorrow. But things certainly going to be settling down for us as we head into the early part of the afternoon on Sunday. Now, going back to radar right now, though, we will still have some strong severe thunderstorms. That severe potential will certainly be increasing, perhaps with that main line as it works its way through. But again, we have that severe thunderstorm warning that has been canceled as well for Wise County. So again, not dealing with anything severe at the moment. We were watching the southern end of this main line of storms that will be approaching Erath and Eastland counties. So we could see a couple more warnings maybe extended into our far southwestern counties here over the next few minutes or so. So we are watching that area very closely as it approaches Eastland County right now. But that's going to be moving up into Stevens County, out toward Graham, some very heavy rain in that area. And you see getting out into Jack County as well, up along the Red River, Cook and Montague County, some heavy rain. You see the green boxes there indicating the flash flood warnings that we do have in effect right now. So for now, anyway, the severe weather threat has waned across North Texas. We don't actually have any severe thunderstorm warnings in effect in our area right now. No tornado warnings. That is the good news. So things, at least for now, a little bit of a lull in all the activity that we've seen over the past several hours across the area, but that will likely change as this main line starts to work its way in a little bit later. Let's zoom in on that area close to Graham and Breckenridge if we can. Nothing severe right there, but some heavy rain that we're going to be seeing as we get out into Jack County. Likely some hail as well in Jack County. You see the pink shaded area there, so that's going to indicate maybe certainly some very heavy rain and probably some hail associated with that area, probably just north of Jacksboro, and certainly very heavy rain as we do have that flash flood warning in effect for that area. And you can see as we head up toward Nakona and Bowie, you're included in a flash flood warning as well, and that extends all the way over into Cook County, the flash flood warning there with the green shaded boxes there. So we're going to have some very heavy rain and some pockets of some heavy rain. You see Cook, Grayson, and Montague counties included in a flash flood warning until 2:15. So some very high water. I did see some video a little bit earlier and gotten a report of some water rushing into homes in those areas up along the Red River. So Jack and Montague included in that as well. That goes until 3 a.m. for that flash flood warning. So certainly going to have some heavy rain just east of Jacksboro right now as that works its way off to the east, and see some heavy rain there in Wise County, still near Runaway Bay, Alvord, and Decatur as well. And a little farther west, again, no flash flood warnings in effect, but out toward Olney and Graham, a little farther west, looking at some heavy rain in those areas as well. Jesse, you have something?
Yeah, so actually, I'm going to toss it over to Teresa. Teresa, I know we have reporters that have been heading out to the west to look for damage in these areas, and we have some new information.
Yeah, we do, but I just want to, take stock of the fact that it is now 11:49, basically, on the Saturday night before Easter. And Jesse, you and I started covering this at about 10 after 6, and it's just amazing that for the first time in the last few minutes, we've been able to say that there's no active tornado warnings. I mean, just incredible. So Greg has been showing us sort of like what's going on right now. So there is the potential for flash flooding up towards Bowie and Nakota and Montague. But then we know that, the towns like Mineral Wells and Weatherford and Toller, they have all, been taking cover all night for multiple tornado warnings. WFAA's Richard Solomon, I believe, is in Parker County now. I think he's about on Johnson Bend Road, which would be, I think, west of the town of Weatherford. Clearly, there is some action behind you. Richard, what do you know about what's going on now?
So I have spoken with a couple of neighbors here in this area. They say a tornado did move through here. I want to move out the way. You can see these guys back here. They're actually moving trees that were snapped in half like twigs off the road. They've been doing this for the last couple of minutes. So we were actually, when I told you through that phoner, we had heard of some reports of some damage out here. But once we got up here, folks had the road blocked off. And this is what they're dealing with here. Now, I can tell you, I've spoken with a guy who owns a house to my left here. He says some of the roofs have been ripped off like tin cans. Further down past this tree, the power's out. I mean, traffic is backed up in this area. You can see these guys just using chainsaws, just trying to drag this thing out of here. Now, what you can't see, because it is very, very dark out here. Oh, let me get out the way real fast. What you can't see is the damage that this thing caused. I mean, there are trees to my side, what I'm looking at, snapped in half like twigs. You see them just muscling this piece of tree out of here. But they're dealing with a lot up here right now. You can see these guys just working to move this tree out the way to clear out the road. Now, again, it's calmer here now. People are safe. That is the most important thing with this situation. No one is hurt from what we know out here so far. Everybody's fine, and they're all just pitching in to help. So that's a good thing out here. But again, we'll know more once we get deeper into the morning hours, and once the sun comes up, we'll be able to really assess what it looks like on the ground here. But I can tell you, I know it's really dark for you, but I can make out some of the damage over here to my right, which would be your left. Trees snapped in half like twigs. I can partially make out some of the roofs that have been tossed over as well. So a lot to mess through here, but we're gonna move out of their way. I'm gonna toss it back to you because they are working to move this tree out of the road here.
Richard Solomon live for us in Parker County. Richard, I appreciate you and Michael Botsford. It is 10 minutes before midnight, and here we are, and it's Saturday night before Easter Sunday, and just pause for a second to think about community. Pause for a second to think about the fact that North Texans who are probably getting ready to go to sunrise services in not too many hours are out right now helping their neighbors clear roads and trying to, maybe repair damage as well. It's really amazing when you think about that. The fact that, it's 8 minutes till midnight and there are people out trying to help their neighbors. So that was in Parker County. Again, earlier, you might recall when we were on WFAA, now we are live on with continuing coverage on WFAA Plus, we mentioned the fact that the town of Weatherford said they didn't have any damage in the immediate city limits, but now we know this was just outside of the city limits. That was in Parker County. Richard Solomon reporting for us on Johnson Bend Road. It looks like we might have the power outage map available. I don't know if we can take that real quickly. If we can, I had been watching this through the night, and thankfully there weren't any major widespread power outages. In fact, if you can see in the top left corner of your screen there, just over 3,300 customers affected, which that's frankly really good news, because given everything that we have gone through tonight, I'm a little surprised. But again, some of these areas are more rural. You know, it's terrible when this happens, but thank goodness that this wasn't bearing down right on top of Tarrant County or Dallas County tonight. So that's the power outage map that we can see right now, about 3,300 people who are without power tonight. Clearly, some of the people where Richard just was in Parker County are probably going to be dealing with that, if not just for tonight, on into today or tomorrow rather, and well, almost today, Jesse. It's almost midnight, and maybe for the foreseeable future, as he was talking about so many trees down. Jesse, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, so I wanted to go through some of the pictures and video that we received tonight of the tornadoes in the area. So let's start with this video that we had earlier tonight. Again, this video from this is a video from James Forbes, very clearly here. Quite the tornado there. The video is really quite amazing as you take a look at doing a little bit of damage. If you look in the background there, some shingles being lifted, the trees kind of being knocked around pretty strong there. Again, this sent in from James Forbes. Now, Masaki, could you tell us, could we put on there where this is? This one was the one near, this was near Jacksboro, is that right? Yeah, this is the one that was near Jacksboro earlier. So, you know, Greg, we've gotten this video in. We've had other reports and we've had pictures of wall clouds and tornadoes in Erath County. We have this video here. This one was in Jack County. So this one, I believe, was just on the east side of Jacksboro.
It was at 6 o'clock hour as well. So this was one of the first ones that we saw tonight.
Yeah. So this one again, one of the, like Teresa said, one of the first ones we saw in this really quite spectacular video, zooming in there, showing that how erratic these tornadoes are, and you see how fast they form.
Yeah.
We were talking
and there's
earlier.
that debris.
Yeah, Greg, you know, we were talking earlier, and Teresa, we were chatting about how it goes from kind of like, what's going on, a rotating wall cloud, then all of a sudden, oh, look, there's the tornado.
And these were tornadoes confirmed. These were, we hadn't gotten the pictures. We had the video that you just saw. I saw a picture, I can't remember where the picture was I saw earlier. And I'm not sure where that one is from.
That is from that same area, Greg. That's also Jacksboro.
That's still Jacksboro as well. And I know we had that one, that might have been the storm near Cool a little bit earlier. That was a very dark, very well-defined wall cloud with that tornado associated with that as well. So starting to see some of those pictures, and we will get more as the sun comes up on Easter Sunday now as well. But that was from the early report. That's the tornado that we did have in Jacksboro, as you guys mentioned, and that was much earlier here in the evening. One of the first warnings that we did have out as we started off the evening, and there have been several more, as we know, since then.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely wild night. So you see a little bit of damage there. We saw the damage Richard showed us. We've had a busy night west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Metroplex still has, you know, kind of avoided all of this, which it's really been skimming the western portions of the area.
A blessing when you think about it. We did have the Stars game going on at the American Airlines Center. You know, we know that there is. Okay, this is a picture I was looking at earlier. Greg, maybe that was what you were talking about.
I think that is the picture that I saw a little bit earlier on online, and that is the Chalk Mountain.
Yeah, Chalk Mountain is down. Oh, I just had pulled it up on the map because I wasn't quite sure. But I think, do you guys know exactly where Chalk Mountain is? I think it's down maybe outside of Granbury. This is video. We like to see this. This is video from Weatherford. There was a youth basketball tournament underway, and folks there heard the warning, and they knew they needed to take shelter, and so they shared this video with us of people gathering in the hallway, you know, away from any windows or things like that. This is what we want to see. This is exactly, they did the right thing.
Yeah, heeding the warnings. And Chalk Mountain, by the way, is Somerville County. So yeah, it's on the Somerville County line near southwest of Glen Rose, about 12 miles southwest of Glen Rose is where the Chalk Mountain is. So we had that picture there. But yeah, like you said, Teresa, great to see people taking shelter, seeking that shelter, and heeding the warnings and taking the weather very seriously this evening.
Yeah, I feel like, Jesse, it's just been on repeat. It was Parker County and Wise County, Jack County, Hood County, Montague. I mean, it just felt like they couldn't catch a break.
No, and you know, when we were doing those tornado warnings earlier, it was the same towns being mentioned. You know, like Oakdale, Millsap, Cool. The Weatherford, those areas. So again, it's been such a busy night. You can actually see those supercells ahead of this main area of thunderstorms that's farther to the west from Breckenridge up to Graham. Those were the biggest concern. And that, you know, when these thunderstorms get out like this, See how they're just by themselves, kind of lifting north? That's where you get that big concern for tornadoes, because there's nothing inhibiting them from taking advantage of the instability, the low-level wind shear, all of the ingredients needed to produce tornadoes. And that's what happened is, when you get into this kind of mess, it's a little bit more difficult for tornadoes to form. It's not impossible, and that's why there's a tornado watch. However, the tornado threat lowers when you start to get a mess of rain and thunderstorms rather than these discrete supercells that we've seen. So there's Fort Worth. You see how look at this, the supercell clipped. Just that very forward flank of that supercell clipped western portions of Tarrant County with a little bit of rain, some thunder, some lightning. But those discrete supercells, certainly the most dangerous, and those have been tornado producers. And we've seen several tornadoes tonight. It's just been such a busy night. And I believe
No, and I was just
yeah, go ahead.
With the main line moving in tonight, that threat will still be there for the tornado. But as you mentioned, it won't be a situation like we've seen this evening with those individual supercells that developed out ahead of that main line. And these were really able to feed off of all the moisture, all the instability there, and really get wrapped up and sustain themselves. What we're going to be dealing with overnight, even though we do have the tornado watch, is going to be more of that brief spin up embedded within that main line. So these will be very brief, very small, and won't be nearly as intense as what we've been dealing with here for the evening hours. So still can't let your guard down during the overnight hours. You'll still need to have a way to get those potential warnings that we will likely see through the overnight hours here. But again, it won't be a situation like what we've seen here over the past several hours, starting around 6 a.m. here this evening. Now, we are looking at radar. I do want to zoom in a little farther south, down with the severe thunderstorm warning that we do have that is in effect for our southwestern areas, just southwest of Stephenville. It does include Eastland County there, Erath County. Let's zoom in on that area, and you see that box there, the red box, you have tornado warning. That's just out of our area. So we do have the severe thunderstorm warning that has been extended into our southwestern counties right now. But you see around Cross Plains still included in that tornado warning. So you see that's Brown, Callahan, and Coleman County. So that's just going to be just out of our viewing area here. But we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that has been extended a little farther east. That does include Comanche and Eastland counties, and this goes until 12:45. So this is going to be for some strong winds and maybe some very large hail, maybe larger than golf balls with the hail threat there. So Jason's putting that storm track on there for us, and you see some of the towns. Rising Star here within the next couple of minutes. That storm is really right on top of you right now, and we're looking at let's see, Staff and Gorman, over toward Downing and Highland around 106 or so. So these this area of the storms there will be perhaps packing winds of 60+ miles per hour, some very large hail, maybe larger than golf balls. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 12:45. So this is going to be more likely what we're going to be dealing with that hail and wind threat through the overnight hours, along with the very heavy rain. And that is the one severe thunderstorm warning that we do have in effect right now.
All right, so thank you so much, Greg. Here's the deal. We're going to go ahead and wrap up this extended coverage on WFAA Plus here. We're going to go back to the tornado watch and show you that's in effect until 7 a.m. for the Dallas-Fort Worth area and other parts of North Texas. And so it's west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, including the Metroplex, off to the southwest through Erath County into the northeast, including Fannin County, Grayson and Cook County and Montague County. This until 7 a.m. We'll keep you updated. We're not going anywhere necessarily. We're going to still be here tonight, but we are going to wrap up this coverage here. Thank you for joining us on WFAA Plus. We greatly appreciate it. WFAA.com, the WFAA app. Follow us on social media. We're going to have updates there as well. If any new warnings pop up, we'll continue to bring those to you. But again, tornado watch in effect for the Metroplex and areas to the west. Currently, no warnings in North Texas. That tornado watch until 7 a.m. We'll keep you updated throughout the night.
Winds around 5 miles an hour. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 152, effective until 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time Sunday. This watch includes the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The current time is 12:03 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, a thunderstorm, 54, northeast at 9. Abilene, partly cloudy, 52, east at 10. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, a thunderstorm, 54, northeast at 9. Abilene, partly cloudy, 52, east at 10. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:07 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, a thunderstorm, 54, northeast at 9. Abilene, partly cloudy, 52, east at 10. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:14 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 152, effective until 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time Sunday. This watch includes the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:18 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog, 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:21 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog, 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:24 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:27 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 152, effective until 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time Sunday. This watch includes the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The forecast key messages for North and Central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for North and Central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:31 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You are listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:35 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:38 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog, 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:41 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog, 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:44 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 152, effective until 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time Sunday. This watch includes the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy. Storms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:48 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:51 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:55 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 12:58 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at midnight. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 67, relative humidity 81%, wind southeast at 17, pressure 29.86 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 14, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 16, gusting to 26. Arlington, partly cloudy, 74, southeast at 14, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Denton, cloudy, 73, southeast at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, rain and fog, 55, northeast at 18. Abilene, mostly cloudy, 52, east at 14. Waco, cloudy, 73, southeast at 18. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 14, gusting to 23. Once again at midnight, DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 17. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers and thunderstorms early, then showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the lower 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming north after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 152, effective until 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time Sunday. This watch includes the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 1:02 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 1 a.m. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 66, relative humidity 78%, wind southeast at 13, gusting to 26, pressure 29.87 inches and rising. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 13. Arlington, cloudy, 73, southeast at 13. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 9, gusting to 22. Denton, cloudy, 72, calm. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, a thunderstorm, 56, east at 17. Abilene, heavy rain, 52, northwest at 15, gusting to 29. Waco, cloudy, 73, south at 16, gusting to 28. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 15. Once again at 1 a.m., DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 13, gusting to 26. The following reports of weather, temperature, and wind were made at 1 a.m. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 66, relative humidity 78%, wind southeast at 13, gusting to 26, pressure 29.87 inches and rising. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 13. Arlington, cloudy, 73, southeast at 13. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 9, gusting to 22. Denton, cloudy, 72, calm. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, a thunderstorm, 56, east at 17. Abilene, heavy rain, 52, northwest at 15, gusting to 29. Waco, cloudy, 73, south at 16, gusting to 28. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 15. Once again at 1 a.m., DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 13, gusting to 26. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 152 in effect until 7 a.m. this morning. Rest of tonight, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, becoming west in the afternoon. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday night, clear, cooler with lows in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northeast after midnight. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Strong to severe thunderstorms are developing this evening across our west and northwest counties. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are the main threat. Heavy rainfall may cause flash flooding tonight. The active weather pattern will persist through next week with additional storm chances Tuesday night through Friday. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Limited spotter activation may be requested northwest of the DFW Metroplex. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The current time is 1:06 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather, temperature, and wind were made at 1 a.m. DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, dew point 66, relative humidity 78%, wind southeast at 13, gusting to 26, pressure 29.87 inches and rising. Dallas Love Field, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. Fort Worth Meacham, mostly cloudy, 73, southeast at 13. Arlington, cloudy, 73, southeast at 13. McKinney, cloudy, 73, southeast at 9, gusting to 22. Denton, cloudy, 72, calm. elsewhere around the region. Wichita Falls, a thunderstorm, 56, east at 17. Abilene, heavy rain, 52, northwest at 15, gusting to 29. Waco, cloudy, 73, south at 16, gusting to 28. Tyler, mostly cloudy, 74, south at 15. Once again at 1 a.m., DFW Airport, cloudy, 73, southeast at 13, gusting to 26. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 152 in.
Hey everybody, I'm meteorologist Jesse Hawila with an overnight update on what to expect here. Tornado watch in effect for the Dallas-Fort Worth area and much of North Texas, eastern portions of the area not included. This is until 7 a.m. We have thunderstorms that'll be moving in. Now, I know there's a tornado watch, but the risk of tornadoes is much lower than it was earlier tonight. There could be a couple, an embedded spin up here or there. That is not out of the question. The expectation is the farther east this area of thunderstorms moves, the less intense it will get. So this will 3 o'clock in the morning from Bowie down through Graham and Stephenville. As we take a look at 4 a.m. to 5 a.m., Gainesville, Denton, seeing some rain. This is going to be, some thunderstorm activity. Can't rule out an isolated spin up, some large hail potential, not out of the question, some gusty winds. Overall, again, the severe threat lower the farther east you live. So the severe threat for Dallas, lower than Fort Worth. Fort Worth, lower than Mineral Wells. The farther west you live, the better your chance to see a couple strong storms. 6 o'clock in the morning as people get ready for sunrise services for Easter, there will be rain around. So plan for that as you head out to Sunday morning services. There will be showers and a couple thunderstorms. This rain will start coming to an end by mid to late morning. There's 9 a.m. Scattered rain will continue across the Dallas-Fort Worth area through 9. So 63 degrees for Easter Sunday sunrise. Scattered showers and thunderstorms. Southwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Now, as we get into the mid to late morning, the scattered rain starts to come to an end and the clouds actually start to clear out too. So by 9 o'clock in the morning, we're left with nothing more than a shower or two. By noon, the Dallas-Fort Worth area and west is already in the clear. Still, clouds will linger east of the Metroplex through the early afternoon. But again, this is all kind of moving out. So by the time we get to, mid-afternoon for Kaufman County and Hunt County, the clouds will begin to clear. So if you're doing any Easter egg hunts or brunches or anything like that, still lingering scattered showers and storms at 9 o'clock in the morning, south winds 15 to 25. Noon, partly cloudy skies, 70 degrees. By 3, it's lots of sunshine, 74 with winds out of the west, 15 to 25. So again, the rain, the clouds, that lingers early in the morning. The sun is back for the remainder of the afternoon. So as we look at the rainfall forecast for overnight, we've already seen 4, 5, 6 inches of rain in some of these areas northwest of the Metroplex. If you haven't seen rain yet, Dallas, ½ inch to 1 inch of rain is expected, 1 to 2 in Denton and Tarrant counties, with the highest totals remaining to the northwest of the Metroplex. Tonight, couple thunderstorms that'll be strong at times. We certainly have widespread rain and thunderstorms. Windy here tonight, 63, 77. Morning clouds, PM sunshine. Pleasant temperatures. Still breezy though, 77 degrees the high tomorrow. 79. That'll be the high temperature on Tuesday. 82 on Wednesday. And as we kind of look ahead to the rest of the 14-day, it turns unsettled again. So we'll have more scattered shower and storm chances as we approach the second half of the 14-day forecast. It stays unsettled next week. High temperatures stay in the 70s and 80s. So make sure you stay with us here. WFAA Plus, WFAA.com for the latest. Hey everybody, I'm meteorologist Jesse Hawila with an overnight update on what to expect here. Tornado watch in effect for the Dallas-Fort Worth area and much of North Texas, eastern portions of the area not included. This is until 7 a.m. We have thunderstorms that'll be moving in. Now, I know there's a tornado watch, but the risk of tornadoes is much lower than it was earlier tonight. There could be a couple, an embedded spin up here or there. That is not out of the question. The expectation is the farther east this area of thunderstorms moves, the less intense it will get. So this will 3 o'clock in the morning from Bowie down through Graham and Stephenville. As we take a look at 4 a.m. to 5 a.m., Gainesville, Denton, seeing some rain. This is going to be, some thunderstorm activity. Can't rule out an isolated spin up, some large hail potential, not out of the question, some gusty winds. Overall, again, the severe threat lower the farther east you live. So the severe threat for Dallas, lower than Fort Worth. Fort Worth, lower than Mineral Wells. The farther west you live, the better your chance to see a couple strong storms. 6 o'clock in the morning as people get ready for sunrise services for Easter, there will be rain around. So plan for that as you head out to Sunday morning services. There will be showers and a couple thunderstorms. This rain will start coming to an end by mid to late morning. There's 9 a.m. Scattered rain will continue across the Dallas-Fort Worth area through 9. So 63 degrees for Easter Sunday sunrise. Scattered showers and thunderstorms. Southwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Now, as we get into the mid to late morning, the scattered rain starts to come to an end and the clouds actually start to clear out too. So by 9 o'clock in the morning, we're left with nothing more than a shower or two. By noon, the Dallas-Fort Worth area and west is already in the clear. Still, clouds will linger east of the Metroplex through the early afternoon. But again, this is all kind of moving out. So by the time we get to mid-afternoon for Kaufman County and Hunt County, the clouds will begin to clear. So if you're doing any Easter egg hunts or brunches or anything like that, still lingering scattered showers and storms at 9 o'clock in the morning. South winds 15 to 25. Noon, partly cloudy skies, 70 degrees. By 3